This is another game of Mage Knight, solo conquest featuring Krang as the main character and Brevla as the dummy. We are using the same combination as in the last very short failure game. Whenever I'm thinking, I will put this magic card here in the right corner. That's the City of Solitude in the German version, unfortunately. I don't have the English one, it seems. So whenever you see this, it means that this is not essential to follow the game, but it's the part where I talk about the options, the strategy, trying to figure out battles, all that nice stuff. And once the card is gone, then I will just explain what I'm doing. All right, so funnily enough, we have drawn the exact same tile that we had in the last game, but this time it's rotated slightly differently. But it's extremely worse now because we can't access the deep mine anymore and the orc actually blocks the way to the tower. So we can't just take the tower right away. The catapults are not hard to defeat. We do have a rage and we do have red mana. This is already attack 4, which is completely sufficient to just defeat them. But they do have an attack of 7, so we do need to reduce that and maybe block the rest. They do give fame 4, that's nice, so this will make us level, even more than level. So we can already look at the advanced action cards, which show us a Crystal Mastery. That's a solid card. I think the advanced effect is not as interesting in the beginning. You first have to come up with some crystals. And gaining a crystal for a card is an okay effect, so it's good. And Decompose gives you 2 or 3 crystals at the price of removing one of your cards permanently from the game. That's really huge, but I'm hesitant to pick it up like right away in the first level up. The final card is Intimidate, which gives a lot of influence and attack at a cost of reputation. That might be a theme here with Krang, that I have the Ruthless Coercion. If I'm picking up the Intimidate, there are actually thugs in the offer, so we might want just to go for a game where we are diving into bad reputation right away. Seeing that there is a village nearby where we can actually also plunder. Yeah, that might be a play. And the Intimidate is just a huge card for attack and influence. But then again, if your reputation is so bad that influence doesn't matter anymore, I'm not sure it's that good anymore. But it's a 7 attack card. The offer, as said, has thugs that I can actually recruit in the village. That's unfortunately the only unit I can recruit in the village. And I'm not that fond of them. If I'm using them, I'm also losing reputation for attack and influence. I can use them for blocking, that's true. And it might make the difference for the rest of the attack for the catapults. If I just move here, for example, and just play a powered version of Stamina or March. But to assign damage to them, I actually have to influence them. And again, in the beginning of the game, without any skills that give influence, for example, it's just painful. And they do cost 5 influence unless I'm ruining my reputation before I even hire them. Then they're easy, obviously, to hire. The familiars I can only hire in the Mage Tower. There is a glade, but it's in Swampland, and there is no monastery yet. I can hire the Utem Swordsman in the keep, so there's a keep on the map, but I'm always hesitant to pick them up because they're level 2, so if I'm assigning damage to them, they are hard to heal. And a regular activation will just give me attack 3 or block 3, and the empowered version wounds them, which has the same problem that they are difficult to heal, being level 2. And they are costing 6 influence. So I'd rather have the Guardsman, for example, but yeah, what can you do? So from the tiles, we do have this familiar tile from last game with the deep mine, but again, it's at the edge of the map, so I probably won't go there. There's a tower, that's interesting, obviously. We don't know the defenders yet. It needs movement 4 due to the walls, and we would have to clean up that token, unless we are circumventing this and using the wall as a protection against provoking them. The glade is in a swamp, so that's hard to move through, but it is in a sweet spot to reveal the new map tiles, so we might go there after all, maybe to heal, maybe to pick up a gold mark to power movement cards. The other tile is just a village and a mine. The mine is again at the edge of the map, so I'm not seeing me making a break there just to pick up a crystal. There really is a plain path that's easy to traverse, which could mean that we can take the orc, but we don't have to because we won't provoke them, and we could take the tower. So with this setup, I see several possible routes, like going to the village first, maybe hiring, maybe plundering. We could go for a crystal, but again, there's rough terrain here. Well, it's not rough, but it's not the easiest. It would cost a lot of movement, and just for crystals, we could loop back to defeat them in level and then take a peek at the keep, or circle around here and take a peek at the tower. The other route is to go to the plains right away, just with movement 2. We could, for example, do that with the swiftness and then kill them with the rage, but we have to deal with the attack somehow. And after that, we already see the defenders, and with movement 4, we can take the tower. So the walls are actually not that important because movement 3 and 4 is usually not a big difference in the beginning of the game unless you are playing improvisation to move there. So that would be a direct route to level and the tower. So I'm liking that a lot, but we do need to solve this token first. And talking about solving, we have to look at the opening hand. We do have a crystallized, that's always welcome. If you are planning in the first day, you do want to play a little bit slower. So playing a crystallize and just maybe some other card is already preferred. So we could, for example, crystallize and use the swiftness to move. That always feels a bit bad to not use the range attack. But in this particular setup, the orc cannot be killed at range because it's fortified. We do have a tower and a keep. So there's nothing that we can kill at range. There's no dungeon, nothing. So unless we are already revealing something new, or we reveal the familiars, but then again they still have 7 armor at that point, the swiftness for range attack is kind of useless. This could be a play to pick up planning, play the crystallize, play the swiftness. We could then drop 3 cards, but that would leave us with a tranquility that we don't use or cannot use yet, unless we want to use them to heal. That could actually be a play. We would only have to reduce the attack by 3 to get 2 wounds and heal them. So these 2 cards would actually kill the catapult if we can come up with movement 3 next turn. And the source is showing black, unfortunately, again, so it's quite similar to the last source with red and green. And if we crystallize the green, we can then use both colors next turn. So the more I'm talking about it, the more I like that plan, because it's very deterministic. And the only card we are not really using is the Ruthless Coercion. But if we can drag it around until we take the tower, then it can be beneficial, of course, because then we can use that to hire the familiars. What I don't like is that we would then get a crystal and spend it right away. So we won't have a crystal if we pick up Crystal Mastery. But maybe Decompose is just a better card, but it will be a hard decision what to decompose. So that would be a play with planning. Great start. It would give us 2 more cards. If they include movement, we could move with the swiftness, play the other cards to reduce the attack. But I don't think I can do it in 1 turn because I do not have enough mana. Because with 1 die just, this won't do it, I think, because we will have to probably heal 2 wounds. And I don't think we can play that fast. So I don't think I'm taking Great Start. It also sets you back against the dummy. Planning probably too, but a chance at least a little bit better. Mana Stealer learned the hard way last game that you probably should not pick that up if the source is already showing a black die, because the other die, if you reserve it, there's just 1 left, and then mana draw won't do anything because we don't have white mana and we can't take another die if there is none. So I think that's out of the question. Just going first is, I don't like that, so I rethink. I always like that. And I would probably swap out the Tranquility and the Ruthless Coercion, maybe even the Swiftness, because I just motivated that it's currently not doing anything for us. So drawing a real movement card, so to speak, would be preferable. And we could hold on to these 2, which are definitely okay. This we can always play with an approach turn if we just play movement 2. And the rage will be good to defeat them, so this is good to have. But it's of course a gamble what we redraw, but it will most likely be more useful for movement and battle than these 2 cards here. Although this is technically a battle card if you can take the attack. Last game we had to deal with the brutal 4 attack, that's 4 wounds. But in this case, well, if we don't reduce it, it's also 4 wounds, but it can be reduced due to cumbersome with movement. So if we redraw any movement cards that we don't even need to power, we can reduce it to, for example, 4 attack, and then this will just heal us. So I think I will go with Rethink or Planning. And I'm leaning to Planning because this will give us more of a permanent boost in day 1, having 6 cards instead of 5. And we do have, well, you can only do that if you do not need to swap out cards, obviously, if you do have a first turn. And although it feels not perfect, playing the Swiftness and Crystallize is a good first turn because it doesn't need a die, so we can use 1 to crystallize, and the movement brings us exactly there where we need to be. I don't think moving to the forest does us any good because we can't move on without provoking. Well, if that would be the plan, to kill this enemy and then go for the keep, for example, that would still be preferable instead of moving here. But if you want to take a shot at a tower and see where the defenders are, then these 2 spaces are no different, and then we of course take the route that takes less movement points. Which brings us back to the other option to move to the village. But I do not like to hire the thugs. We could hire them with the Ruthless Coercion, but we do not have a movement 4 yet. So we would probably have to go with the Rethink route, but we could then hire them, but we would lose a reputation, and if we plan to use them for anything but blocking or assigning damage if we have the influence, we would lose even more reputation. I'm not sure this is a good play. Plundering in the village is also not that good because we are far away from any place where we actually want to do something with a big hand. So if we then need to approach first, we are losing the benefit of having 2 additional cards. Starting from here to the keep would be 6 movement, for example, and it feels quite pointless. Why not just move there, maybe reveal something, draw up, and then take the keep? So plundering, I'm not sure if I want that. Hiring is also not that interesting. So what am I doing here? Yeah, I think if I take planning with the preparation play, I will also draw 3 cards, same as Rethink. And these 2 cards might come in handy, so I don't actually need to swap them out. So this only leaves the Ruthless Coercion, which is blocking my hand. But I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. So let's go for the Orc, kill that and level, and then take a peek at the tower. If we can take that as well, pick up a spell, maybe level again. And then we are in a position where we can either go with very few movement points and reveal a coastline tile, or we even move to the glade, let's see. But we take planning for this. We then see what a dummy does. and he picks the right moment. It's really lucky. So he's behind us and he eliminates a tactic that we don't use anyway. So the order is Krang before Brevla. And in the first turn, we will prepare. We will use the swiftness because we can't use it anywhere anyway. It's all fortified. So without revealing, range attack is quite useless currently. So Krang steps through the portal and moves to the plains with movement 2. And we do crystallize. I think we will play the rage definitely and maybe the tranquility. So I do think we will crystallize the green, which gives us a green crystal. And we can then use the rage to kill them and tranquility to heal 2 wounds. And we need more cards to reduce the attack so that we are not stuck with a wound. That's the plan here. So let's re-roll the die. Comes up blue. That might be good for stamina or determination if we draw it. These 2 cards are played and planning kicks in, so we draw 3 cards. And we do draw the concentration, really nice. A stamina, also perfect. And a promise. That's not so good, because after the battle here, we will not be able to hire right away. The dummy has 2 blue, 1 green crystal, and he plays red, blue, and white. I think I will start putting the cards here as a kind of progress bar so we can see where we are in the round. Alright, so the influence cards are no good for us, unfortunately, but we do have a movement. We do have our rage and tranquility, and we do have a concentration. I'm not sure this is helping us. So idea would be that we have to defeat this. So we should probably take the red mana to power the rage to have 4 attack and kill it. But then we need to reduce the attack by 3. And that probably means that we play the stamina. We have to play 1 more card sideways, and we probably pick one of those. And we play the tranquility to heal the wounds we are getting nevertheless. So the Ruthless Coercion is nice because you can ready units and it's overall more influence. But readying units currently is not important. And if we want to hide the Magic Familiars, we have to come up with influence 6. But I think that's too far ahead currently because we do still need to take the tower first. So the question is, what do we toss? This could actually hire the Familiars. This cannot, unless we get an influence skill or something like that. And there's nothing helpful in the offer. We might pick up Intimidate, and if we don't need it for the tower, we would have enough influence anyway, and then we could even toss both cards. But I'm not sure this is the right pickup. I was slightly hesitant to pull the red die for the rage, because we can't use the blue then now. And I was doubting my decision to crystallize the green, because maybe I should have crystallized the one I actually want to play, such that the reroll we can also use. By not reeling the red that we need to play, we do have to use this die, and so we can't use the reroll die. That's pretty much the reasoning, but I think I like it in this case because we now have the blue for the next turn where we do need at least 3 movement. Yeah, but we won't have the stamina anymore. Okay, so that's kind of pointless. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter too much. If we use the crystal anyway, then it's probably irrelevant. Alright, but to execute the plan, we will have to decide on any of these 2. And I think the promise won't do much for us, because it's just not enough influence, and we are not getting any bonus. With improvisation, it might be okay, but then again, if you just take the Ruthless Coercion, it's enough right away. So I do think I will toss the promise here. So the plan would be to play the stamina with the sideways promise for 3 movement, reduce the attack to 4, with an armor of 2, we get 2 wounds, and we heal these 2 wounds with tranquility that we power with the crystal to just be wound free again. And then the counterattack will be a powered rage for 4 attack. It's inefficient due to the physical resistance, but it will kill the catapult. We hold on to 2 cards, so planning kicks in and we draw up 4 cards. And we do have a blue still in the source. That's nice for the other stamina or for determination. If either comes up, that might be useful for the tower. And I do think that's the plan here. We moved here, so this committed us to this enemy. So we won't move to the forest now to provoke it. That's kind of pointless. So I do think battle is the only option. This is what we went for. And we knew that we can win, but we didn't know how many wounds we would get. But if nothing else, we could have played, well, 3 cards sideways and do the same play. Because all the cards we did power induce, we already had. So I do think we commit this now. So we are provoking the catapult, playing movement 3 to reduce the attack to 4, and we decide to toss the promise. The attack 4 will give us 2 wounds due to armor 2, which the tranquility will then heal, and we use the green crystal we just got from Crystallize for this. So we play the tranquility, heal the 2 wounds, and then we use the red source die with a rage for attack 4, inefficient against physical resistance, but it's an attack 2 and it kills the catapult. This means we are getting 4 fame, so we do level up. We do get a reputation for killing a rampaging enemy, and we do have 2 cards, so planning still kicks in when we are drawing up to 6 cards. Before we reveal any more information, I'm hesitant to hold on to the Ruthless Coercion now, because if we now take the Decompose, I'd rather decompose the promise and keep the Ruthless Coercion. By keeping this, we are committing to not decomposing an influence card. So we should really think if we toss the promise or the Ruthless Coercion. It's not too late to change that. So what do we take? We can't look at the skills yet because that would reveal information. Since I did use the crystal, I don't think I'm using Crystal Mastery because it would not do anything. So it would literally be a blank card. It is a blue card, unfortunately, and Brevilla has 2 blue crystals. But there's currently no way to get other crystals. So I do think we have to either go with Decompose or Intimidate. We did play a Swiftness in a range already. So if you want to take the tower, the Intimidate is probably the better card. But Decompose would give us mana. And if we want to hide the Magic Familiars, unfortunately we need Influence and mana, so both Intimidate and Decompose would be helpful for that. So I'm really tempted at taking Decompose and Promise. If we decomposed it right away without powering, we would get 2 white crystals, which can power mana draw, Swiftness, and would give us Magic Familiars if we can hire them while empowering movement. And I think movement 5 would be largely appreciated to move on to reveal more tiles, which would pretty much mean that we can only hire with improvisation if we draw it and can power it. Yeah, I think I want to go for this. So before we reveal more information, we are thinking about what we actually want to take, and I think Decompose is the better pick here. And if we take Decompose, we need a good target for this, and we did play the Promise with the stamina to get 3 movement, and I think I want to play the Ruthless Coercion instead, because this allows us to decompose the Promise, because I'm not decomposing this. Alright, so let's lock that in. So we are holding on to these 2 cards, so let's reroll the die. Also comes up blue. The skill choice is between the Mana Enhancement as last game. This allows you to crystallize 1 mana that you actually played, so you can use it and get a crystal, and next turn you can use the mana again. The other option is Regeneration, which allows you to pay 1 mana to throw away a wound, so to really heal. And if you use the red mana, you can actually redraw the card. And in solo it's even better because it also works if you have the least fame. You always have the least fame, so you are always replacing the card. So the regeneration is really interesting because you can use it every turn. And as long as you have a mana, you can always throw away the wounds, which allows you to play a little bit riskier or take more wounds in general. Especially if you can play slow and do not have to use the mana die from the source for something else every turn. So you can really get rid of your wounds. And this part, since it always activates in solo because you have the least fame, you will always redraw another card. So the wounds are not actually blocking you, but it does still cost mana. Whereas this skill really gives you a lot of mana because you get a crystal of the mana you are using and get access to the same mana in the next turn. So that kind of means that once per round you can turn 1 mana from any source into 3 mana. The one you are using, 1 you can crystallize in 1 next turn if you can plan for it. So that's a lot of mana, and I think that's already a tough decision. And this skill would also mean that we can think about picking up Crystal Mastery after all to get it out of the hands of the dummy, because we can produce a crystal that we can duplicate then. On the other hand, that would mean that we have a lot of mana from the same color, and with a starting deck that's not actually that useful, I think, because you rarely are powering 2 or even 3 cards of the same color. There is currently only blue mana, so there's only 1 stamina and a determination left. The crystallize and the other stamina we already played, so we only need at most 2 blue mana. Of course, the concentration can give mana too, but again, I'm not sure that we need that much mana of the same color. So I don't think I want to take this and Crystal Mastery. This would be too much leaning into the crystals, and especially all of the same color. And I'm not taking Crystal Mastery without this because I don't have a crystal, which does mean I'm not taking Crystal Mastery after all. And we already talked about decomposing, and I think I want to go this route now and just take the decompose. But the question still is, which skill do we take then? I think seeing that the dummy plays a little bit slower and we have planning, I want to go with the regeneration and see what happens. Especially since decompose means that we are picking up something that produces crystals. So let's just go with that. Okay, so we tried regeneration and put the mana enhancement to the side, and we stick with the original plan to pick up decompose. The advanced action offer refreshes to a force of nature, quite interesting. We also saw it in the last game. And it's the end of turn then. We have still 2 cards, so we are drawing 4 cards. There's the decompose, of course, a mana draw, a rage, and a march, so at least a movement card. The dummy plays blue, green, and red, which he does not have a crystal of. Very nice. So we are in the 3rd turn now. To reach and enter the mage tower, I need at least move 7, which does sound like I have to do it in 2 steps. I could play the march and the promise, of course, to just get moving, but it would leave the decompose again with no good target, because I'm not decomposing concentration or mana draw. I could decompose the rage, but then again, I want to take the tower and I do need damage. This means that I should probably use more mana instead of more cards to move, to get to the movement 3 that I need. But the source, unfortunately, for my hand is completely dead. It's 2 blue, but I have pretty much all the other colors, 2 of each even. I can play the concentration, of course. I could even play it to use the mana draw to put a die to green, so I will have green in the future as well. And there will be another march coming up. There are only 4 cards left in the deck anyway, so there's another swiftness, there's another march, The determination and the stamina are still missing. And these are 4 cards, so this is what we have to expect. Powering either determination or stamina is nice with the source as is. The swiftness can help with moving, but it sounds quite costly to play the concentration and the mana draw just to power 1 card and turn 1 die. That doesn't sound right. If I decompose the promise now, I do get 2 crystals of white color, so I could pay 1 for the mana draw to get the green mana. That would mean I'm following the original plan, getting rid of the promise. I realized that if I take the tower, I get a spell anyway, and Anachron Travel is nice, especially with the assault scenarios or fortified sides. The Anachron attack is quite nice. The chill, I'm not really feeling that good about that spell. It doesn't scale very well with larger enemies or larger targets. And Charm is just solid. It gives influence, and it would solve the problem of how to hire the magic familiars. I could either hire them just by casting Charm, or if I can come up with 3 more influence or 2 more even, I can get a crystal from the spell. That's nice. And the possess part really is... It does the same that Chill does in the basic version, but it also gives you an attack. So this is at least much better, I think. So there is a reason to pick up Charm, which does solve the influence problems anyway. So getting rid of Promise, I think in this turn is warranted. I should do that. I could take a crystal of all other colors by also using concentration. It would give me red, green and blue. And with the green I could power it in the march right away. That would leave the mana draw, which could be interesting to power the stamina and the determination in the same turn. And I would have mana to power the rage, because I'm getting a red crystal then. And I would even have a blue, which is not that important currently. But yeah, it would pretty much mean that instead of 2 crystals, I'm getting 3. So the concentration is worth it. If I'm just getting white, I can power the last swiftness, which probably doesn't do anything for me. And powering the mana draw, as said, just to turn the die to a different color, it doesn't sound that good. So let's think about that. If we decompose the promise using the concentration, it's quite costly, but it will give us 3 crystals. So all the colors besides white, and we can then power the march. We still lose a movement point, but it's unavoidable with these odd numbers of move, especially if the continued movement then takes 4 movement, which keeps the number odd. So we have to overpay at some point, unless we are playing the improvisation. Actually, there should also be an improvisation left, so then maybe I miscounted. That's 12 cards. We already picked up a card, so we leveled, yeah. So there's also the improvisation left. That's quite important. Depending on when I draw it, I might be interested in using this with Charm to pick up the familiars, and then get a crystal with Charm instead of more influence. So yeah, I was saying that powering the march is probably advisable because I'm running out of cards. So playing 1 card sideways just for another move point is not what I want to do here. And this will still mean planning kicks in, and I will draw every card of my deck except 1. And the dummy really plays so slow that this is not a factor. So we could slow down. Maybe that's advisable. We have so many turns, there's no rush in playing March. So we do get this full complement of crystals, but if we draw a stamina, for example, we can just play it with the source. And we do still have the mana draw to also play determination. It's a bit sad to let the concentration go, but with a source like this in solo, it's hard. So you have to repair that. I'm not actually repairing it, but I'm using Decompose to get a lot of crystals. I still don't have white, unfortunately. But then again, the only cards I could still play which are white is another Swiftness, which I do not need to power, and I do not need to power the mana draw if I have all the other colors anyway. So I do like this plan here. We will also just see the defenders then, and this really helps in then planning on what to do. If everything fails, I can still use the planes here to reveal tiles or maybe take the keep. There might be golems after all, and having 4 armor with physical resistance, that might be hard to crack. But there is a determination in the deck, that's at least 6 attack, but I am tossing the concentration. Let's see, at that point we can't just plan for every token, and let's see what cards we actually draw and what a token is. We don't need to attack the tower. So we need to move on, we need to reach the hills, and we do only have blue mana, so this is why we do play the concentration to get a red token, power Decompose with this. This was the plan all along, to then toss the promise. And we decided to get all the mana colors except white, but have 3 crystals then. That's so nice. That should make us quite flexible, and there's nothing to actually power with white. Especially the mana draw is useless to power with white because we have all the other colors anyway. So we'd rather make use of these 2 blue die, and there's a determination and a stamina coming up. So let's clean it up. This is used. We do not continue with March right away. There is a stamina left and we have 2 blue dice, so there's no reason to play fast. The dummy is quite slow. So we are hoping for a stamina power that with blue die, reroll once, then see the defenders draw again. Because we have so many turns left, but our deck is running dry anyway. So we're leaving it at that, which means we are drawing 3 cards. of our deck of 5, so almost all cards. And we do get a determination at least, that's one of the blue cards. The Savage Harvesting, so that's our March variant of Krang, and a Swiftness. So we do have the stamina and improvisation left, unfortunately. So it's the dummy's third turn. He's playing green, green, and blue, unfortunately, so 2 more cards. That's another green and a white one. Alright, so we do need to get moving, and we do have 2 marches and swiftness for moving. Now suddenly I'm wishing I would have white mana, because then we could turn a die green. I didn't consider we have 2 marches in the hand at the same time. I should have. So that would give us movement 8, which could mean we can take the tower or move on. But we would have to do that in a turn without knowing the defenders. So this means that we could move here, have 5 points left, decide if we can take it, but we would have to do that in the same turn. But if we do that with a white crystal that we could have gotten from Promise, from decomposing it, then we would still have the source die open, so we could power the determination, for example. But something has to kill the enemy as well. But since there is no green card coming up, I think I will use the Savage Harvesting for movement. With the crystal, that's enough to reach the hills. The question really is, do I discard a card and which one is it? And the timing is actually quite interesting here because I want to decide it after moving and the ability says when moving. So do I reveal the defenders before I can decide that? That would be a huge difference because then I can plan what cards I actually need and toss another card. Or do I need to decide it up front? So the compendium says, and I'm inclined to agree, that you have to do that on movement, so when moving. And effects like revealing a garrison are after movement is finished, so I can't see the defenders before I can decide that. So I think the main question is, do we ever leave the tower or not? If we take it. That's the prerequisite, unfortunately. So if I'm tossing this, I know that the stamina is coming up, and with the mana draw into a blue source die, I can definitely power that to enter the tower. But we then have to take it. There's really no going back at that point, because I won't have enough movement to just go somewhere else. The swiftness, on the other hand, is a card that I also don't really need. It's just movement 2, range attack won't do anything, I can't power it even. So maybe that's the better play, to just toss the swiftness to finally get the white crystal. March is equivalent to swiftness when it comes to the unpowered version. And I do have an improvisation coming up, so moving in with stamina, and even if it's a golem, I can play then 6 attack plus the improvisation with tossing the march, for example. I won't be able to block then, but I think we have to commit to this tower. It's easier said than done though, because there are a lot of tokens that are a bit nasty. So not blocking, for example, is not an option if it's ice golems, and that would really be the worst case, because we do have to block an ice attack too then, so we pretty much have to play the determination. But how do we then come up with 8 attack? It probably still works out if we play the improvisation with March, a rage, power either of those, that's 7, and then plays a card sideways. And we can power the determination and the stamina with, actually we can't. Already we can because we do have a crystal. Okay, we would not have the mana draw in this scenario because we have to play it sideways then. But it would be possible. And I do think I stand with the judgment here that swiftness in the powered version is useless because we do not have white mana. And there's no target for it. It is damage, but if you can't power it, it's pointless. So I do think Savage Harvesting now and tossing a card is probably better than powering the March and just holding on to the card. If we want to draw both, we have to play 2 anyway. The mana draw would also allow us to, if we get the white crystal now, the mana draw would allow us to power the rage and the improvisation. That also solves the problem of getting a lot of damage. I'm not liking that I'm running out of cards so fast, but if I don't need the mana and I'm picking up the charm, this actually allows me to play the charm. So I think I like that a lot, that I do then have the chance to play charm to maybe hire the familiars. At that point I might not be able to improve the movement part, and if I don't have any crystals left, I will lose them at the end of round anyway. So in that case I wouldn't do it probably. That's really hard to judge all these branching paths, but I do think I want to finally know the defenders. I have to move 3. I won't play a card sideways, so I will power something. I still can't move with the source, unfortunately, so I do power either of those, and I think I'm powering the Savage Harvesting and get it done with the crystal and not deciding that later, where we could use it to move into the tower, but we can't because we don't have the mana. We are not sure that we actually have green left, so yeah, and tossing the March for a green crystal will be much worse, unless we are using Underground Travel later. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to stick with the white crystal and then just see what happens. See what happens is usually not a good strategy, but I think we can at least take the tower. It might not be the most efficient play, but I don't think it's a dead end, no matter what the token is. Famous last words? Let's see. We use a green crystal we just got for Savage Harvesting, that's movement 4. We move into this space, and on movement we discard the swiftness for a white crystal. And we do have to decide it before seeing the defenders, unfortunately. So we would play these 2 cards. We would have 1 movement point left, but it's probably irrelevant. And this means we can now reveal the defenders. Oh dear, it's magic familiars, so 7 armor and 2 brutal attacks of 3. So the familiars are really a bad pull, obviously, because they have brutal attacks. So the pickup of regeneration doesn't work as well as expected. Because if you let through 1 attack, it's until you have armor 3, it's still 3 wounds. So you would have to play this twice or even 3 times to really cut down on the wounds we get. It would have been much easier if you just get like something like 2 wounds. And letting both attacks through is probably not advisable. At 6 wounds we would even be knocked out. And improvisation can just block 1 without powering. That's nice, but it's 2 cards. And if you also block the other one, then there's no chance to defeat them. But improvisation with a card, for example March, can block one of the attacks. Then we let 1 through, get 3 wounds. Then we have to play the Rage powered for 4 damage. Determination is 2. Powering at that point unfortunately doesn't do anything. So again, the blue mana is useless. This brings it up to 6, so we do need another card sideways. And that has to be the mana draw at that point, because we do need the stamina to actually move into the tower. This will play everything we have, and we will pick up Charm. And we can probably regenerate nevertheless by paying a crystal. Maybe that's advisable, because we will have only 1 turn after that where we play the charm, so we can heal another wound. But I think this has to be the plan. Going somewhere else at that point is not really a good option. Actually, we can hire the familiars and just heal, so that's an option. That's at least heal 2. If we reroll into a green, that might even be a heal 3. Yeah, so I think we can manage the token, but it's really not the best that we could have pulled. But then again, others have poisonous attacks or paralyzed attacks, so yeah. But for example, fire mages would have been nice. They give me 3 wounds, have 5 armor, so improvisation would just kill them. And the 3 wounds we can heal with the familiars, for example. So overall, from the card economy side, it's much better than dealing with something like this. Because the unfortified ability is quite pointless at that point in the game, because 7 range attack is far too much to come up with. The Intimidate would have been nice, it just kills them, yeah, so we can concentrate with the other cards on blocking. But let's end the turn here. I think there's nothing else we can do. We have 1 lingering movement point, but we do, due to planning, draw up to 6 cards, and we do draw the improvisation and the stamina as already planned. We unfortunately did not use a source die again, and now the dummy plays his turn, and it's white, red, white, so 2 cards left, which does mean we have 3 turns now. 1 turn is taking the tower, obviously, then another turn will be using the charm that we get, and I'm not sure we can make it to 3 turns. Let's see. So we have to get moving, obviously, so this at least is clear. We power the stamina with a blue source die to get movement 4. 1 brings us over the wall and 3 into the forest. That would mean we can assault the tower. At that point we do have to block one of the attacks, definitely at least 1. And I don't think we are moving anywhere, so let's just play the improvisation to get block 3 and block one of these attacks. And then we have to come up with 7 damage with these cards here. And the only way I see how this would work is if we power the rage, play the determination, and the mana draw unfortunately sideways, so that's 7 attack. And that's all of our cards. So maybe let's discuss quickly how we could do it instead. The determination we can power, but we do have to use mana draw to get, well, we don't have to. We can use a crystal for that, but that would allow us to reroll 2 source die. So we can mana draw another die to block the attack. It's a bit wasteful because there's 2 block points wasted, but it does mean we are also playing just 2 cards, but we have these left. But unfortunately, if we then want to kill it, we have to come up with 5 attack and 2 more, 7. So that's the same complement of cards. But we did use the other blue die. That's the difference here. Because the 2 block points we got from using a die are just wasted. So overall, it would be much more inefficient. But in this specific case, it's re-rolling another die. So I think that's the huge difference. And we do not need blue dice unless we are picking up chill. But what would we even cast it for? So I think re-rolling both is good. But is there a way to keep 1 more card? Because 1 more card is 1 more turn. You have to play 1 card per turn. And in this turn, we cannot use regeneration unless we use a crystal. That's the sad part. But the problem really is all these odd numbers. Yeah? Again, it's always the odd numbers. So you have to come up with 7 attack, 3 block, another 3 block. And in this plan, we are getting 3 wounds. Because a brutal attack of 3 is 6 against armor of 2, that's 3 wounds. So this is something that we have to take anyway. And just to point it out, the charm will give us influence 4. We can hire the familiars by getting the discount, but this won't give us a crystal then. And keeping or holding on to the improvisation is not possible. And we won't move with the familiars anyway because we will activate them to heal. The movement phase when we get them is already over and we won't have another turn. I like the 2 rerolls. That increases the chance that we can cast the charm with white without using the crystal. And it might mean that if we also roll a green that we can heal more. Both of these things can happen individually. The best case would be that we get a green and a white. Actually, no, we can just use 1 die from the source. Okay, so actually the options are just, do we need a white crystal to power the charm? If we have white in the source, we can keep the crystal. But if we roll a green, then we probably use the crystal to cast charm to then put the green on the familiars that we can heal all the wounds. Because we won't have enough mana to use regeneration. At that point, I think maybe the skill choice was just plain wrong. Getting access to more mana would probably been helpful. But with a source that's just showing blue, it sounded quite pointless. Even though I did produce, of course, with the concentration, for example, red. That could have given me a red crystal and another red token for the next turn. That might have helped. But it's hard to judge up front. And let's see how much use we get of this skill over the course of the game. Alright, but I think we do take the tower now. We are not going elsewhere. This would be movement 7. And again, we do not know the defenders. They are easier, obviously. But I don't see me rushing into another situation where I don't see the token. And picking up a spell will be helpful. Maybe at the beginning of the night we can then hire something in the Mage Tower using Charm. That would be really cool. We do get a second command slot now. Yeah, and as already said, with the odd numbers, I don't think there's any assignment that will let us keep a card. So I think we can just execute that now. With the first blue die, we are powering the stamina for movement 4. This gives us enough to cross the wall and the forest and enter the Mage Tower. This is an assault on a fortified site, so we take a penalty, which counteracts the reputation we've gotten from the orcs. We then use a mana draw to use another source die to power the determination. The reasoning here is that we want to reroll both dice. So we have block 5 that easily blocks one of the attacks. The other attack unfortunately goes through. It's brutal, so it's 6 attack against 2 armor, that's 3 wounds. And then we can counterattack, and it doesn't matter what we power of these 2 cards. One gives us 2, one gives us 3, that's 5, and powering gives us another 2, that's 7. So we use a crystal, unfortunately, to manage this, play the rest of our deck. But it is an attack of 7, which kills the familiars. And it's 5 fame, that's a lot. So we end up at 9. We level again, get our second command slot, and we do get a spell as a reward. And we have already discussed this, that Charm is the best here. And I think I want to take the Charm here because the underground travel would just bring me elsewhere without anything to do with this. And we don't have even a green mana. The Chill is a combat spell that I'm not that fond of currently, and it's pointless currently. So the Charm is really what we want, because it means that we can hire the familiars and heal. That's the most important with these 3 wounds we have. So we do have a card in the deck at least. We do the power up and we reroll the 2 dice. We can think about if we want to heal with the blue crystal, but I don't think I want to heal with crystals at that point. So let's reroll the dice. And they come up quite brilliantly as gold and green. Unfortunately, I won't have more than 1 turn, so I can use only 1 of these dice, but I can at least do whatever I want with these dice. The dummy then exhausts his deck, and we would have 2 turns, but we can just draw the Charm. There's nothing else we can draw. Alright, so there's no way to get another card unless we are getting to influence 7 to pick up another spell. The spell offer refreshes to Tremor, that's of course huge for such a scenario. But let's focus on the turn at hand, which pretty much means that I have to cast Charm. I think there's no way around that. And I could use the crystal now, because I do have to pay a mana for the familiars anyway. There's no way around that. And with 1 source die, I have to use a crystal anyway. So I do use the crystal to power the Charm, pick up the familiars, and use a green to power the healing part. And then I will activate them to heal all the wounds. And I think that's all I can do. At that point I don't need the regeneration again, but I think that has to be okay. It means that it was not a good pickup for the first round, but let's see what else we can do with this in the game. Alright, so white crystal to power Charm. That's influence 4, and we can get a discount of 3 towards the unit. So we pick up the familiars, and we do need a mana for them. This is why we use the crystal for Charm, because we do need 2 mana in total anyway, and so we can empower them that they are better healers. So they give us heal 3, which gets rid of all the wounds. That's quite nice. And we have used our unit, we have used Charm. Unfortunately, we do not get another crystal because we didn't need the discount to get access to the familiars. And that's pretty much it for the first day. I think it went okay. The usual goals to level twice, hire a unit, pick something nice, and we did get a spell. We achieved that. So we are on par, so to speak. Nothing too fancy, but nothing to scoff at as well. And we do start the next night in a tower with a Charm spell. So if we draw that early, or if you take preparation for that, depending on the offer, we can fill the second command slot right away and then go on with the game. Before we make the bookkeeping of the round, we have to not forget to place a shield at the mage tower that we just conquered. And I think I also just put the promise in the discard pile together with decompose, but I did not actually remove it from the game. So yeah, let's remove that. Unfortunately, the dummy gets a blue card, so we could not prevent him from getting the crystal mastery, but we did not want to pick it up ourselves. It's already arguable that with Krang, with Savage Harvesting, where you also discard cards for crystals, the decompose is a good idea, which even removes the card from the deck. But as we have seen, it's already quite nice that we had these crystals, we already used them to make happen what we did plan to do. And we do actually need to use the blue crystal here on the familiars to keep them, and we definitely want to keep them. We do not want to have no units at the beginning of the first night. So yeah, we would have to reroll that anyway, but it was the last turn. Which means the dummy does pick up another blue card, unfortunately. And we have to shuffle his deck, and he does get a green crystal from Underground Travel. So he's at 2-2 currently, and all the red and white cards are still perfect. So if we are not picking up Intimidate, that would be good. If he picks up Force of Nature, it would be yet another card where he already has 2 crystals. So let's just shuffle the dummy deck. Since I'm using the Control of the Office variant, we can still discuss if we want to toss cards. So we could drop the Intimidate, but I think I'd leave it because it's red. If I don't pick it up, it will be good for the dummy. If I do pick it up, well, green will be replacement, so I would have to pick up that as well. It's usually not a good idea to drop a card then just to be replaced by another one, and you don't know the 2 follow-ups because they might be much better. Force of Nature is nice, but it might be that I even want them more, and then he would actually get a green card. So what I'm saying is we should probably leave the red and not pick it up. It's probably the best avenue, but the option would still be there. As for the chill, I will just drop it, which means that I do have to pick up the Tremor now, but I do want to see more spells. The familiars will refresh. The advanced action offer refreshes to a diplomacy, which is a white card, so good for the dummy. It does give influence and you can use it as block, but I'm not sure this is too useful currently. For the spell offer, we do have the Mist form, which is a good movement skill, and the Veil of Mist is a very nice combat skill. Offering Sacrifice, I do not need to introduce. That was the MVP of a lot of my videos. It would give me more crystals, so maybe with Krang that's something to think about. Tremor is definitely the one that you want to pick up right away. And we are the Mage Tower, so depending on the starting hand, this is something you want to go for. Let's refresh the unit offer. Still all silver units, of course. Guardian Golems that we can hire. I'm really pleased to see that. Another Guardian Golem, so we could even hire 2. And the Guardsmen, I would have loved to see them earlier. This would have been a nice opening to go to the village and then use them for the catapults. But didn't pan out because the Utem Swordsman you can actually not hire in a village. We do shuffle our deck. And we are wounds free currently. We do have the charm. That's something that we want to pick up quite early. Well, probably right in the start or not at all, because this would mean that we can pick up units and or spells. We do have the decompose, but you have to think about what we do actually want to decompose for this. But that's pretty much it. The familiars give us 5 influence, so that's something to keep in mind. Alright, that should be enough. Planning is now gone, as is the right moment, which I think was quite a lucky pickup from the dummy. These are the tactics that we can select from. They're still all there. And we switch to the night side, and we again have a depleted die and 1 blue and 1 red. So that's unfortunate, especially that there is no white mana. So if we draw the promise or the charm, we cannot power it right away. The starting hand is a Swiftness, a Crystallize. That's good. That could color as the blue mana into any color we want, especially white. Stamina, so to move away. A March to move away. And there's the Ruthless Coercion, so that's an influence card that we can actually power. I think that's quite nice. But we do have a mana problem. If we want to pick up a spell, we need a green mana. But for picking up a unit, I think that's quite fine. Alright, so what do? We are at a tower. We do want to pick up Tremor, that's 7 influence and a mana. We don't have the green mana to pick it up. We can produce one, so we could stay here for a turn, crystallize the blue into green, then use the Ruthless Coercion with the red die for an influence of 6. We are at neutral, so no bonus there. So we would have to play another card sideways to reach the 7 influence. We do also have the Magic Familiars that can produce an influence of 3. So unfortunately they are not buffed, so it would have been 5 otherwise. Or a movement of 3. Currently the block is the one that's improved to 7. That's a huge amount of block. If you power the Ruthless Coercion, we could even ready the unit again for 4 influence. But since they're only producing 3, that would be a net negative, so yeah, that's not a good plan. To hire the Guardian Golems, we also need 7 influence, like for a spell, but we don't need a mana. So I tend to just go for a unit now to fill the slot, and then start revealing tiles. We do have a lot of movement here. Idea being that we hopefully can pick up a spell by some other means, maybe a maze, maybe a dungeon. Let's see what we do reveal. And it seems the path to reveal, since these are 2 spaces that cost 5 movement, the most likely avenue here is to go to the plains, reveal this tile, and hope that this is not blocked. If it's blocked, we have to go through the glade. Unfortunately, at night, the black mana doesn't do much for us. We only have Charm and Possess, and I don't see me casting Possess yet, depending on what's coming. We need at least 2 tokens for that, so unless it's a City Assault, it has to be a Ruin with multiple tokens to actually make use of that. The Deep Mine is also in the forest, so it's no use going there. We could go back, but it's also 4 movement to cross the wall again into the hills. And to what end? I think we should move forward. But since we are at a tower, we should really hire. I think that's clear. So with 3 from the familiars, you would need 4 more. But this card only produces 2 and 6, so that's not fitting. But I can get a discount. Actually, it's the perfect fit. So I forgot that the Ruthless Coercion has the additional ability that you get a discount of 2 towards the cost of recruiting 1 unit. You do get a reputation minus anyway. Then usual threaten doesn't give you this. So this is 4, this is 3. That's actually quite perfect. So I do think for the first turn we will use those. And the nice thing about it is that this does not cost any mana. We are not powering this. The familiars don't need mana. They need their mana when we hire them. So we can use this to crystallize a source die, which means either a red crystal or we take the blue die and get any crystal that we want. But that would leave a red and we don't have a red card left. The stamina would be good to power. So I'm thinking about just leaving the blue die for the stamina so that we have a follow-up turn. We could also, of course, take preparation and use the blue die to crystallize a white. And then after hiring this turn, redraw cards, have a white crystal. So we, either with a lucky reroll or with the crystal we just got, could play Charm. But it doesn't actually give us a spell because it only produces 7 influence for hiring. So it's technically just 4 influence and a discount of 3, like with the Ruthless Coercion. So we would need the familiars if we want to hire as well. So we would need the familiars if we want to get a spell with them. And we would still have the problem that we can't pay for the spell. So I don't think that's a good idea. It would make the dummy most likely go before us. And we cannot start this. We could if we take the crystallize to power the charm. So let's quickly talk about that. So if we take preparation to get a charm, use a crystallize with a blue source die, get a white crystal, power the charm, then we can get 4 influence and a crystal if you use the familiars to hire the guardian golems. If you use this instead as well, the discount would be 6. That's funny. Actually, no, the discount would be 5. That means 2 is enough to hire them, which would be the Ruthless Coercion. So we don't need the familiars. I think that's the plan. And then we would also get a crystal. So using the blue die for crystallize for white with preparation, charm, that's a combined influence of 6. Yeah, and if you want a crystal, we can't use the discount of charm. So we have a combined influence of 6 to a discount that allows us to hire the guardian golems and we get a crystal. So that's the point. So we would get the crystal back. But we would have used our tactic and we can just hire the guardian golems by spending the familiars. Unfortunately, we will then also lose the ability to ready them. But we could make them soak up damage, for example. But I think it's fair use of them. But could we make it work without using the familiars? If we play a card sideways with Ruthless Coercion, if we power it with the source, we reroll the red die. And that's enough to come up with influence 7. But the readying part doesn't do anything for us, but that's okay. But we would have the familiars open. But we would use a source die, so we can't use the crystallize to crystal. So we can't play that card, so we would only play 1 card. And I do think I like it more to get a crystal, spend 2 cards, redraw, and then see what we do. Most likely we are just moving on. We have a lot of movement in the hands, so we can position ourselves to actually get the spell in some other way. So what about tactics? We talked about preparation. I don't like using Sparring Power in the first night. I think that's better spent for an assault. And if we don't take either one of them will be available in the second or the third night, which leaves Mana Search, which would be good since the source is already depleted. And I would like, maybe even I'm getting lucky right away, rolling white, and we are redrawing the charm, then we could make something work. The Midnight Meditation allows me to replace cards, but I don't think I want to do that with this opening hand. It's just gambling, and if you don't hit anything nice, then it's just wasted. The Long Night might be interesting, but I don't think I'm set up for this because we just gave the dummy a blue card. It's just a minor detail, but last time we tried something like this, the dummy played really fast, he took from the dusk, and the Long Night was completely useless. So I think if I want to go before the dummy, I think I'm better off with From the Dusk. Unless I'm just powering through my cards as well, but I don't seeing it currently. We are playing 2 cards, then maybe we are playing 2 cards again. So this is not a quick pace. And we don't have a hand limit increase yet. We didn't go for the keep. If you're playing with a 6-card hand limit, it's much more likely to burn through your deck. So Mana Surge is looking more and more interesting. We could use that, well, we do have to use that before we use our mana from the source. So we could reroll the gold and see what comes up. I definitely leave the blue, and I think I'm definitely leaving the red as well. But then again, we could reroll red if we are not planning to power this. Just to have 2 chances to hit other colors like green or white, that could be beneficial. Just realized that I put them out in a strange order, but doesn't matter. Okay, so I think it's either Mana Surge or the Preparation play. Let's quickly fix that, because Mana Surge is much earlier than Preparation, obviously. And Preparation to just get Charm, we can't cast it without... If the source would show white, I would actually consider this, because it would give us a crystal. And we are starved for crystals. So the plan would be Mana Surge, reroll, activate them both, take the hit, get the Guardian Golems, redraw 2 cards, take a red crystal, or take, well, not really or, well, with the Mana Surge we can actually look what we crystallize, because I would really like to leave the blue, but I'm not that fond of the red crystal. But we are redrawn 2 cards and we can definitely just go on. So we have all the cards we need to go on. So I can't touch the blue die, I think. That wouldn't be wise. It's a bit sad to use the familiars just for the influence 3, but it gives us a unit, so who am I to complain? Seeing that the source shows a gold die, we are going for Mana Surge to try and fix it, and I think we have a good first turn planned. There's a 2 in 5 chance that the dummy will go before us. Let's see if we are lucky or not. And he goes with Midnight Meditation, so right after us, that's lucky. And it's a card that I'm not usually taking that often. I like it. Which does mean the order stays like this. Krang goes first. And we do use Mana Surge right away. So we definitely reroll the gold. And I do think I reroll the red because we are not planning on using it currently. That was not a good roll, so everything comes up blue. But at least that's not hindering us. So we do play the Ruthless Coercion for an influence 2 and a discount of 2. And activate the Familiars for another influence of 3. That's 5 influence and a discount of 2. And since the reputation doesn't change anything, we are picking up Guardian Golems for the second slot. Unfortunately, this means that we do get a reputation -1, but we are still in the clear. I'm discarding this, and since we did not use a mana from the source, we are using Crystallize. At least we can now keep the blue. Actually, that wasn't that bad of a reroll. The whole point was that we want to power the stamina next turn, and that we can get any crystal that we like. So that's the whole point. But what crystal do we actually take? I didn't want the red, so I won't take one. I also don't want the blue currently, so I do think white or green. Green could power the march, so we would have the option to get even more movement. It could also power concentration. That also opens up a lot of avenues. The white would be good if we draw the charm now, unless we do not really want to play that. We could replace the familiars to not have us cost more mana, but we would end up with 2 Guardian Golems. I'm not sure this is a wise decision. So if Charm comes up, we would probably just play it for the crystal, not for the discount. But it's 4 influence and we need 3 more to actually get a spell. So unless we are drawing either, well, Promise we removed from the deck, and the Ruthless Coercion we already played. So unless we are drawing the improvisation, we will not be able to learn. So taking white for this is probably not useful. We do have a swiftness already, and mana draw is always a reason to keep a white, but we do have the Mana Surge. So I do think I'm taking green, because it can power the march or concentration. So we reroll the blue. Fortunately comes up white, so we do have white mana already. And we do draw 2 cards. There's a Rage, that's not that good currently. And there's a Concentration, okay, funny. So we do have this combo here. Depending on what we reveal, maybe we might get lucky that we can snipe some Rampaging Orcs. Or enter a dungeon right away, that would be even better. But let's see. The dummy's first turn, he plays green, white, and red. So he does not play any further cards. So we place that here as our progress bar. Alright, so how much movement do we reasonably need? So we can start off with the stamina, with a blue source die to get movement 4. Leave the tower, go to the plains and reveal the first tile. I think that's pretty locked in. I don't think there are too many options and we don't have to decide on anything else. Powering the swiftness doesn't do anything and we don't have any other blue cards. Powering the concentration with the crystal is a total overkill, I think, because we have enough movement and you don't need to hurry currently. So I do think going to the plains, revealing this will be the plan. So the blue die powers us the stamina, gives us 4 movement. Krang leaves the tower into the plains and does reveal a tile. So this goes here. We roll for the rose. Comes up blue, so it's rotated once clockwise. And a tile is another mage tower that might be good depending on the orientation. But well, let's see. That's the usual one and we are rotating it once. So it still works out that we have a path to the tower. This will give us another spell if we take it. And we can't actually go here to the center. The tile actually turned out quite perfect because we are adjacent to hags, cursed hags that just need range attack 5, so we can just kill them if we get green mana. And then there's a hill and a plain to get another tower. So for knight, that's quite perfect terrain. Then we can pick up the next spell, and there's even a ruin. Unfortunately, we don't see what it is, but it's a follow-up thing that we can do, and we can then reveal more coastline and then go circle back to the center. So I do think that's a good plan. We did miss to use Mana Search before using our first die, and we can't undo that now. So we can't use Mana Search this turn. But I'm not sure that I would have actually rerolled much, probably one of the blues. It could have given us green, but we used the source die already anyway. So is there anything else we want to do? We can use the green crystal, of course, to use the concentrated swiftness to just kill them. This will not make us level, but it will clear the path. So next turn we can then actually move to the tower. We won't see the defenders anyway, but to get into position. So it's really a turn. It's the question, the age-old question, so to speak, between a crystal and a turn. Is playing one card enough? That's the question here. We would redraw 3 cards. So it would give us a lot of tempo. We do have the Guardian Golems, we have to keep that in mind. Actually, the hags have an attack of 3, so it's completely absorbed by the Guardian Golems, and the poison is actually irrelevant because it only kicks in if the unit is actually wounded. So the attack is nothing that we need to worry about, and we do have a rage that's already 4 attack. So maybe we keep or hold on to the combination here. But we already have seen 1 familiar, so it's very unlikely to have the second familiar token here. I do think I want to keep it slow, draw another card, reroll a die and see what happens. Because whatever we do, if we want to power, we need another mana. And rerolling this and having the Mana Search option gives us a lot of more possibilities, because this is probably too wasteful. We can't even power this because we don't have a red mana yet. We leave it at that for that turn, so we reroll the blue die. It does come up black, so that's not as useful as I said, because possess is only useful if we have at least 2 tokens. And we can't assault the tower and provoke the hex at the same time because of the landscape. Let's see what the replacement card is. It's Savage Harvesting, okay. In the dummy second turn he plays green, green and red. So again, not a color where he has a crystal. I think it was the right decision so far to play it slow. This brings us to our third turn. Now the Savage Harvesting doesn't change that much, it's just another movement card. We already had a march. And for defeating the hex it's completely pointless, unless we want to drop one of them to get our last attack point that we need to kill the hex. So I think I will use Mana Search now to reroll the black die, and probably also the blue, because we don't even have a blue card currently. Although the Guardian Golems of course can be powered with blue, but we are not at that point. So for the hex it doesn't matter. And I do really want to get a green, so I don't need to use the crystal, or even better probably to get a red one, so we can actually just kill the hex with a rage and a march, for example, and having her attack just be bounced off the Guardian Golems. So we're using Mana Search to reroll these 2 dice in the search of red or green. Red can just kill the hex. Dice come up, blue and depleted. That's not what we are looking for, unfortunately. So at that point I'm considering just to use the white die, because I really want to use a die from the source. If we just keep using crystals just because it's convenient, we are really running out of mana quite fast. And we do have white, so we can power the swiftness, but it's not enough to kill him at range. But it's not necessary to kill him at range, because again the attack can just be absorbed by the Guardian Golems. It's just 3 physical, and Guardian Golems have an armor of 3 physical resistant. And to come up with 6 attack, if the swiftness already gives us 3, it's just a rage that we do not need to power. So it's quite perfect because it's 5 points of damage. We don't need to play a card sideways. Unfortunately, after the battle we cannot move, so we have to spend yet another turn. And we have a lot of green cards here. But I feel like this is the best use of our resources, that we can actually reroll something from the source. We don't have to combo anymore, but I don't think with Guardian Golems, with familiars that we can wound, and with regeneration that we even used yet. So I deeply regret taking this. This would have been much better. Even if it's just 1 crystal of a random color, it's already better than not using this skill at all. And currently with these kind of defensive units and with not taking any wounds, we could even kill them at range. So far it's quite pointless, so I don't think we need a concentration swiftness combination. If I draw another rage, for example, and get attack 6, that might also do it for sorcerers, for example, and we just have to deal with their attack somehow. So to continue and finally go on, I think I will play this combination here. So we provoke the hags. Just use the Guardian Golems to bump them into them. Because of the physical resistance, they are not wounded and poison doesn't do anything. And we play a rage with a powered swiftness for exactly attack 5, which allows us to reroll the die and kill the hags. This gives us 3 fame and a reputation. So again, we are in the dead center. And we can't move, unfortunately, so we will have to wait another turn. So we reroll the die. It stays white, and we do draw 2 cards. We are definitely playing slower than a dummy currently. There's an improvisation that's quite interesting. And a mana draw with a white and a depleted die. I like to see that, especially since I do have a lot of green cards. But let's see. Dummy's third turn is green, blue, and another blue, unfortunately. So that's 2 more cards. Another blue and a white. I think I can't complain currently, because he already played 2 very slow turns. And these are 3 blue cards in the same reveal. We definitely still use mana draw before we take any die from the source. There's no point in leaving a gold die there, and blue is also something that we do not have currently, so I will reroll these before we even think about what to do. They come up green and blue, so at least it's an improvement. And at that point I think we have to get going. To assault a tower we need a movement of 5. That's unfortunately an odd number, and we can only produce 2, 4, 6 or 8 even. We used the stamina already, and these are the 2 marches, so there's only 1 movement card left, and another swiftness of course. Because I'm contemplating going to the hills with the Savage Harvesting and dropping another card, maybe even the march for a crystal. Mana draw, concentration, improvisation I probably do not want to drop. We also have to think about that there is a decompose coming up. So what do we actually want to get rid of in the deck? But the main question is, do we power through to the tower now and run blindly into it without knowing the defenders? With movement 6, for example, so powering 1, not the other. That we can do with the source. Or we use mana draw first to turn the green die to the green side, for example, get 2 tokens, power 1, and keep 1 to power the improvisation. Again, not knowing what we are going up against, but that would mean that we can't even use the improvisation because it needs another card to be tossed. So I do think that's not cutting it with 5 cards, that's not good. So do we make a resting turn just in front of the tower, so an unpowered movement card or another swiftness will just do it? If we do that, then we probably want to power the Savage Harvesting. If I'm using the march instead, I can use this next turn. I won't use it more than once anyway. I don't see me discarding multiple cards, but I do still have to decide this before even seeing the defenders. But maybe there's something coming up that I actually want to discard. But then again, I should probably hold on to cards that actually help me with assaulting the tower. But movement 2 of course does help. If I don't redraw movement, this will also be quite sad because then I have to play the improvisation to move. I think that's not a good idea. So do I play this and drop this? Probably not. As just discussed, we need a movement card. Do I just play this, draw 1 card and play it extremely slow? Or do I play this and discard something else? Again, I don't see me dropping this or the improvisation. These are both good combat cards. The mana draw is debatable. It would give me a white crystal and I could redraw, but I do like the flexibility to have 2 mana in the turn of the assault to power this and this, or maybe powering a block card from the Guardian Golems. This can also produce mana, I have to keep that in mind. So maybe replacing 2 cards, getting a white crystal, and then being in place to assault a tower with the march, and having these cards and 2 replacements, because I'm only playing this in the next turn. I liked it more, I think, than just playing 1 card. Well, I can still make the assault with the Savage Harvesting next turn and get a clear crystal then. So there's actually no need, but I would draw slower. I would only replace 1 card. Yes, so that's actually better like this, because then I have 1 more card for the actual assault. And do I actually discard something else? I could discard a Decompose. That would be an option, because the Decompose is quite expensive. We are in the 2nd round, and I'm not really sure I want to continue getting cards out of my deck. I'd rather get them into my deck. I do get a new card if I level now, and I will probably level. Should be at least 3 fame in the tower. And I pick up the Tremor. But again, what card would I replace? I could replace a Rage if I'm picking up the Intimidate, but it leaves the problem of the Force of Nature. I don't see me giving the dummy yet another card where he has 2 crystals. That's just asking for trouble. And I do like the Siege attack. Actually, the whole card I like, because the block 6 is awesome, and the giving a unit physical resistant, if you have a unit like this with 5 armor, that's quite huge. I don't see me picking up the Diplomacy. And what does the Force of Nature actually replace? What would I decompose for this? But I think the main argument is that if I play this now and this to assault, then I either get no crystal at all, or I would have to toss another card, and I have to decide it before even seeing the defender. So I'd rather toss 1 more now and redraw 2 cards, so I do have 1 more card for the attack. It might be quite stupid to discard a mana draw though, because we do have white and it can produce an extra mana. I really don't like assaulting stuff without knowing the defenders, but I do feel like we have a lot of options, defensive options, like the Guardian Golems, the blocking, this ability here, the regeneration, so maybe we are not that dependent on the concrete token. But I think it's a given that we either power the March or the Savage Harvesting. Yeah, I don't see me just playing 1 card. Let's go with this play here. I might regret it, but let's go with it. So we do power the Savage Harvesting to get 4 movement. 3 is enough to enter the hills. We don't see the defenders, unfortunately, and we do discard the mana draw to get a white crystal. So we do have a white and a green now. And we do get to re-roll a die and draw up 2 cards. And this allows us to enter the Mage Tower for movement 2. And then have these 2 cards, these Guardian Golems, and 2 cards we redraw for whatever token comes up. So let's reroll a die. It's green, so it stays green. That's nice. So we have, well, not perfectly nice because we don't have access to red yet. Let's see what we draw. A stamina, so not helpful. And a decompose, unfortunately. Where we could play that on the stamina to get 2 blue crystals, but we might be able to power it to even get all crystals of the other colors. That would include a red one, so that would be nice. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what the dummy is doing. He does still have 6 cards and only 2 crystals. So whatever he does, it's pretty much 3 turns now. So whatever he discards now, we will have a turn. He exhausts his deck, a turn, end of round, a turn. But let's see. It's red, red, and white. So the 3 cards are left over, but it doesn't matter at that point. Okay, so since we have drawn cards that are useful in combat, the question again is if what we do with our last 3 turns. We could make a preparation turn again, just stock up on crystals, maybe use the mana search to fish for red, power this, decompose this for 3 crystals. That would be huge. We would lose a movement card, which we can't replace right away, but we might pick up Mistform later. Let's move 4 for blue, that would be a good replacement. And I do feel we have to make use of these cards. If we just play them sideways now, that's probably not a good idea. But the question really is, can we just assault the tower and see what happens? Then we could keep the decompose for later. That would probably mean that we need the stamina for the improvisation. And let's see what tokens we can actually get. Looking through them, I don't think it's a good idea to go there with 3 cards. Because this will be played for movement, this is not helpful. It's not actually that easy to block with these guarding golems, because you do need mana and it's just block 4. So if you have ice mages, for example, they have an ice attack of 6. Fire block 4 will be efficient, but there's still block missing. Where's this coming from? So to use the improvisation for that, then you are out of luck with actually killing them. So we would probably end up wounding a unit and then using regeneration to heal the wounds that are left over for us. But it's all not good. So I think we need more cards. There will be determination coming up. There will be a rage coming up. There will be another swiftness coming up. So there's a lot of combat cards that we are still missing, which pretty much means that we should probably not just stumble into the tower, but really think again about this play here. I don't like removing a movement card too early, but there is the Mistform. I won't take it if I take the tower because I want a Tremor. But there is a charm coming up, and with the improvisation it would be enough influence, even with the assault penalty, to still pick up the Mistform. And I do feel like if we decompose this regular now, then having 2 blue crystals allows us to pick that up, definitely. And we do have the mana search, we have a blue die in the source that we do not need to reroll now. But I do think I want to try and get a red. But it's risky, because then we have to let go of other colors here. Again, the blue is probably not that helpful, but it might help with powering the golems, if there's a fire attack that we want to block. And we actually can't power them with any other die, that's also a bit bad. If we reroll the blue now and neither blue nor red comes up, we can't even power them. And our crystals don't help either. So actually green and white are actually the colors that we probably want to reroll. This we won't power, but the concentration we would like to power, but it might also just be a mana source. So I do think if I reroll anything, it should probably be the white die at least, because it's currently the least useful. We might draw a swiftness, that's true, but powering it for 3 attack is not the most efficient thing. So I do think I want to reroll the white, and I should probably keep a die that I'm definitely using, which is most likely the concentration, not a blue one. And if we don't hit a red, we will get blue crystals anyway. So I think I will reroll the blue. To get the most out of the decompose, we really have to try and use mana search, and we will let go of the white and the blue die and see what comes up. So it's white and green, so no red, unfortunately. Which means that we either decompose the stamina for 2 blue, or we use the concentration to produce red to power the decompose and get red, green, and white, which does not give us a blue, but at least we do have a red and 2 more crystals. But I don't think I want to do that. The concentration I can power with green, and I can use the mana search next turn again. So I think I will just decompose the stamina regularly, get 2 blue crystals. We are lacking blue mana currently. It's not in the source, we don't have crystals. So let's do that. We decompose stamina. It feels a bit off, but let's try. That's 2 blue crystals to our inventory. And we do keep these cards, definitely. We are not using any die from the source, unfortunately. So we are not re-rolling anything, and we are just drawing 2 cards. There's a determination, that's welcome, very welcome. And we can power it now with the crystals. And a rage. And again, quite welcome. The dummy at that point just exhausts his deck. So 2 more blue cards in there, but it doesn't matter. Which means it is our second to last turn. So we do have to go now. And then we will have 1 turn after the tower once we leveled, where we can actually use the cards we get and the spell we get. And we do have 3 cards in our pile. So even if we are picking up a card and a spell, that's just 5. So if you play everything, we will see everything. Okay, so that probably means that we have to start with March to enter. And then we have a lot of options on how to produce attack or defense, and we can power a card where we actually don't have the mana for. That's the strength of the concentration. For example, we can produce an attack of 6 just with a green die, enter this with this, and maybe power a block combination with the determination here. But it would really be good to see what we are actually up against. We do have to think about mana search, and I do think we definitely want to reroll a green. And since we do not have anything white, we could reroll the white as well. We know we get a charm and a swiftness. Let's see what these 3 cards actually are. Yeah, it's a charm, it's a swiftness, it's a tranquility. So the tranquility can actually draw us more cards if we don't draw them all. So either it's the last card in the deck, or we can use it to draw whatever we haven't drawn. So that's actually quite nice to know. So we could leave that for charm. So we know that we can power it in a new mage tower if you want to learn something. But we should probably then hold on to the improvisation to come up with the 7 influence. So if we can make the fight work without this, and as just motivated even with the extra cards, if we don't draw the charm, we draw tranquility, and then we can get a charm for the last turn. So I'm tempted to just leave that and also leave the green. So I think I will just rerolling this. We definitely do not need 2 green mana, but I do think I will power the concentration most likely to come up either with a large attack or a large block. I feel like I might regret it not rerolling this because we might need the options for the fight now. And we do have another mana search turn next turn if we are missing white. And we do have a crystal if everything else fails. So let's just reroll these. In preparation for the battle, we will reroll these now. But I'm out of luck. It's white and gold again, so no new colors, especially no red. But we have to live with this now, and now's the time. So we do play March for movement 2. We do enter the tower. So Krang enters the mage tower. They are in the plains, so it's easy to reach. We do get a penalty of reputation -1 for the assault. And we do reveal the token, and it's illusionists. That's interesting / sad. Okay, since they are fortified anyway, and we don't have any range attack or siege attack, it's quite pointless to wait, so let's just see what they summon, I think. I think there's no way around that. Let's see what attack we have to deal with. And killing them is just really attack 6, so once I power this, they are just dead. So I feel like this should be more than enough to block whatever they are summoning. And I'm feeling confident we can come by with these 2 cards here, maybe use a blue crystal, and we can keep that and actually to pick up another spell. So let's try that. We can't kill them at range, so let's see what they summon. And they are summoning a Crypt Worm with an attack of 6. Okay. That's actually interesting because if we would have more time, then I would probably just vote for still running them into the Guardian Golems to keep all these cards. They just get 1 wound because of the physical resistance. And we do know that the Tranquility is coming up, so with 1 green die that we actually have, we can just heal them. That would be quite efficient because it saves a lot of cards. But cards, unfortunately, I have more than enough of, so I have to play most of these cards. So this kind of play is quite pointless currently. Which means that I will probably just play the Determination and activate the Guardian Golems. That gives me a block of 4 already, and if I power either, then it will be enough. So either up by 2 or up by 3, doesn't matter. It's 6 or 7 block. And then use the Concentration Rage for 6 attack. Inefficient to kill the Illusionists. I think that's what I want to do. We can only power this with this. And since we still don't have red, we can only use blue. So let's use a blue crystal to power them, or actually it doesn't matter. So let's power the Determination. So we hold on to this for the play to pick up another spell. Alright, so since we do want to draw our cards, we really have to play them. So playing anything with healing or running them into units doesn't work. So we do play the Determination with a blue crystal for block 5. So there's a block missing, so we activate the Guardian Golems. There's nothing else I think we can do today with them, or tonight. There is a ruin, but I don't see me going there next turn, because I probably want to learn another spell. Well, actually, we will see, but I do want to draw the rest of my deck. So this takes care of the attack, it's blocked. And then the source die, the green source die with Concentration and Rage, will produce an attack of 6. That's inefficient against the Illusionist because of the physical resistance, but it will kill them, which gives us 4 fame. So we had 16 and leveling up. These 2 are discarded. This time we mark the tower with our shield right away. Then the crystal is discarded, the die is re-rolled. These are all discarded, and I want to hold on to an improvisation to be able to produce enough influence to maybe pick up another spell for 7, and we do need a mana then, but let's see how we can deal with this. And I do reroll the die first. That's always the first thing you do at the end of a round, and that's quite important because this will determine what mana we can actually use to learn a spell, because we need another green. But then again, if you want to power a card like Charm and then play Improvisation, we don't need a mana for that. We do need white anyway. And whatever we now pick as a reward, the other one we have a crystal for. So yeah, but it would be good to get either green or blue from the source. So the die comes up blue. That's good because I probably want to pick up the tremor anyway and then see with the last hand what I actually want to do. And I don't really want to be forced to take the mist form then. Or the other way around, if I take the mist form now, I don't want to be forced to learn tremor. So picking up the more important spell currently is, well, more important. But I do want the mist form because I trashed a stamina out of the deck. And I do have to replace the movement. So I feel like I have to. It brings us to the reward. First the spell. And I think I'm picking up Tremor. There's no question about that. Actually, there is a question about that because if we pick up the mist form, we can cast it right away to glide over the lake and go to the center again. And if I have to learn it next turn, it's too late to move. So the spell I will picking up next turn, I won't be able to use. But if I pick up the mist form now and then move, I won't be able to pick up the Tremor. And I think that's quite stupid to not pick up Earthquake in a solo conquest scenario. So I don't see me not picking that up. And if I pick up the mist form, I will have it for the next day. And it will come up at some point. So either I have to loop around or I start with this and can then go back. But I probably want to see what the ruins are. And probably in the last turn, I won't stumble into them. Probably I will wait, learn a spell, then it becomes day. I see what the ruins are, and then I can decide if I even want to go there. Because there's nothing worse than just going there, finding out it's an altar that you don't want to fulfill. You have spent a movement, you're at the edge of the map. So I think it's actually the better play to wait for the day and see what it reveals to. So I do want to pick that up. So the Tremor goes on top of the deck. We did again not reveal a skill last time for Breveler, so we don't know what the option is actually. And it's Secret Way, so it's a movement skill that gives us 1 movement every turn. Allows us to enter mountains for 5. And for blue mana, we can actually travel through lakes for a movement of 2. I find that quite useful, really good skill. But let's see what our skills are that we can choose from. The first one is Curse, so we can either reduce the attack of an enemy by 1 or the armor of 1, but it doesn't work on fortified enemies in the range of siege attack phase. And the other skill is again the Secret Guides that we had in the last game, which is 1 movement and 1 block per turn, which is a block from one of your deed cards or one of your units. That's good, that's quite flexible. So from these movement skills, I actually like Brevelers more because it's a movement and more movement options, whereas this skill also gives you movement, but it gives you more block. I like it more in this particular situation because I don't feel like I need that much block, and I've picked up Regeneration. I've yet to use it once, so it's already the end of the second night, and we haven't used it a single time. And I'm not really incentivized to block the damage that would be hitting me if I do have skills like this. Unless I'm getting 3 or 4 wounds, of course, then it doesn't help much. So I don't see me picking up this, unless I want to go for Force of Nature, for example, because if I take Breveler skill, I would have to pick up the Intimidate, and I don't think I want to do that. I already argued a lot against that. It would give us enough influence to learn a spell, but I think with the charm coming up and improvisation, I think we are safe with learning a spell, and the charm will actually also give us a crystal. I do like the Curse. It's quite flexible. It's also one of these skills that changes like the numbers by 1, and more often than not, these enemies with 5 attack, 5 armor, they make you pay a lot, and this can really be the difference here. So yeah, I think I'm barred of this skill because I do not want to take the Intimidate, so let's not think about it too much. Let's decide between these 2. None of these is immediately useful. This Knight, because I don't want to move, I don't want to fight. Reducing an enemy's armor pierces resistances. Reducing enemy attack also means that the attack type is quite irrelevant. So even if it's called fire, you can reduce it by 1. That's huge. That's often quite huge because you then can more easily block it, or it's 1 less wound. So it's quite flexible if you are fighting a lot. And this is just a bread and butter skill that means that your travel becomes much easier. Actually, I should probably factor in that I trash the stamina. So I am lacking movement currently. Even if I pick up the mist form, it's not the same. You always have to power it. Actually, maybe there's an argument to be had to not even pick that up and go for the offering instead. Actually, I think the offer should be refreshed by now because it's a separate step. Let's do that quickly. We do refresh the spell offer after picking up the Tremor spell, and we do see a meditation/trance coming up. But I don't think that changes what I want to go for. I think Mistform or Offering are much better options. Now that I started thinking about it, actually giving the dummy a red crystal, I don't like too much. Well, actually, we haven't given him a red card, but we did give him a blue one. So I think in this sense, I think we should not pile on blue crystals, but we are about to give him a red card, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, so since we are giving him a red card, he will have an equal amount of added blue and red cards, but he has 2 blue crystals. And the question is, do we want to give him 3? Or do we spread the odds, so to speak, and give him a red one instead? But it should probably not dictate what we pick up. But the question still remains, do we pick this up to compensate a little bit for the movement, for losing of stamina? If we have one movement every turn, that probably compensates for this, and then not go for the mist form? Or do we pick up the mist form and then probably this is just too much movement? Seeing that the ruins are in planes, it won't help much, and I hope these are battle ruins and we can take them and there's an artifact or a spell, for example. Probably an artifact because we are short of them. So I think I want to go for this and make it more likely that we can have a nice fight even with the basic combat cards we have. So I do pick the curse and don't pick this for now. Well, I can't pick it later. And this time let's reveal this, but maybe not now because we are still talking about rewards. So for the skill choice, we do not want to take the Intimidate and we do not want to take the Diplomacy, although we could use it right away. But I don't need more block. I really need Siege Attack, block, physical resistance. I like that all, so let's take the Force of Nature. But just to point out, it's not something that we can use right away, so that the influence would be better, but we probably don't need it. Now we refresh the skill offer here. There's Shapeshift. I do love this personally. But in this game specifically, I already started trashing cards, so the stamina would be something that it would be useful for Shapeshift. The problem is not really, so it's one card I tossed. Let's see. Now the advanced action offer is actually showing a movement skill, the Mountain Lore, which I love. It's 3 and 5 movement, so odd amounts of movement, and you can enter mountains, and you do have, it's also a hand limit increase card. Alright, so this was the level up and the reward. So we are drawing. Since we now have 5 cards in our deck, we will draw the 2 we just got, which are probably not useful, both of them. And we do draw the Charm, that's nice, and we draw the Swiftness. So the card that's left is actually Tranquility, but we do not need to heal, and we do not need to replace it, so it's quite pointless anyway. It would be nice to discard it for improvisation, but I think we have enough cards that we don't actually plan to use. So that's our turn. The dummy announces the end of round, and we are in the last turn. So the whole point was to have the Charm with Influence 4 available, which also gives us a crystal of any color that we like, and used improvisation, for example with the Force of Nature, because we don't need that currently. And that would give us an Influence 7. That's a spell. We do have the white mana in the source already. We could use that. The question is what do we want to pick up? Currently we wouldn't have a red, so we would need to reroll first to see if we even have the option to pick up Offering. That's actually a good point. So if we can't even come up with a red mana, then this does produce a crystal, so we could take a red crystal and just pick it up. So this means that we are completely flexible. And we do need to use a crystal anyway, so we can probably just use this. But we could be more flexible. For example, if we do really want a red crystal after all, we could use this to power the Charm, use a red crystal, and then, for example, take the Mist form. Movement, unfortunately, doesn't do anything because we must not leave, and the Tremor doesn't do anything as well. So that would be 2 more influence if we want to, but I don't think we reach another threshold, and another threshold would mean yet another spell or another 7 for the Guardian Golems. So there's nothing, and I don't think I want to double up on Guardian Golems. We do have a lot of crystals currently, so I do feel like we should keep the Magic Familiars at least for another round. So there's no use in not re-rolling these. At least the gold we can definitely re-roll. But what about the blue? It would be nice to pick up the Mist form, but we can't use 2 dice. So it's the question of if we pick it up, do we rather spend a blue or a white crystal? And I currently do think we want to keep the white. So yeah, let's just reroll these 2. We do want to pick up a spell here and just leave it at that for that round. Actually, unfortunately we could move with the Swiftness because we don't need the card currently. Look at the ruins and see if we can do anything with the cards we still have and with the units and with the curse. And if it's not interesting, move back because it's all just easy movement. And if I would have picked up a movement skill, then another card sideways would actually move us back. So this is why movement 3 with another 1 is already with this nice terrain. We could make the round trip to see if it's actually worthwhile taking the ruin. But then again, I think if we can pick up a spell now, we will reveal the ruin next day. It will be easy enough to move then as well. Maybe it's not as an efficient use of our cards, but I do think it would be foolish to try now and go for something like this. And actually revealing something that's more expensive, because then we need to move to the hills first, so it just all falls apart. So let's see what we come up with the dice. So now there is the red. We would have enough red options. If we wanted to pick up Offering, well, we could do that anyway with the crystal here. But I do think I want to go for the Mist form, reasoning here being that we do have the Earthquake to immensely reduce the enemy's armor, so we can just use conventional damage to defeat them, and the Veil of Mist will allow us to give all our units all resistances, and the hero can also ignore the first wound and all effects, so we can absorb a lot of damage, deal a lot of damage, so we don't actually need this siege attack that you usually do for the assaults. So I don't want to play another Offering game where I have to really stock up on the crystals, then use all of them and make this work out. This is a huge restriction on your gameplay, so I do want to try with Mist form. We are playing the white mana from the source for influence 4, the improvisation by tossing the force of nature for another 3, that's 7, which gives us the spell if we pay a mana of its color. So unfortunately we do have to do that now and pay a crystal here. But we do also get a crystal because we are not using the unit discount. And I think at that point I'm tempted to just take a red crystal. We do have a green and a white. Actually, we also have to think about what we want for the familiars. For the familiars, I don't see myself powering the attack from 3 to 5. I do think we have enough attack. Block is probably also not that useful. Again, I have guardian golems already, and I do want to use regenerate at some point. The movement will be interesting, and since it doubles as influence and is both 5, that's huge. This could allow us to pick up some nice unit in Mage Tower, for example, right away in the beginning of the day. Although we do not have a command slot, but we could replace themselves. And boosting healing, I think, again, is not that useful. I really do like the white. We do have a white crystal, but I do think I want to keep a white crystal. So I'm just probably picking a white to just pay off the familiars. We take a white crystal, and at the end of round, we want to pay the familiars a white, so we can actually use 5 movement or influence. That sounds quite nice. That means the source die would be re-rolled. We have played all these. These 2 we can't do anything with. We can't move after our interaction. We did not have a penalty for the ancient, by the way, because we are still at 0. So unfortunately that ends the first night. We did level barely. We did pick up a nice unit. We picked up 2 spells, Tremor and the Whale. Actually, let's refresh the offer. And there is a snowstorm or blizzard. That's nice. Even though I just said that with the Tremor and the Whale that we can just use conventional attack, it's always nice to just snipe some nasty tokens. Yeah, I think we are fine speed-wise, but we have only revealed 3 of these tiles here. We need to reveal 7. And then 1 more, so 8 more tiles before we can actually go to the core unit. So we really have to get going. I feel like the mist form will be helpful with this. And maybe also the familiar, since we just gave them a boost for movement. But we really need to go explore. If the ruins are nice and give a artifact, I think I will still continue there. I think it's legal to explore the coastline tile. Actually, it's not. It has to be connected to 1 tile that's connected to 2 tiles. So we can't actually explore there or there. So we are a bit screwed unless we are using the mist form. I'm just realizing this. But from the placement rules, countryside tiles, so core tiles have to be adjacent to 2 tiles. Countryside tiles have to be adjacent to a tile that's adjacent to 2 tiles. So this was legal. Otherwise you couldn't really explore the coast. But hopping another space is actually not allowed. So I have to circle back or cross the water. That's a bit sad, but we would have had to pick up the mist form before the tremor and not pick up the tremor at all to make that work. So I'm fine with how it turned out. Let's do the bookkeeping. Let's ready the units first. The offering gives the dummy a red crystal. And unfortunately, we also give him a red card. Well, better than the blue one. But now that we gave him the crystal, it's no longer that optimal. We do shuffle his deck. With the control of the offers, we definitely do not toss the diplomacy because it's a white card. I'm not picking it up and I want the dummy to have it. Giving the dummy meditation or snowstorm would be a wash, I think. Although I don't think we gave him a green yet. So maybe we just leave the meditation there and we might pick up the snowstorm after all. We did pick up 3 spells already, so there's no need to pick up that many more, at least not right now, so we should really focus on artifacts and leveling. Yeah, I think I'm leaving the offers as is. The advanced action offer shows maximal effect, so another card that trashes cards, so I'm not sure this is advisable. And we do get another scaling spell, and this is actually quite huge, because it can mean with the earthquake, it's trivial to kill everything. If you have lots of tokens, they all get armor -4, and then you get 2 attack per token. That's huge, but you have to be aware of the fire resistance. So you can't choose the element, it's always fire, obviously. We do burn the tactics, mana surge, and midnight meditation again. I count that as lucky because I'm unlikely to pick that up. Well, I have picked it up in the past, of course, but they are better tactics. And he went after us, and we really needed a turn, so I count it as lucky. These are the remaining day tactics. And since we suck at exploring, we still have silver units, of course. The peasants. Savage monks, now we are talking, but it's just monastery, we don't have one yet. And another thugs, so maybe not the highest priority round, too high actually. We do have the tremor, the charm, and the mist form in our deck, as well as the decompose, which is why it's not actually that big yet. And of course the force of nature with siege attack, which is nice. And let's see what the ruins are. So that's our deck. We turn to the day side, and finally we get a gold mana, a white and a blue, so a wide range of mana. Unfortunately we still have a hand limit of 5, so let's see what we get. There's a force of nature right away, a rage, a savage harvesting, which is good, which means that we can actually move to the ruins. We do have the charm right away, that's also interesting, and a ruthless coercion. So at that point it's a bit much of influence. And since it's the start of day, before even picking the tactic, we reveal the ruins. And it actually is an artifact for a keep unit and a dungeon enemy, and that's quite perfect. Since we can use units and have something like the Force of Nature, for example, we can regenerate, we have Curse, so I think that's fine. But I do not like these cards in particular. Since we are still at a tower, well, hiring doesn't do anything, we don't have a command slot, there are no units to hire, but we could learn another spell, and we would have it right away for this battle. That could mean that we could pick up the Flame Wall, which is a scaling spell, or just Snowstorm, which is just solid and in the open without fortifications for the ruins. That might be the better spell. Actually, we did not pay the familiars, so we have to do that now. We should have done that before, but I think the plan was clear. So we did have to pay a crystal for the familiars, and we talked about the white, and so there was no reason to not do that. So we definitely would have paid the white to get movement and influence. I did this after seeing all the setup, but I think the plan was quite clear, so let's just do that. Let's just count it as we forgot the bookkeeping. Which does mean the familiars are not that helpful currently, because it's just influence and movement, if we want to use the powered version, of course. But I do think I want to dive right into the ruins, but it's so tempting to pick up another spell. So that would be, unfortunately, only 6 influence, because the discounts both don't help, and getting the crystal is actually welcome, because we do always need another mana. Besides powering charm, we also need one to actually learn the spell, which could mean that we take mana steal, but then again, it's a 2 in 3 chance we have less turns. The rethink might be an obvious option to just get rid of the influence cards. And since we can't explore there, we have to think about how we want to go on. And I think I need the spell, the whale here, or the mist form, to glide over the lake. If we would have taken this would not have been a problem, just to point it out, but we did not. So what's the plan here? Probably have to do something until we get the mist form, and then just explore here and hope that we can glide over this, because we cannot enter into the hills or mountains once we are in mist form. So if we are barred from this, we have to move back again. But then again, we can continue exploring. It's actually not that bad. So till then, we can either take a turn to learn and see if we get the spell, or we go to the ruins. And I think I want this artifact, so there's at least 2 turns to go there, to take the artifact and go back. And on the way back, we can actually learn the spell then, because we really have to move back. There's no other option. So I don't think that there's a rush to learn the spell now. And we do have the familiars that give us 5 influence. So we could even just use the Ruthless Coercion with the 5 influence to just learn it now, but it would be a bit pointless. And to point it out, we now have a combo where we can ready a unit. It's just net 1 influence, so it's probably not worth it. We probably ready, for example, the Guardian Golems if we use them for the ruins, if we need them for this. Tactic-wise, I do like Rethink, of course. It at least increases the odds that we go before the dummy. The Great Start, I'm not sure it's worth it. If we rush to the ruins right away and enter them, we only have dust to fight with, and a Great Start could give us more. Actually, we do have 2 tokens now, but we are at days, so Possess is out of the question anyway. Maybe the Mana Steal to learn a spell without using a crystal is not the worst idea. And we could still use the Ruthless Coercion to to ready the familiars, so we can use them again in the battle. I like that a lot. I'm not sure I see myself powering the Ruthless Coercion, because it does cost the mana. I'm getting 6 influence, 4 I could use to ready the familiars. But then again, if I just discard them for Savage Harvesting when moving to the ruins, it's just a red die, and I for once do not ruin my reputation. I'm lacking red mana anyway. So maybe it's a good card to discard, so we would play this for the spell. The Mana Steal could give us the 2 mana, and we hold on to these 2 cards. Unfortunately, we can't do it in 1 turn, again, because we have to interact first, then move. So we would have these cards in hand, and we would start playing again extremely slow. The problem is, if I really want to pick up a spell, there is no faster way to do this. I have to interact now and then move. Unless I'm moving first, clear the ruins, get the artifact, move back, then learn a spell. But I'm really tempted to take the Snowstorm to the ruins, because it's range attack. It might trivialize the enemies, or at least one of the tokens. And then pick the Flame Wall on the way back. That would give me a lot of spells, unfortunately, and not that many crystals. But let's see what the artifact is. So I'm really tempted with the Snowstorm play. I could play Mana Steal to get white and blue. That's enough to power Charm and learn Snowstorm. With the familiars, then I even get a crystal back of any color that I want. I can then use Savage Harvesting with Ruthless Coercion to get a red crystal, move there. But it's 3 turns. Yeah, on the 3rd turn I can clear it if I want to redraw these cards, and I probably want to. So on the 4th turn I can move back, learn something else, and we are not really exploring here. That's the problem. So fast option would be to just go Savage Harvesting, Ruthless Coercion, redraw, then take the ruins, and on the way back use the Charm. But it would block our hand for the battle, and we are still at hand limit 5. The good thing is that with these 2 tokens we probably do level. We get another hand limit and another slot, but we cannot hire anything anyway. But do I really skip the artifact? That's the question here. And circling around is far too much movement. It's already 10 movement to even reach the glade. It does give me gold mana. I don't have anything to heal. And I'm back where I started. So I think I have to go fish for the mist form anyway to to just cross here. Yeah, screw it. Let's just play a slow day without much revealing. I might regret that. I already said it a lot, and it's not the most ramped game yet, but at least it's something to do. I will level, get an artifact. It's not wasted time, but I really have to go exploring then. Let's see how we can manage that. So I do think I take the mana steal, which will most likely make the dummy go before me. So I'm pretty much at the mercy of him, but I do steal the blue. It doesn't matter too much. And I've learned my lesson. I have to use that right away. So let's see what the dummy is actually picking up. So it's rethink. So he does go before me, unfortunately, and he's burning a nice tactic. So I would rather have... He would have played early bird if he's going before me, but yeah. I know that this could happen, but we have to deal with it. So the dummy goes first, and we do have the choice between one more turn in the last day or a great start. Which means the order is now reversed, and Brevla goes first. And let's see what Tony sets. So it's red, blue and green. That's 2 more cards, that white and blue. Not that good, but yeah, couldn't be much worse. But at least he's played 3 cards that are bad. I think we have to live with that. So, first turn, we already planned that through, so it will be the charm now with the white die. And we use the blue one to pick up Snowstorm, with using the familiars for an influence of 5. So we're actually at 9. We do pay a bit over with influence, but I don't think I want to play the Ruthless Coercion to ready them again. And the extra die gives us the Snowstorm right away, which we can use for the ruins. So we get that on top. These 2 dice are used. We do get a crystal because we did not use at any discount. As for the crystal color, I'm thinking about either red or blue, because we do have the other 2. We do have a gold die. We will move now and get a red crystal. And we just picked up a Snowstorm, so we should probably pick up a blue one, so we have a full complement and a gold die. So we do pick up a blue crystal to actually be able to cast a Snowstorm, and we will get a red right away in the next turn. So we reroll it 2 dice, comes up black and red, but we still have our gold one. And since we cannot play any other cards yet, because we can't move before interacting, we do just pick up the Snowstorm. And let's see if the dummy plays again 5 cards. That would really screw us over, I think. So it's red, white and blue, so it's another 2. It's more blue and a green. So again, at least he played 3 of the bad cards and only 2, so the odds are in our favor that he might slow down now. But it's already 10 cards out of a deck of 18. Since there was no information revealed, we just go on with Savage Harvesting, movement 2, and discarding the Ruthless Coercion. This gives us our full complement of crystals. These are discarded. We do move into the ruins, and we really do not want to enter yet, because this would mean that we can't access the source and have 2 less cards. So we do invest another turn, not playing anything, just redrawing 2 cards, which is the Mist form, finally, so we can move away. And a concentration, that's quite welcome. Let's siege attack 5 if you want to. The real problem is the dummy, of course. Let's see if he slows down at all. There's a red, there's another red, and another blue, so 2 more cards. There's another green, and another red. So there's 3 cards left, so at that point it's completely irrelevant what he draws. He has drawn 15 cards already of 18, which does mean we have 3 turns only. So I think the obvious turn order is that we clear the ruins, get the artifact, then play the Mist form to explore and see what the last turn gives us. And there's really no point in stalling, so we really have to hold on to this. This is our MVP card to get out of this dead end. We do have this combination, we do have raw power, and we do have the Snowstorm to just snipe stuff. So I do think we just enter now and see what the tokens are and then plan from there. Krang enters the ruins in the search of an artifact, so we draw 2 tokens. One is a keep enemy, the other one is a dungeon enemy. And let's see how lucky or unlucky we can get. So these are guardsmen, 40 fight, 7 armor. So we are not clearly close to killing them because we don't have that much siege damage. But this is a regular Minotaur, so armor 5, so we can just kill it in range. That's nice. Yeah, I think it's quite obvious what to do. We do have the combination here, where we do get 5 range attack, which just kills it, and it has an attack of 5 that's brutal, so we don't need to block that. And if we move that here, we can symbolize that this enemy can just be run into Guardian Golems again, so the attack is quite irrelevant. And we do have attack 7 just lying here, and we do need a blue mana for that and a green mana for this. So unfortunately, we do need to play the gold die. And I definitely want to power the Snowstorm with this, because we do need the blue crystal that we have to power the Mist form if we don't reroll. So we do have to use the green crystal to power the concentration. We do need 2 mana, otherwise we can't really manage this. We are not using the Guardian Golems at all, but I don't think there's any use to, because again, the attacks are just taken care of. This by range, this by running him into the Guardian Golems. We don't need the regeneration again. We can think about this, but it can't be used obviously on this in the range attack phase. Yeah, I don't think it really makes a difference, fortunately or unfortunately, with these tokens. It's a nice plan. It costs us a crystal, but we play everything but the Mist form, and I think that's good, because we only have 2 turns left after this, so we won't see our deck. I don't think this is going too well, but at least we will get an artifact now. We will not level, because we do not have 7, well, more than 7 fame. We just get 7. That's a bit sad as well. But what can you do? So the first thing is we take a green crystal with the concentration and a force of nature. We have a siege attack of 5 that kills the Minotaur. That's 4 fame. Crystal is discarded. These cards are used. And then we bump the guardsmen into the guardian golems because they're physical resistant. And we need to come up with 7 attack. We can curse him now, but it's pointless because we do get 5 attack here and 2 attack here. They need a physical nor ice resistance, so we do re-roll this die. Discard these cards, get 3 fame. That unfortunately does not let us level. We hold, of course, onto this card. Actually, after learning this spell, we should have refreshed the offer. And there's a restoration, currently quite pointless. So let's reroll this die. Comes up green, not the worst color, but we do really need blue next turn. And what we did that for is the reward of the artifact. The choices between the Endless Gem Pouch, that's quite welcome, or the Druidic Staff. Now that's a pickup. So that's a tough decision here, because this is a lot of mana, a lot of crystals. I like that a lot, and it's a way to get black mana for the assaults. At least just 1, but 1 is more than 0. And we don't have a good black mana source yet. And until we get the assault, we can stock up on crystals. We are always starved for mana, and we do have to get the most of our cards because we are starting to remove them from our deck. We already moved 2. So yeah, and if we roll black next turn, we can actually level because we are lacking 1 fame. The Druidic Staff, of course, is quite flexible. It always is nice to move revealed spaces, especially with the dead end we are currently in. We do have to use the Mist Form now to move to the water, but if we are stuck then, this could teleport us over the mountain range or the hills. So that would be good. Getting crystal, it can also get us crystals. But the really downside of this card is that we do have to discard another card. So it's always 2 cards if you play that. Unless you break it and you get 2 options without discarding. That's true, but that's not the plan for the first time we use it. Well, we do have enough cards in our deck now. But I do really think having a black mana source and getting crystals just for 1 card and the ability to maybe level, I think that's better currently. The healing part is not that interesting currently. I haven't used regeneration yet. And raiding a unit I always like, but then again we don't have that many yet, so I think I will just play that next round, maybe level. So I think I like the Gem Pouch more. So we take the pouch, discard or remove the Druidic Staff, so let's place it under the deck. We did not level, unfortunately, so we are still stuck with a 5 card hand limit. I think that's even worse. They're not getting the command slot, it's quite pointless. But so we are drawing just 4 cards. It's the pouch then, of course. It's an improvisation. It's a crystallize, that's welcome. And a swiftness. So at least a little bit of movement. We already know that the dummy is just exhausting his deck. We have just 2 turns left. And we do definitely play the pouch. There's no point in not doing that. So I'm using 2 mana dice. Comes up gold and green. So we do get a green crystal. And I do think I want to take a blue just because we are using it right now. So I can already place that here because the source is not really helping us. It's also quite clear that we do need to play the Mist Form. But actually it just gives us movement 4. So this is just bring us to the lake, but it does not reveal anything and it does not move us out of the lake. So this hand limit really screws me, and I don't have the time to just move back to the tower and do some shenanigans there, maybe learn something. The units are not helping. Well, if I have taken the Druidic Staff, I could have readied the Familiars for 5 movement, so that might have been a huge oversight. And the most movement I can up with is 5. If I just toss the Crystallizer, I think I have to. So we do have movement 9. We need 4 to move there, 2 to reveal, so that's 3 left. At least that's something, because it's day, so we can move into the forest, because we cannot enter hills and mountains. So that's the only thing that would really kill us. Well, more lakes, of course, too. I think we have to chance it. We have to just get going. So there's no need in stalling now or thinking about alternative options that we did not take. So we do use it for movement, and we do move back to the tower and then over the lake here, because we can enter lakes for 2. So this card is used, but we can still, of course, enter lakes, but we cannot enter hills and mountains for the rest of the turn. So we do scout with the swiftness, and then we only have 3 movement left to enter the tile. Comes up white, so we rotate it once counterclockwise, and that's the regular orientation, and we are moving it like this. And that's obviously bad because now we have mountains which we cannot enter and wasteland that costs 1 more movement point than we have. So suddenly these movement skills look quite convincing. So yet another tile with a mountain range, mage tower. That's the 3rd mage tower and the 2nd keep. We do have a dungeon, that's welcome, but we don't have the time currently. So we are really behind the revealing. So we have revealed 4 tiles of 7 of the countryside tiles, and to actually get to the core tiles we would need to reveal 8 in total, so 4 more. So there's no chance we can do that right now. So the 3rd night or the 2nd night we also have to play with just silver units. And since we can only produce movement 3, we can't actually enter this space. So the question is what we do with this. This was already played, so this is locked in. The good thing is that placing this tile there means that we can now explore here. So these are both legal placements. This is adjacent to 2, and we can even just explore there with the countryside tile. So I think the best course of action is probably to move to the hills, but we can't enter them. That's the problem. So we can use the movement to explore now, or we can just use the crystallize to get another crystal and use the forced withdrawal to get back to the tower. Unless we are moving back to the tower now and just toss these cards. I don't think it makes sense to hold on to the improvisation. So I think the question really is, do we explore or not? And I think we should probably do that. I think I'm not that desperate for crystals currently. So we should probably play it for 3, just explore another tile, see what happens. Do the forced withdrawal. We will get a wound. That's clogging up our hand. We still didn't level, so that's really ugly currently. I think the artifact decision was completely wrong. I should have kept the Druidic Staff. It could have portaled us 2 spaces. Or it might have readied the familiars to give us 5 movement. That would all be enough to just continue. We would be pressured back to the middle of the map, unfortunately, so that's not good. Maybe exploring here and going there is actually better, but it feels so slow and quite unnecessary, to be frank. This one point that we are lacking is really annoying. Actually, we didn't even use this source die yet. What am I even talking about? So sometimes you get into this doom spiral where you think everything is bad anyway, but we did not use a die yet, so we do have 5 movement left. So moving to this dungeon and then having a last turn where we might be able to clear this dungeon sounds really tempting. Getting another artifact would really catch up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not moving back. This doesn't sound like a good idea. Using this to reveal now would leave me with 3 movement again. That's not enough. We could take the chance and reveal a tile and hope that we can enter with 3 movement. But I don't think that's good. It would push us forward, but it's gambling again. And a dungeon is nice. I can regenerate, I can curse. I don't want force withdrawal. I would be at the tower again. I have enough spells, so I think I'm doing it. I'm moving forward. Well, it's not technically forward if I'm blocked then, but I'm so far away from a city assault. I really need to get going forward without leveling. This not leveling really screwed me because I have a huge deck here in front of me, and I'm not seeing all these cards. I'm not playing them. That's really inefficient. This game really was a slog from the beginning. Getting the catapults done, climbing the wall, getting to the tower, then going on, killing another rampaging enemy, going to the hills, going to the tower, at night, not seeing the enemy, so we could unplan for this. Go there, learn another spell, go there. So we didn't travel that much, but we didn't also level that much, unfortunately. And now the game is halfway over, I'm not going through my deck. But let's not whine about it, let's see how far we can get. We do play red source die for improvisation to get movement 5 to get us out of this pickle. So movement 4 is enough to actually reach the dungeon here. And we do play our hand, it's just 1 movement left. We reroll this die and we can at least draw another full hand. Unfortunately, it's just 5 cards still, but we may be able to take a shot at the dungeon depending on what the cards are. And I don't think I need to look into the deck now. The play is clear, let's just see what we draw. So we reroll this die. It comes up gold. I was about to say that's lucky, but we are entering a dungeon where it's night rules, so it's not actually that helpful. It's a bit sad, but we do have a full complement of gems, and maybe I can use the die to just regenerate after the battle. So we have 9 cards left, we're drawing only 5, but what can you do? So there's a mana draw, that's good, that's huge maybe. There's a decompose, a march, a rage, and a determination. So these cards are not that useful, unfortunately, but we do have combat cards and a mana draw. I do like it. It would have been maybe nice to draw Tranquility after all, to just replace it with 2 other cards to go further to the deck. The dummy announces the end of round, so this is our final turn now, and we are sitting on top of a dungeon, so I don't see me moving anywhere else. But I think about it. So the Mage Tower is in Wasteland as well. That's really a rough tile, to be honest. It's not a good tile if you want to go on. And I don't see me conquering a 3rd Mage Tower, so I have far too many spells already. So I'm just staying here, entering the dungeon, I think. But I do have to think about if I want to decompose first. Do I really want to get rid of a movement card? And do I play the mana draw first? And I think I do, because I can then turn the black die red, get 2 tokens. So the gold die is finally useful. I can empower the decompose, get a lot of crystals, which are not green, so a full complement almost. And I have a red token that can power the rage, well, I can't use units anyway, but I can regenerate with this or power the rage. I think that's a good plan. And I can power these 2 cards. And then we just have to see if this works out in the dungeon. Actually, do I have a chance in the dungeon? Where's the damage coming from? There's 4 damage here. I can take the unit. That's 6 damage, but I don't have any defense then. I do have the curse still. I do feel like I have to catch a break, so that might be the final straw that really ends this run. But what else can I do? I'm surrounded by lakes and mountains and swamps, so the only way forward leads through another Mage Tower that I really do not want to take. I'm unlucky that I draw these cards again. I can't use the units. I think I have to risk it. Get another artifact. Hopefully, if I roll a spell, I'm really sad. Well, I pick up the Flame Wall then probably, or the Restoration, but I can't use it anyway, because it's the last turn. This dummy progression with 3x5 cards really screwed me over, but I didn't prepare his deck well, to be honest. So I'm a bit at fault, but it's still luck, of course. I can't get rid of the dungeon. I just can't bring myself to not enter. But do I do all this now, or do I keep these cards that I can at least play them sideways and I can still play them after the battle? I would then have to use the mana draw of a crystal if I still want to power this, but it's actually fine. Yeah, I think I should not do this before entering the dungeon because I do need the cards, maybe to get some block. But how much block do I actually want to get here? Yeah, but I think it's stupid to do that before entering the dungeon. It might be stupid to enter the dungeon in the first place, but it's even more stupid to play 3 cards already and just have 2. It does mean I cannot use the gold die in the dungeon. I could use the black, but I don't have a spell currently. Yeah, I think we are just entering and see what happens. I'm not happy about this, but it's also true about Mage Knight. If the game does go south, you are pressed more and more, and so you are making more and more hopeful decisions or even bad decisions, and stuff just piles on. I did realize too late that this is actually a dead end with the placement rules, but it was really tempting to kill these enemies. They were just so easy to kill. I could have played a concentration on them with swiftness, but I even killed them more easily and then just moved there, even if it was at night, to pick up the tremor. I think that was the plan. So I think it's okay going there, but if I have realized this is a dead end, but then again there's a swamp, so did I want to go somewhere else? Let's not dwell at it now. There's lots of time in the postmortem that I will probably do now, but let's enter the dungeon and see what happens. So Krang enters the dungeon, taking his chance, and we will see what we get. We are not playing any cards before entering because we can play them sideways still to make something work. We don't need all these crystals. We have a full complement, so I don't think that's a good reason. The only reason would be to use the gold die first to get to red mana, but I think wasting 3 cards before even seeing the token is probably even more foolish than entering the dungeon right now. Let's see what we get. And there is a Medusa, so usually I would be quite happy to see that, but we don't have any range attack, so this is why I'm not that happy to see that. And without blocking it, we are screwed. But I think it's quite still a perfect token, not a perfect maybe, but Determination always blocks it. We can't use the unit obviously, but it just means we need 1 more card. Actually we don't, because we can just reduce the attack by 1. Curse would be so nice with a swiftness, but we don't have one. So we just cursing her, reducing her attack by 1, then playing Determination. We can't use the gold one, so we do need a crystal for that. And the rage will just kill it once we power it, so we need a mana for this as well. But I do think I use the white crystal here then to turn the black die red, pick up 2 tokens. So at that point it would have been better to prepare before, but again, you don't know what tokens you get, and I think that was the more prudent play. 1 for this later, which means we curse the Medusa, the attack is reduced by 1, so we block it with Determination. We power the rage, it has 4 armor, so it's dead. So the crystal and the mana token are discarded. We do get 5 fame. We do level, let's make room for this. So we finally get our hand limit, but it's pointless for this round at least. The Medusa is discarded, the curse is used. We also use the mana draw of a crystal, so we can discard this and the crystal. But we do have the token left, we can power Decompose, get rid of another movement card. It's really a brilliant idea if you still want to reveal for spaces. But I do feel I need the power, so I will do that. Do get a blue, a red and a white crystal, so we are restocking crystals. So this is also used. We don't have anything to regenerate, unfortunately, and this is the end of the round. So we do get the level, we already got that, and we do get an artifact. That was the whole point, unless we are rolling a spell. So let's roll the Wheel of Fortune. And of course it comes up golden, which means for a dungeon, gold and black, the non-basic colors are a spell. So we do pick up a spell. And at that point, the question is, meditation is quite pointless. Well, we do have a small deck, so maybe that's not the worst pickup. But currently we are playing so slow that more cards wouldn't even help. The Flame Wall is an interesting pickup for the city assaults. Restoration it's healing, and the last thing I currently need is healing. I have regeneration and I've never used it. We are already 3 rounds in, so I think I'm never taking this again over a mana skill, because they are just much better for everything. Mana is so versatile. Healing is just one thing that you could use, maybe. But if you pick up Guardian Golems and kill stuff at range and just block it and encounter Medusa, which would paralyze you, regeneration is not that useful actually. So it's really the pick between meditation and Flame Wall. But I have so many spells already, and I think I'd rather take the Flame Wall to have a chance in the city assault. Let's just take the Flame Wall here. So we are picking up the Flame Wall. We won't see it that that round, of course. Unfortunately, our deck still consists of 5 cards that we haven't even seen. That I'm not that sad about. The swiftness would have been nice, but then again, making it even more efficient. To what end? Maybe to save a mana. The tremor, yeah, I think I picked that up for the city. Maybe it's also not that bad that we didn't see that. And more movement, of course. That will bite us, because removing all these movement cards and not playing them means that we are really just stuck like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces from the portal after the end of the 3rd round. But what can you do? That's the end of the round. We didn't even use the guarding golems, but we did use them, so to speak, not by activating them, by using their armor. Replacement spell is the expose. Usually I would be quite fond of this for city assaults. But then again, I'm not going for a ranged strategy. So exposing everything and then to kill them with what range? I picked up siege damage so far. Those units don't have ranged. Savage monks would have been nice, but we didn't have a monastery. So it's also probably because we did not explore enough. There's no guarantee to find one. But if you explore more, then, well, there's a larger chance, of course. So we don't have that much range attack. And we did just pick up a flame wall, so yeah, it is what it is. We do get rid of the rethink and the mana steal. That was an unfortunate pickup of the dummy. So the worst of the 3. Like the early bird would have been better, obviously, to leave me the rethink for the last day. And if we would have picked up the Great Star, that would also have been fine, and I would have 1 more turn, and that would actually have useful. But I did have 1 more turn for the first 2 rounds. I was lucky with this. I said it both times that I count myself lucky. So I can't be lucky all the time, unless you're picking like lower tactics. So we burn them. Dummy picks up meditation, so that's another green crystal. And I do think I want to get rid of the green spell probably, to not pile on green crystals. No, I have enough spells. We give him the white card, which is really nice. That's the first break we get. And we do remove the Mountain Law because he now has green crystals the most. So we give his deck a good shuffle. The advanced action offer, he refreshes with Heroic Tail. No, that's not too helpful, I think. But a Pathfinding is huge, of course, because that's a movement card that I really need to really breeze through the map. Spellifer refreshes Whirlwind or Tornado. And since we are still stuck at silver units, we get Crossbowmen, so some range attack after all. Another Crossbowman, okay, so more range attack. And the Foresters, that might actually be good for movement. But it's a level 1 unit. Do I really want to pick that up in the second night? The source starts depleted again with 1 gold die and a red and a white. And these are the tactics that we can still pick. And we finally, after shuffling our deck, draw up the first 6 cards. Before you forget that, we should also mark the dungeon with our shield. But we are really interested in the first hand, of course, and finally we have a hand limit of 6. So there's a snowstorm right away, an improvisation, a swiftness, concentration, a decompose again, and a savage harvesting. The second night usually should be a place where you target the first assault, but we are nowhere near the first city, so it's completely out of the question, basically. The goal of this night should probably be to just get going, to reveal, to actually find our targets. And in this sense, I'm eyeing preparation just to get the mist form so we can glide over here and just go on, because this is really, there's a blockade of another mage tower, another keep. I don't want to take them basically at that point. It's just slowing me down. It's the wrong direction even. So we do need to cross the water. We did not take up Reveler's skill, so we can't. So I do think preparation might actually be a good idea. The source is unfortunately quite bad. One depleted die and a red and a white, which are not the movement card colors, of course. We do have Savage Harvesting, so we would need a green for that. We would have Swiftness to move. That's nice at least. That's 6 movement. And we do have an improvisation, and maybe at that point we stop decomposing and just use that. So there's another 5 movement if you power it. And we do have mana if you want to. So currently this would not need to be powered. And if we take the mist form, we would need a blue mana as well. Of course, we have all the colors as gems, but it gives us a combined movement of at least, if we power nothing, it's 7. With the mist form, it's 11. If you power them all, that would be 3 mana, and it would be, well, 1 mana we need anyway, but these 2 we could add to add 2 more movement points each. So instead of 11, we would have 15 movement. And this can help us powering, or it's another 2 movement. But to have a chance to move anywhere, we really need that spell. So do we take From the Dusk, just take more time, or the Long Night? With such a dummy deck, inspiring power for a city that we probably do not even find. We need to reveal 4 tiles and we don't have the power yet. So we probably have to take a city a day. Tremor will still work, it will be not as effective, but a Flame Wave won't work and the Whale will also not work. So I'm always coming back to this thought that if we take Inspiring Power, for example, to what end? For what assault? I won't even get there if I don't get going now, and I really need to cross the water. The map is really bad for me. Of course, you don't know that when you start, but once I revealed that tile, I should probably just have gone there. I think that was also a mistake. I again forgot about the familiars at the end of the last round, so we do have to think about if we want to keep them or not and then pay them a crystal. I think with these many slots and one being open, we definitely want to keep them. And since I forgot about that and revealed a lot of information already, I think I will just keep it simple. I think it is clear that we would have to move forward, so attack, block or heal is really not that useful. So if you use them for movement, we would appreciate another 2 movement points, so we just pay a white, so this one is gone and we do have to pay them a white from our reserve. Before we decide on a tactic, let's make a bit of space to see where and how we can explore from here. We do need to place 3 more countryside tiles before we can even get to the core tiles. And it would probably be good to include one of the coastline tiles. So that would be the coastline tile that's still open in my current row. That's the coastline tile of the next row here. And obviously we could also place one here. So this route would be nice to place a core tile here. But I'm not sure I want to circle around all these or rather invade them. The Mage Tower is in Wastelands, that's 4 movement points. And again, we had Knights, so it's a bad time to assault any of them. And we do have a lot of spells already, so I think we should really push forward and not waste our time now with another Mage Tower. The keeps could be interesting to build up a supply line to get a hand limit increase that we might need for the city. So that might be a plan at 7 movement to go here. Then we can explore a countryside tile and hopefully don't have too much of a problem then going like this. So maybe I just put a grid here as well that you can see that this would be a possible avenue. But I am seriously considering just circumventing all of this and just using the mist form to go over the lake here and then just go exploring here. The problem really with mist form is again that we are squeezed in between hills and mountains. So if this is not a traversable field for us, so another hill or mountain, then we would be stuck right away. And of course we would need to take preparation, otherwise we won't even have the mist form in hand. So maybe it is the better option to just take the keep. It should not be hard with 2 units to take that. We can regenerate, we can curse, so hopefully this is enough. This might have been a reason to not put a white crystal on the familiars, but I think I want to stick to the theme that we really need a sense of urgency now. We really need to press on, otherwise it's quite hopeless. Or let's say even more hopeless than it currently seems, because we are nowhere near the first city and we are in a second night where we really would need to make the first assault. But taking a card, it might get us stuck, suddenly doesn't seem like a good idea. We do have a lot of movement, and we could use the improvisation, of course, to help with blocking or attacking if there's a tough enemy in the keep. At this point, I don't think I want to discard anything for Savage Harvesting, and I really like to get rid of Decompose as well, to not play it again. Seeing that we already have 4 crystals currently, and this is really biting through our deck. But I think I want to forego the flexibility of improvisation just to come up with an efficient movement 7 to just take the keep. That could be these 2 cards, for example, keeping this combination here. It will not be helpful for a keep, obviously, but these are just good cards to have in general. Which could mean that we take the red die, for example, for improvisation. But we do have, of course, more red crystals, and powering the Savage Harvesting as well would cost us a green. So maybe this is a reason to just play the Swiftness and not hold on to it. But again, we are stumbling into the key without knowing the defenders, and we have to have attack from somewhere. Even if we activate both units, it's just attack 5. So there are tokens for which that would not be enough. So maybe we have to keep the improvisation open just to be flexible. Yes, I do think that's not a good play here, so let's remove that. What about the familiars? I think with 5 movement, this also makes us achieve movement 7 quite efficiently with Savage Harvesting and then familiars. And the nice thing is that we even have an open mana that we can use to regenerate. And we do have the improvisation at hand that we can also power. I think that's fine. And if we draw the Ruthless Coercion, then we can even ready them again to move 5 again. And I think I like that a lot. So I have 1 less unit, but can hold on to my cards, even though I do want to get through the deck before the dummy declares end of round again. But this will give us a hand limit increase, and maybe we can take another keep, and as said, this might even help with the city. But what's the tactic that supports this? I don't need preparation then. We could hope that we get to the city and use Sparring Power to build up some power. But the way the game is going, I think I should not plan for this. And this would just waste it and prevent us from using this in the last round, if the dummy doesn't play it. So I think I'd rather go for a longer night, so to catch up. And I wasn't even talking about a tactic, but it fits the theme. The question really is, do we take the chance to not go first, to then be able to prolong the night? I think we have to try. It's a 2 in 3 chance that the dummy goes after us. And if he really limits then it's this, then we will have these 2 tactics available for us. And this would allow us to play a little bit faster. Yeah, I think I do have to try this. If the dummy really plays from the dusk, that's, well, I can't prevent it, obviously. would I then have rather taken from the desk myself and not have these 3 cards? I think I'm risking it. So after careful deliberation, I think it's too risky to take the mist form with preparation, because we could get stuck here if this is also hillside or mountains. And then there's really nowhere to go with mist form. We would have to glide around like this. And so it's much easier to just play an early tactic, loop around to the keep, take that. It's just in hills, so it's 7 movement to get there. 7 movement is not that hard to come by currently, and we do have the Guardian Golem still and an improvisation. So we are moving there now, and we are taking Long Night, chancing it to have a 1 in 3 chance that the dummy even goes before us. That would be unfortunate. But since it's more likely that he's eliminating one of the cards that we might want in the last night, at least I want him to pay for that if he picks one of those. All right, let's see what the dummy does. And he's taking preparation. I think I like that, because it leaves me the sparring power play for the last night. So Krang goes before Brevla, and we are in our first turn. And the first turn is to play 2 movement, not discard anything. Activate the Magic Familiars, we already marked that, to get 5 movement, since we picked the white crystal at 7 movement. So 4 movement brings us to these planes, and another 3 makes us assault this keep. We do get the reputation penalty. And before we lock that in, let's have one final thought about if we want to toss anything here for a crystal. One of the cards we need to toss anyway for improvisation. So I marked this the decompose for that use case. But there's an argument to be had that these 2 cards are both not that essential, because range damage in itself won't do anything here. And it could give us a white crystal, which would allow us to play improvisation with decompose. And since we have taken a Long Night, getting rid of 1 card might not be that bad. Then again, if we leave that and reveal here and have some Rampaging Orc, then we might be able to just snipe it to not make it like block us in a major way that we lose too much time to progress. So is it worth to burn through the deck because we have Long Night, get a crystal, or do we want to keep this? We could also, of course, toss the decompose, which would mean that we can see what the token is and then decide if we want to toss this for the improvisation. But I don't want to get another red crystal. That's the main point, and I'm not tossing this. We could, of course, also move with the swiftness and just keep the Savage Harvesting to see what comes up. Am I playing too slow if I'm just playing 1 card? But I do have a fight in front of me, so we probably play this, because we do have to kill the enemy, and the Guardian Golems are not that much attack. So it's quite likely that we power this to get 5 attack, for example. Maybe use the curse. But will this do any good then? Because we can't power it as well. Well, we can if you use a crystal. So it would be more attack. Yeah, I think that's the problem with these tokens that are not revealed yet, that you actually have no idea what it is. And you can optimize so much in Mage Knight if you know what you're up to. And these kinds of hidden information really screw your efficiency, basically. It prevents you from making an optimal turn. But it's our fault for not revealing this earlier. We already played 2 days without revealing the garrisons here, because we got really caught up in this plot here at the coastline. Okay, so I'm not tossing anything, because I really want to keep this easily. So we do not toss anything to be more flexible, because we do not know the defenders. Let's see what this token actually is. It's Utim Guardsman. So we need 7 attack. And again, we can just bump the attack into the Guardian Golems. We don't need regeneration after all. We can curse them to bring it down to 6, but I don't think it makes a difference. We do power the improvisation to get 5 attack. We can curse them, because the restriction really just says that you cannot use this in the range and siege attack phase on a fortified enemy. But if the enemy is not fortified, or you are not using it in a range siege attack phase, it's fair game. So this brings down the attack or the armor to 6. We have 5 points already, which means that another sideways card is enough. So is there any other way to do this? We could, of course, use the Guardian Golems to get the 2 attack that we need. That would not use the curse skill and would preserve a card, but I don't want to preserve a card, I think. We just talked about being more flexible. And I think keeping the unit open is better than having the swiftness at that point, because we are at Long Night and we just redraw and we have an handlement increase after taking the keep, so we will draw up to 7 cards. And where else would I get attack points from? If not from the Guardian Golems, then from concentration. But that would mean I have to pay a green mana, not a red, and we only have white and red in the source. Also, to just point it out, we could use the improvisation for 3 attack, not powering it at all, and use the white mana to power the swiftness for an attack of 6. With curse, we can again kill them. That would change the die that we are using. But seeing that I don't have white crystals, but we do have a red die from the source, I'd rather preserve the white die. So I think I'm leaving it like it is. So I don't think there's any combination that I rather want to play, which means assault, get the penalty, ignore the attack because the Guardian Golems just absorbs it, curse the enemy to get the armor down to 6, play 5 with a red source die and improvisation, and a sideways swiftness for 6 attack. That means we have played almost all our cards, but we will have an handlement increase anyway. Am I stupid? I'm completely ignoring the snowstorm here. Yeah, so I totally overlooked that we already have the snowstorm in hand. Probably because we arranged all the movement cards like this, that this card escaped my view. Does this change anything? I don't think so, because I don't think ranged Ice Attack 5 does do anything for us, and we would have to power it with a blue crystal, and just sniping them from range wouldn't work because they are double fortified, even if we could produce black mana, which we can't. So I do think we just hold on to the card and are fine with this. Maybe there comes something up that we can actually snipe then. There's actually also a good guarantee that any marauding orcs here won't like hinder us a lot if we can just snipe them with Snowstorm. So yeah, I've completely forgot about the card, which means that we will only draw 5, but I think that's fine. Alright, so the Snowstorm doesn't change anything, so we just discard our cards, reroll the die. Does also come up white, which is a nice complement to our crystals, but really restricts our source usage. We place the curse back, we do get 3 fame, and we do mark the keep with our shield. And we do draw up to 7 cards now because of the hand of an increase of the keep. So we do get another swiftness as a replacement, a determination, so more combat, a mana draw. Okay, that's nice with the white mana and the gold one, so we can repair the source. There's a crystallize that might be a play, and the end is Gem Pouch, so a lot of mana. Unfortunately, not that much movement. So it's the dummy's first turn. Red, blue, red. That's good. One more card, another blue. Alright, so no white ones at all. I do like this. He seems to give us a break. Alright, so we have taken the keep, and we are in position to reveal the next tile. And we hopefully can circle here to, or at least go here. Also place this, that we are done with the countryside tiles, and then we can go on and look at this tile. Maybe we can even take the keep here to get another supply line increase. But we do almost have no movement. I do think we will play this because there is no sense in holding on to this until we reach a city. And I'm not breaking this, so let's just use it. Then we do have these combat cards. So Determination, Snowstorm, Concentration. Unfortunately, no power defense gives movement, so we can't use this for movement. We do have move 2. We probably should use that to at least see what this tile is, which leaves us with the mana draw and the crystallize, and I do think we need to play on. I don't want to take this slowly here. We are holding on to enough cards already. So I probably want to use the mana draw, but to do what? I think I can just crystallize a white and hold on to this. I think that's slow enough. So we would play the Gem Pouch for crystal, the crystallize for crystal, and the swiftness finally to reveal a tile. And we can actually do that the other way around to have more information. There's no loss in doing it like this. And maybe we do need more cards. Maybe we do move with sideways cards. Maybe that's more important than getting crystals. But that would make use of one source tile. We still have white for the next round to repair the gold. Because if I turn it to one side, what would I even power with this? We are the keep, so we could think about hiring. But where's the influence coming from? We have spent the familiars and we can't ready them right now. And we had -1, so they cost 7 influence, so there's really no way to hire anything. Yeah, I think that settles it. Let's reveal a tile first, then stock up on crystals, and then just redraw 3 cards. Swiftness is the only movement we have, so we play that for 2, lock it in, and then place a countryside tile here. The rose comes up red, so rotating twice counterclockwise. Unfortunately, there's a lot of forest, but there is a monastery, that's interesting. But it's a bit late for the monks, which just means that if we would have explored earlier, we could have picked up the savage monks, which would be a huge difference again. So I'm definitely guilty of not moving forward fast enough in this game. So that's the regular orientation. We rotated to red. That's 2 rotations. Oh, that's actually so perfect. Okay. So we are adjacent to the monastery where we could learn Crushing Bolt if we could come up with 7 influence again. There's a rampaging enemy, as we said, which really blocks our path. So having the snowstorm is really good. It just blasts them. We just need a blue mana for that. There's a glade, but it's in the forest at night. That's quite pointless. And there's a blue crystal mine. That could be interesting. But then again, we probably should reveal here first. See if we can step here and reveal from there. So it's just less movement. Alright, so we played this to have the information up front. And I think that was quite worth it. Because if we could move here, we can just play the snowstorm to kill them. Which would mean that we need a blue mana where the mana draw comes in. So if we play the mana draw now, we could take the gold die, put it to any color, and we could put that to blue. Let's mark this like this, but I don't want to destroy the color it had. Use 1 blue to crystallize and 1 to play the snowstorm. That would just kill them, which does mean I would need to play 2 cards sideways to move. I would still be in the vicinity of the keep. I would play much faster through my deck, but I do have long night. It would mean that I'm skipping on 2 crystals unless I'm playing this sideways. Yeah, and I think I should actually do that. I'm always hesitant to waste concentration, but this is just 2 crystals, and this is just 1 mana, basically. And we have played both Swiftness already. We are killing this with the Snowstorm, so there's really no point in holding back on this. Yeah, I think I should probably not toss an artifact. What is a bit sad is that I do have the Curse, and it's not fortified, so I could even reduce the armor to 3, and then a regular Swiftness would just do. Or if I would have a way to level, I could... Actually, no, the Crushing Bolt is in the monastery, so I can't take this. So I'm trying to optimize to not need the Snowstorm, and we should actually talk about the monastery as well. Because if I burn it down, something like a snowstorm is really almost a guarantee that we can just finish it, especially if we could come up with black mana. So instead of killing this, we could even step inside here, but that would mean that we should keep the mana draw open for a snowstorm play, which could give us an artifact. It would screw our reputation, but then again, we don't have that much influence anyway, and it is going downhill quite fast. But how do we get to core units if we finally get to the core tiles? But I should probably do this, level up, and then I can take the pathfinding to move on. Or take the heroic tale to finally have an influence card that gives influence 6. The monastery will set up back to -3, but we will kill this we have to move on. It's unfortunately a bit backwards, because with the heroic tale, after leveling, we could learn the crushing bolt. So we could think about leveling with this, it's 4 fame. So play the snowstorm after all, pick up the heroic tale, learn the crushing bolt, and then defeat the monastery. But now I'm planning out like getting XP, leveling, getting an artifact again without moving on. So we should really balance this. And I think the main question is, do we actually burn down the monastery? Because it will hamper our ability to hire, and I think we need a good army. But it is a second artifact, of course, because the dungeon doesn't give us one. The question also is, am I playing too fast? And maybe I am, because the dummy, we are going before him, it's our second turn. So we could spend the turn just stocking up on mana, as said. So let's remove that. Keep the mana draw for the next turn to see what we want to do then, as with the snowstorm. And just go with the original plan to just pretty much use one of them to crystallize now, reroll 2 more, draw up 3 cards, and then if there's any amount of movement, it will be more efficient. And then we can think about if we want how we want to shuffle this. It all depends on what the dummy is doing, obviously, if he's speeding up or not. But I do feel like with having revealed no white card yet, maybe we do have enough time. And I think we should really pick up the artifact and definitely kill these orcs here as well. Battling more would mean that we get the most of our skills, like of the curse here, and maybe also the regeneration, if there comes up a play where I'm not killing them at range, or can just bump them into the guardian golems after all. But making the most of your skills, being efficient like this, that's the point with these kind of combat skills. Actually, this is what I said in another video with Erithia's skill, like hot swordsmanship. It's nice if you're battling a lot. If you're not battling a lot, if you're more getting into position, moving, hiring, all that stuff, then a movement skill is just so much more value. So I do think I'd take it a little bit slower to not waste all these nice cards, because we have a lot of opportunity to use them right now. Yeah, playing 3 cards must be enough currently. So there are a lot of options on what to do. Moving to the monastery, killing this, maybe even going down and burning it right away, or going here, killing this, leveling, taking the heroic tale, trying to learn the crushing bolt. But let's see what we do next turn, and we stick with our original plan on getting a lot of crystals. So first we roll, but I don't think it changes anything that we will use a white source die, so yeah. But let's roll first. Comes up white and black, so we do actually get 2 white crystals then, which I do like. So this is the one from Crystallize, obviously, and the black just gives us a fame. So we are at 32 now. We've played all these 3 cards and finish our second turn like this without playing anything else. So we roll the white die. It stays white, so we have a lot of white mana currently. And let's see what the dummy does. I think that's most essential to see what the dummy is actually doing. If he's playing 3 cards or 6, that's a huge difference. So there's a green that's very nice. Another blue that's also nice. And a red, I like that. I think it's okay. On a scale of 0, 1, 2 or 3 extra cards, having 1 is actually nothing to complain about. And we reveal another blue, so no white yet. I absolutely love that. That might be the break that we need. And just realize I'm not doing my progress bar anymore. So I'm putting them here that we can have this as a reference. So that's his second turn and brings us to our third. We should have drawn up first. And since we are still standing on the keep, we do draw up to 7, so 3 cards. There's a force of nature that might be huge, because that allows us to kill this just with the curse. That's so huge. A ruthless coercion, that allows us to ready the familiars. And a mist form, which is movement. But it does mean that we have to think about how to move now. If we pay for this, we really want to get the most of it, so we have to move 4. We could move here, for example, to kill them, but then we are moving out of the monastery. I think from what we strategized before, moving 2, using the force of nature to kill them, to level, maybe take the heroic tale, fix our reputation, pick up the crushing bolt, and then burn it down would be preferable. But we are talking about 3 turns here, and that is a huge investment. We could just skip the heroic tale, and we probably should. We should probably take pathfinding and just play the ruthless coercion. We could even power it to get an influence 8. We actually would need to do that so that after -1 we are at 7. So that we can actually learn the crushing bolt. But I don't think that's the right play. We don't have another influence source, so we could not use this to ready the familiars as well. And I do think we should make the most of Krang's ability here, that we can ready level 1 and 2 units by paying 2 influence per level. So 4 influence will irradiate us the familiars, or we skip interacting at all. I think we should not go after the crushing bolt. We already have the force of nature, and spending turns now not revealing the city and getting in position, I think it's not cutting it. So we should probably just kill the orc and burn down the monastery, or even skip burning it down and just move on to the keep. So revealing here and take another keep. I've completely forgot that I'm still sitting on the keep. So the concentrated ruthless coercion play would give us 7 influence, and we could hire a unit. I think that might be good, because if we get to the first city, the Veil of Mist could make us have a really nice first assault. So I'm again planning for an assault where we are not even near yet. So where's all the movement coming from? I've already thrown out 2 movement cards from my deck. So this is just too perfect to not just kill the orcs with the curse. Readying the familiars will give me 5 movement, and I don't need to power it for this. So 4 influence would be enough. That's even wasting 2. We didn't talk about the tower at all because it's movement 4 and I don't want another spell currently. I don't think restoration will be beneficial to us. Expose is nice, even at day. That would be something to think about. Whirlwind, I don't think we need to pick up. We do have charm, we have to keep that in mind. So maybe we do draw it after defeating this enemy, so we can, well, we can't hire then. So maybe picking up a unit here with charm is the play. I'm getting the feeling that I should not use ruthless coercion at all, but it would mean that we have 5 movement less. But we could use movement 4 to go here now, kill this, and try to move on. Reveal, maybe take the other keep. Unfortunately, we do have already played the other green movement card that we have, the other March. Both swiftness. We eliminated the stamina, so there's only 1 in the deck left, and we also played improvisation. So what are actually my options to continue moving? The familiars might be the MVP here. So this should be really counted as a movement card, as does the mist form. This could give us the monastery. This gives us the orcs. And again, we are lacking the movement to assault the orcs in the first place, unless we are playing 2 of these cards sideways. And I don't see me doing this with the mana draw. If I play this now, what color could I even pick? 2 green doesn't do much. 2 blue could be interesting for the monastery. I don't even have 2 red or white cards or effects to power. And I do want to fix the source, so just taking 2 dice, which would be 2 white, is pointless. I'd rather take 1 white die and put a gold to white. But I don't even have a white card, so what am I even talking about? So I do think, after all, the best course of action might be to just move 2, then play the Force of Nature, which does need to be powered, unfortunately. So there goes our last crystal. Although the concentration can power it, of course, but then I would need another card for movement. Yeah, but I think that's the best plan that I can currently come up with. It might not be the fastest one, but it clears this token that we need to in a very efficient way. It moves us forward. We are still in the supply line. We can't hire, but we don't need to. And the follow-up could be to burn down the monastery with a snowstorm. Especially if the enemy is unfortified, we could even kill an enemy with 6 armor due to curse. So curse would really put its work in here. We're again playing 3 cards, and with how the dummy plays currently, I'm feeling that this is okay. We could also make the Ruthless Coercion play, but we should do that after. Actually, no, there's no information being revealed, so maybe there's an argument to be had to also do that. It's a healing ability, but it does not need interaction. So we can't do that in the dungeon, for example, if we also draw Rage and then want to use the mana draw to get 2 red tokens. But we can do it after the dungeon, so I think I should hold on to this. Might be too slow. It depends a bit on what we draw, so I think I want to have the option to also play that for influence. If we draw the Charm, for example, we might go for Crushing Bolt after all and maybe have a Ruthless Coercion play that readies the familiars at 2. Because Charm would be 4, that's 10, minus 1 is 9, so that's 2 more. We don't have the concentration anymore, and we remove the promise from the game. Yeah, I don't think there's any play with Charm. Charm is really good at hiring because of the discount, but not necessarily for anything else. We don't reroll any dice anyway, so we won't have another mana situation next turn. So maybe there's a point to just say we do need so much movement, not raiding the familiars will be bad anyway. So probably should get rid of this card. Yeah, looking at these decks and that we have the long night, I think I should really just do that. We will pick up a movement card, because I don't see me taking maximal effect. There's still Heroic Tale, and if we burn that down, we will have a reputation problem. But Pathfinding is just, with all the cards removed from the deck, 2 movement cards, Pathfinding will be good for like this round and the next 2, I think. Having discards of so many issues, so what I don't like is that I'm using the last green crystal right now. And as far as green cards go, we really probably only have the Tranquility left. So am I using mana draw to power this? Maybe I do. But I think that has to be the play. Move in here now, kill this. So get in position for the monastery, get the reputation, level up, take pathfinding. We'll then have 4 cards in hand if I play this. So we are only drawing 3, but then we can take an artifact. And we should probably do that, even though it ruins our reputation. But we will be at -2, because this gives us +1. So that's not too bad. No, the risk coercion will also give us -1. So we are at -3 then already. Which brings us back to the heroic tale. But it only helps us if we are hiring, which we should do, to be honest. So if we pick up the crossbowman, we can repair 1 reputation point, which, yeah, but at that point we will already be at -3. I think it all boils down to, do we burn the monastery at all or not? If we are not doing that, we should rather move on with the mist form now, so we are already here. And we don't need to play them sideways. So moving 1 step back, what is the goal of this knight? If we can't take a city, which we should, but we can't, what we really have to do is to get to the core tiles. So reveal 3 more tiles. We should definitely level, but that's not an issue, I think. And we do have to build up our army. We have an open slot, and we do have a spell that makes the army quite useful, especially if we have high armor units. And these are not extremely high armor, but 4 is solid. So maybe going here, picking the heroic tale on leveling after all, and taking the keep and then hiring is the play. We do have so much white mana, and we don't have green. The dummy will pick up maximal effect, so there will be a chance to pick up pathfinding after all. There's a lot of fame between us and that. So how would that look like? We would not use these cards for movement. We, I think, would rather use this. There's just the 4 movements we need to go here. This would allow us to power the stamina when it comes up. So move, kill, ready. But that's then 4 cards in hand. The determination is quite pointless. Against too much defense with a character that has guarding golems and regeneration. So we would not use that at all. There's no other unit to ready, that's the unfortunate part. If you power this, well, it's just 5 anyway, it's not actually that inefficient. But I'm really contemplating to toss that at the end of turn then. That would preserve the concentration. We would pay the mist form, which bars us from using the Veil of Mist if we get to the first city. But let's be realistic here. So this should really bring us into position. I think that's the job of this card. But it would bar us from other terrain. We have to keep that in mind. That's actually quite important. And it brings me back to the question if I really want to pay him 4 movement to cross Wasteland. If I can just cross here. But actually it's just for the turn. What am I even talking about? Once I provoke the movement, it will be done anyway. And then I can just go on regularly. But if I'm not taking the monastery, what am I doing with the snowstorm? Probably to take this. Defense will probably not be an issue, but I don't have that much blue mana. But there's the stamina coming up. So stamina would be 4 movement. And with a mana draw, I can play the snowstorm, take the keep. But I'm probably not revealing a tile here then. So if I place 2 more countryside tiles here, the only place for a core tile would be here and then go on from there. So at some point we have to make a decision, but I do feel like the setback with the reputation is too harsh. We can't really recover from that. And how do we build an army? It's not consistent with our current strategy. We do need this army. And we do have white mana, we do have an heroic tail, we have a keep coming up. Let's go for this. Let's skip this, take the keep, higher. We do have the charm coming up, it's also white. I think we have to try this. Build an army, use the Veil of Mist. It only works for the second assault though, but an army will be good either way. And we probably have to toss this card. It feels really like a pivotal moment at that point. There's so many options what to do. Go here, kill them there, burn it down, or go here. Maybe stay here, try to hire, go here and learn. What do we pick up with leveling? Pathfinding would be awesome. Heroic Tale would be reputation play. So we do feel like we cannot ruin our reputation because we do need an army. Which is why we do finally play the mist form after all. And we could think about just using the concentration because we can't power it anyway because there's no green mana anywhere. And I think I like that. It kind of turns it into a crystal and we are playing our cards faster. So I think I will play the concentration to power the mist form. So create a blue token. That's movement 4. We can't enter hills or mountains, but we glide over the plains basically. But this provokes the summoners. We do curse them because they are not fortified. And then our crystal, so this is also why we... Actually, is this a mana draw play? No, because we don't need 2 green. Yeah, so we play the last green crystal that we have for siege attack 3. And since due to the curse it has an armor reduction, it's actually at 3, so it's just killed. We don't have to deal with the summon. That's 4 fame and reputation, so we are currently in the clear. Which leaves us these 4 cards in hand. Maybe let's clean that up here. And since we do need a lot of movement and have long night, I will pay a crystal for Ruthless Coercion. That's influence 6. Actually, there's not an interaction, so the penalty doesn't even, or wouldn't come into effect. But it's more than enough to ready the familiars for 4 influence. So it's technically we have 2 left, but there's nothing else to ready. which means the crystal is gone and we get a reputation minus again, which does mean that we have 3 cards in hand, and I do want to toss the divination. It's really pointless with the guardian golems and regeneration. I'm repeating myself, but it's not helpful. We don't have that much blue mana. So we have 2 cards. We are not in the vicinity of our keep, so we are only drawing 4, and we do level, so we are only drawing 3 from the deck and get 1 from there. But this brings us to the end of turn, so there's nothing to reroll, and we process the level up. So the skill choice is between the Battle Frenzy skill, that's a +2 to an attack, or +4 if we flip it for the round. And if we do a resting turn, we can actually flip it back. And the other option is, wow, that's the Arcane Disguise. So that's +2 influence, but we could also flip it to completely ignore our reputation track. So that is quite something. We can actually pay a green mana to flip that back, but that would mean that we can hire even if we are really unpopular. So let's decide on a skill. The 2 influence would be immediately helpful to help us in hiring, and if we later lose a lot of reputation as well, for example if another monastery comes up, or if we actually move back, but I don't see me moving back now, this would be huge to still be able to pick up units later in the game. The attack is useful. 4 attack is nothing to scoff at, especially in the last assault. 4 attack can kill another token, especially with Tremor. But as usual with these kinds of combat skills, and we already picked up 2, I would say, this I would count as a combat skill, because where would I get the wounds from? Maybe if you pick up a card that gives you a wound, it would also be a use case, but you don't have that. So currently it's a don't bother with the attack kind of skill. And picking up a 3rd one would mean, where do we get the payoff for this? We would have to really make a lot of small battles. And I don't see me playing that slow currently, because we really have to catch up. So taking this, I don't know, I don't see it, so I'd rather take this, which would mean this would go back to the offer, but let's do that later. The other consideration is if you want to pick up Reveler skills, because they are both movement skills, so that's +1 and allows us to travel through lakes and over mountains. That would really open up the map. And the Shapeshift would mean that the Rage cards, for example, are just movement 4. I did just toss the Determination. That would be a movement 5, that's huge. But I would have to pick up Maximal Effect, and it's another card that throws away cards from your deck. And I already thrown away 3, and I have to decompose. And actually, the decompose play is probably also already questionable with Krang, because he does have the Savage Harvesting, where you just discard a card instead of removing it and get a crystal from that. So combining all these effects means that you are eating through your deck, and I don't see me adding another card to this. Which does leave the Heroic Tale in Pathfinding. Pathfinding is really good, especially in my situation. I should probably pick that up, but then again, I do need this army here. So if I take the keep now, I have a charm coming up. That's 4 influence with a discount of 3 to a unit if I hire. And with the penalty of -1, which will stay at -1 if I assault the keep, I can actually hire the crossbowman. That being said, if I also pick up the Heroic Tale, and I can probably power them with all this white mana here, both at the same time, and with hiring 2 units, I would get 2 reputation, 2 fame. So that's quite huge. But that would mean that the Arcane Disguise is probably not that useful, although it does give influence. Even if I just don't use that, it's still an influence skill. And if I pick up heroes, for example, this can be helpful in these last assaults to mean that you don't have to hold on to the promise or pay a mana. Actually, what am I talking about? The mana doesn't help here because you're usually not using influence anyway. So this skill alone will just be, it will save your card basically. And it will immensely help with picking up good units. So if I'm not picking this, although it's tempting, because I don't want the maximal effect, I can pick up the Heroic Tale to try make a reputation play and grow my army. But hiring them both would mean I have to replace a unit. Maybe the familiars, it's just 1 less armor. Maybe I use the familiars to attack the keep then, so I get the most of it, and then this crystal drain will be gone. And I will have 2 units that can actually help blocking. Attack or block 3 is nice. And with the Veil of Mist, the 4 armor will be quite nice to block stuff. Of course, the magic familiars are also good for this, but actually the golems might at that point not be that useful, but for the first day I won't have it. So yeah, in any event, that would be a play, a reputation play. The other option is to just take the keep, fill that slot, and take the pathfinding to move on. Alright, so I'm not taking this because I don't want maximal effect. And from these 2, I think I'd rather need help with influence. The question really is, which influence route do I want to go? That's another pivotal moment. I feel pathfinding would be so much movement, but I don't have green mana anymore. And fixing this with mana draw can only power the tranquility. It's so tempting to move back and learn the crushing bolt and burn it down, but it's so slow. I'm running out of time. Yeah, I think that's really the point here. Where's all this movement coming from? Maybe even take the keep in the wasteland is after all not to play. I'm taking the pathfinding, so I'm taking Arcane Disguise and the pathfinding. The Heroic Tale play with hiring 2 units in the keep, that would be such a nice play, but I do feel I need to move on. I need the movement, but I still need help with hiring, so I'm taking Arcane Disguise. I'm putting that back. We add another skill to this offer here, but we have to decide for a card first, but I just said that I take the pathfinding, so we can flip this. It's a mana skill actually, and quite a huge one. It's an extremely flexible mana skill of Brevla. So it gives you a green and a red, and you can also opt for a blue token instead of either of these other two colors. So everything but a white basically, and if you want a lot of blue, you can get a lot of blue. And I do have a lot of blue spells, to just point that out. The advanced action of her refreshes with a nice shield, probably nothing that I want to pick up. And it finally finished the turn, the third turn. So we do draw up to 6 now. So there's the pathfinding that we just took, a rage, a flame wall, and a tremor. So I'm quite happy that I picked up the movement. Let's see what a dummy does. Red, white finally, unfortunately, and a green. And now we hit the worst case scenario. So 3 more cards, another white, and another white. Okay, that was the absolute worst case scenario, to draw all the white cards while hitting the green. We were so lucky in the beginning, but now it's, this takes a really rough turn. The dummy deck has 5 cards. So unless we are hitting white or red, we now have 3 turns. And we still have a lot of movement still to do, so I do think we need to play the pathfinding now. All our combat skills are not useful currently, and we definitely want to power this. So we do have to play the mana draw, I feel, to color the gold die green and produce 2 green mana, one for pathfinding and the other one we don't really have use for unless we want to cast Tremor. There's movement 4, the Magic Familiars will bring it up to 9, and the move cost of all terrain is reduced to 2. So if we reveal twice, we have a movement of 5 left currently. And we can play maybe the Rage and another spell sideways. Or maybe even most of the cards. We have to see what comes up. So I do think we lock that in and use the first 2 movement to reveal a tile here. So at this point with 3 turns left, maybe 4, but most likely 3, we do have to gather all the movement that we have, which is currently just the pathfinding and the familiars, but that's 5 and 4, that's 9 movement, reduce everything else to 2, but we have to power it, we don't have green mana, so we are taking the white die from the source, power mana draw, turn the gold die to green, get 2 tokens, use 1 for pathfinding, there's 4 movement, we spend 2, and let's see what tile we actually get. Die comes up golden, so the tile will be placed in its original orientation. And it's again a lot of planes and another monastery. That might be good. So the second advanced action from the monastery is the pure magic. We do have a dungeon here as well, the second one. A magical glade and another orc that doesn't concern me that much. But there is the planes oriented to me, that's really nice. And we might be able to put our arcane disguise to good use after all by burning this monastery down now. So we do have 2 movement left. Activating the familiars would bring us here and reveal this tile. And we could end the turn with burning down the monastery. And that sounds quite efficient. And we then have to reveal the core tile here, because we are then through the countryside tile. So we can actually get rid of this. And this sounds quite possible. And we actually would have 2 turns left. And we can actually decide what to do after we circled around here. So I think it's fair to say that we do move here with the other 2 movement points, unless we want to go through the keep. But the keep really is currently out of reach, because we would have to come up with 2 more movement points. Actually, no, we can just move in. So let's not be hasty here. Currently, we do have 2 movement points left, and all terrain is just movement 2. So maybe taking the keep is the right play here. That would be 1 turn. And the next one, we would have to probably reveal or move here, burn it down, and then reveal. So, or let's say in this turn, move here, take the keep, have a higher hand limit. In the next turn, reveal here, move here, or the other way around, burn it down. And then with the last turn, reveal the first core tile. Because we do need some power, and having a second keep is not that bad. Another artifact isn't bad as well. And we can make use of the other green mana by casting Tremor, depending on the defenders of course, but it might be useful. So we would have use for our mana here. And there's no rush in playing this, because this is not clogging up our hand. I think I like that actually. So we're going back to the original plan. Pathfinding revealed us a tile, and it brings us the keep at a cost of 4 movement. That's really efficient. We would have to take the first city at the 3rd day then, but it always looked like this in the last rounds, which is harder because of the mana situation, but maybe we get an artifact that makes it night. It would be so nice. Yeah, if you just rush forward without getting the levels to back that up, with the next armor point, for example, the next command slot, if you get to the core tiles but can't hire the units because you are starved for slots, what's the point then? The reason for going on would be that we still have the pathfinding effect, that the terrain is just movement cost 2. Because to reveal here, we actually have to move to either of these 2 spaces. That might be difficult depending on the tile. So if we spend a movement 2 here, and then the familiars, we could move here and reveal a tile right now. And we would need 1 more card to actually move back. That might be prudent to do, to actually get more information about what's going on here. Yeah, we should know that before rushing in here. It's tempting to play it slow, But we can take the keep with just one more card sideways if we now activate the familiars, and we will know what its tile is. And this might actually change the plan, because if we don't know what this is, yeah, we have to compensate for this somehow. We could also move here, of course, and reveal a countryside tile here. That would mean then we can then either place the core tile here or here. And then we can just take the dungeon, which means we get an artifact without hitting our reputation. And we do still have the snowstorm. I think we are quite well prepared for a dungeon. Why didn't come up with this solution? It's actually the same distance, and placing a countryside tile at the coastline is even more efficient, and it gives us many more options on how to proceed. But here is forest at night, so we will have to move here somehow to reveal. But this, we know that we can move there and reveal. It's just plains. So it's 4 movement, it's 6 movement in total. And we do have a stamina coming up. So this is 1 turn, and we have 2 more turns after that. I like that far too much to not do that. If we can use the tremor, then in a dungeon we will see, because we don't have any unit support. But if not, it's not a big deal. I think that's the better play from the placement perspective, but we would not take the keep. There's actually a huge difference. So we could take it right now, but we would not know if we can reveal this core tile like at all. There might be mountains for all we know. So we could take the keep right now, just move in with the last movement points, but then we wouldn't know what we place here and if we can reveal this at all, and it's the only legal place for the core tile. So we would have to circle here first, reveal that, then see if it's easy enough and then move back, which would mean that we need 6 movement after all to do this, and we would lose a reputation, get a guaranteed artifact, and we would fight a mage tower unit. Or we spend another sideways card and take the keep to increase the supply line and increase our hand size. We do have only 4 cards left, and we really draw 2 times at least, because we have 3 turns at least. So I don't think we have to play that fast, but we do have the long night. So it's actually 7 cards, and with a hand limit of 6, we would have to play 3 or 4 cards every turn now. So I do think just going here is out of the question, because we would not know what to expect. We could go here and place it, but what if we are screwed? How do we actually adapt to that? If these are 2 mountains, then we would have to go here at night through the forest. So I don't think that's actually prohibitive, but there is only 1 tile with 2 adjacent mountains. But the mountain could be here, and it could be really rough to get there. The other option is to go here now, place the countryside tile here, have an option to go these 2 spaces and place a core tile here, or track back and place it here and maybe even burn it down too. And I think that's just a more flexible option, but it would not give us the keep. That's the big downside why we are even discussing this. But the keep is slow in XP and what it gets you, if we can't use the keep for the final assault anyway, or the 2 assaults, so to speak. So with the core tiles, especially if we reveal a city early, there's only 1 city space that has a keep, so it would need to be the white city to even use the supply line. Well, we do have a keep right here. But then again, if we reveal that here and it really turns out to be a city, we can take the keep at the day where we even know the defenders. I think that settles it. We can take that later, even though it's now a good opportunity because the movement cost is so reduced. But I do think getting this now, and if we roll a spell again, I will just take Expose, I think, because at day it's a really good spell to deal with cities, which does not need black mana to be worthwhile. So I think I talked myself into going here now and just taking the dungeon and revealing this first, actually. So we don't need to take the dungeon, but we would need 2 movement that we have here. Then we would get 5 from the familiars. Movement here is 3. Reveal it is 1 movement. So we could move to the glade, actually. That might be a play, because the movement cost is still reduced to 2, just to move on and go to the core tile, but then we would do nothing of this. So I don't see me not playing the dungeon, actually. But let's see what happens when we place that tile. So again, lots of options. We have reverted the movement here because there are far too many options that we really need to consider. We could actually use the 2 movement that we have with Pathfinder to just take the keep. But let's not do that. Let's move here after all. Then use the Magic Familiars for 5 movement. So that's 2 to move to the dungeon, because this means that we can now pay move 2 to reveal the last countryside tile here, which gives us 2 legal spots for the core tile. And we know that we can backtrack here to place it here, so that's really safe. And if this is a nice tile, we could even circle around here to place the first core tile here. If we place it here after all, this keep might be nice to take later on, even though the movement bonus then vanishes, but then we have a nice assaulting position for that city. But let's first see what we have, and we have 1 movement point left, so we could even move into the glade, even at night, because the movement cost is just 2. But the plan is really to just take the dungeon now with, for example, the snowstorm. Comes up gold again, so we will have another countryside tile that's in its usual orientation here, which should be this one. And we do have the second catapults, so I'm not looking forward to these. This is really out of position as a green crystal mine. It's nice, but yeah, nothing too fancy. So I don't think that this tile is that interesting. So we should really focus our attention back here. And I do think I take the opportunity to just enter the dungeon now. So these are locked in. They were already locked in by on revealing. So we do have this green mana here, and we might use it for Tremor, but let's see. But I don't see me moving away from this opportunity with all these crystals and all these spells. So we'll just draw a token and see where we go from there. We can't use the Guardian Golems. And we are drawing a Shadow. So unfortunately that's an Arcane Immune token, so the cursing doesn't do anything. As does the Tremor, unfortunately, so that's really a bad pull. We probably have to use this mana later for regeneration to get rid of a wound, because I don't see me coming up with a block of 8. There is a fire block of 7 already. Actually, maybe I've spoken too soon here. So if you bring that down, then another card will just do. So that would be in a block of 8, which brings the armor down to 4, and a regular rage would just kill it. But it's taking 2 red mana, and we don't have red, we just have the green. We have 1 crystal, so that's actually not possible. Now you could argue that taking the attack skill would have been good. Maybe I have to revise my opinion on these, especially Krang's one that you can just flip and get 4 attack. Yeah, but we don't have the mana, so no point in dwelling over this. So if we take the wounds, that would be 2, but we could regenerate right away. And then we have to come with 8 attack. It's so sad that it's Arcane Immune. So Tremor is useless, Curse is useless. It's a really bad pull. We also don't have black mana, obviously. So no Blizzard, for example, that we can just regenerate from. We also have to think about what we keep for the monastery. So the snowstorm would be nice to have a shot at the monastery. But how do we kill this? So 8 attack is quite costly. We can power these, of course, and regenerate 1 wound. It would leave another. But if I do block, I only need attack 4, but I can't power this then as well. So I would need the red for this. So I can't power this anyway. So at that point, I can just play it sideways and use a blue crystal. But that would mean that we play the snowstorm here and don't have it for the monastery if we want to burn it down as well. Which would mean that we actually keep the tremor, and we would have a green die at least in the source. That's helpful. And we don't need to regenerate then because we won't get any wounds anyway. It's costing us a lot of crystals. That's what I don't like about it. We don't use this mana here. So 8 attack is one of these cards powered and the other one sideways with a rage regular. That would be 1 less crystal, and we would regenerate but would get a wound. But I do like that I get to keep a card, and I probably want to keep the range attack. So that's an attack of 7. We keep the blue crystal, then we could play the tremor sideways. Since we are not at 4 armor, we would still get... It's so sad with the curse. Reducing this attack to 3 would solve so much problems. So regenerate 1 wound with the green mana that we still have. If we draw the tranquility, we could even heal the other one. that might be an option. There's not actually that many cards left. So I keep a crystal and keep the snowstorm instead of the tremor. Even though we will have a green mana and I only have a blue crystal. But the tremor in a dungeon, is that useful without any range attack? Or not a dungeon, but a monastery enemy. Maybe this is too much anyway. But we have to move there anyway to reveal the core tile, because I don't see me revealing it here. I could have moved on and revealed it. That's but I'm too... Well, am I too greedy? I don't think so. I need the power, I need the artifact. And moving there would mean I have to get rid of those. So I don't think I want to deal with all this. And this is actually a good tile for a city with this keep here. So I'd like that I entered this. But this was a sad pull because of all these effects that then doesn't do anything. We have a green mana, we have a tremor, we have a curse. All of this is useless just because it's Arcane Immune. Yeah, so that's bad. But playing these 2 spells with 2 crystals just to not get 1 more wound, because the other one we can heal anyway, I don't think it's worth it. So I think I will make it like this. Let's see what the artifact is and what we have, what comes out of this. So again, lots of options, but I do need to be conservative with crystals, not a waste mana, and have the snowstorm if I actually want to burn this down, because we want to go back here. Which means that the shadow will wound us. We get 2 wounds. We can later use the mana that we still have with regeneration to get rid of 1. So finally we are using it. It's Arcane Immune, so this is all not working. The tremor's not working. It's all useless. So we need to come up with 8 attack. So we get 5 here, 2 here, that's 7. 1 card sideways, it's 8. So we pay a crystal for this. These are all discarded, as are actually those here. This is turned to green. This will be rerolled at the end of turn. We are not at the end of turn yet, but I do want to clean up a bit. So we do get 4 fame. Brings us to 40. We do mark the dungeon with our shield. So after the dungeon, once we come out of it, we use the mana for regeneration. This still kicks in because we have the least fame, so the mana cost is actually irrelevant, but it's a good use of the other token. So we throw this away, and we immediately replace the card. It's actually a way to draw within your turn, and it's another rage. It would have been funny if it's a tranquility. So we do have these 2 cards in hand. We'll only draw 4, but first we roll for the reward. Well, actually, if we end the turn, let's reroll the mana die first. And there's nothing else to do, I think. Do we actually want to discard this? We don't have mana for this anyway. Alright, so 3 more cards that we would actually draw. We get an artifact now. and we do have the Long Night. So we only draw these. We don't even see the rest of the deck. And then the Long Night would mean we have to play 4 cards to even see the rest. I do think I want every card because the stamina might be the last one. And we do need to get going. That's actually a good reason to keep the blue crystal, because we do need to power this to get all the movement that we need. So I do think I actually want to toss that. I'd rather see another card again that I've already discarded. Yeah, I think that decides it. I will get rid of it. Even it can be useful, of course, for anything I will do here. Well, probably this is now too much movement, so I have to go here and maybe burn it down with this. And if I'm lucky enough, again, I can just kill the token. But if not, it might be useful, but then again, I will draw another card. So I think I will toss it. So at the end of turn, I am discarding the Rage to actually see the rest of my deck. It's 3 cards, and I'm getting an artifact or a spell now. And with this, I'm only exhausting the deck, and with the Long Night, I can redraw for the final turn. And I don't want to be stuck with something that I can't power and might not be useful at all. So now we reroll the die. Comes up golden, so it's depleted, unfortunately. And now we roll for the reward. Comes up red this time, so finally it's an artifact. And the choice is between the Circlet of Proficiency. Now that's something. That's huge. Or the Banner of Protection, which assigned to unit gives it +1 armor and fire and ice resistance. So I don't think that cuts it if you have a spell that gives all units all resistances, and compared to this it's just not that powerful. But if I just keep it to throw away all wounds after battle, that could be good for an assault. But then again, using a once per turn skill twice, a once per round skill once, or just picking it up for the rest of the game, that's far too huge. This gives me access to Shapeshift, this gives me access to Secret Ways, to the mana skill here. That's so huge, so I'm definitely taking the Circle of Proficiency. So that was the reward. I did not level, so we do draw. Currently up to 6 cards, and we have 4 in our deck and 2 in hand, so we draw the rest. That's the circlet here. There's a Charm, there's a Stamina, and there's Tranquility. So exactly the cards that we were always talking about, that they come up at some point. This kind of looks like I'm using this for this. So I can do this at any point in time once my deck is empty. I could do it now to even draw. I don't have to wait for the end of the turn, but I don't think I want to draw with this because it's only 3 cards and we will play at least 3 cards. All right, let's see if the dummy gives us 1 surprise turn more. He plays green, that's good. Blue, that's also good. So it really depends on if this is a remaining red card or not. I think white he doesn't have anymore. And it's a red card actually. It's improvisation. So 1 more card and a white one. Actually, he did get a white card. So I misremembered this. So we do have 3 turns now still. So now I wish I might not have dropped that, but let's see what we can do with these turns. So at that point, I don't think healing the wound is actually that urgent because it blocks our hand. But then again, we get 3 more cards in the deck. And if you have 3 turns, it really doesn't block us that much. So this might actually be helpful later, or to actually play it sideways, which just means we have these things left here. If I've known I would get this with Shapeshift, I would have kept the Rage, because I can use it twice in a turn to turn all the other cards into movement. Well, not all the others, but at least the Rage. Depending on what I redraw from the Long Night, there might be more opportunities. That's so much movement. With 3 turns, I'm thinking about the keep again. If we can take that, we could use a turn to hire. We could also go to the monastery and use it to get a crystal and another skill. Pure magic is really something, if you have a lot of mana, then it's quite nice. Actually, we do have the mana with this. All right, so the options are to move here. That's movement 4. We don't need to reveal right away because we have 2 more turns and a Long Night. So there's no rush. We don't need 6 movement. So stamina would actually be enough. We would need a blue mana for this. So we only have a crystal and we do have the snowstorm still. So I'm already at the point where I'm thinking about using this skill here from Brevla, because this can give us 2 blue mana, 1 to power this and 1 to use the snowstorm in the monastery. But then again, we can also use the charm first. Maybe we should, unless we are also thinking about the keep. If we go for the keep, we should probably go there first. That's more efficient with movement, but we would need 6 for this, and we would only reveal after. So maybe going here, revealing this and then moving there is better after all, but we would have to keep charm until we actually can hire in the keep then. And I do like the crushing ball because it's siege attack that can help with the cities and it gives green crystals. So at that point I'd rather take the green probably. But how can we move here and use the charm first? That's 4, that's 6 influence, but we do have a penalty of -1. And I can't use both. I can't use Arcane Cloak and the +2. And I don't think I can flip it back and use it right away, because it then would no longer be once per turn use. Which would mean that I would have to play another card sideways, maybe the Tranquility, and just don't care about the wound. Actually, I can regenerate anyway, if I have the mana for this. But is this the best use of the Circle of Proficiency? It can just be 2 movement, obviously, but it's not that good. I think it might depend on what I draw from Long Night, if I want to keep it that long. But how do I power the stamina then? So if I pick up Pure Magic, I would need, if I want to use it for movement, that would be a green mana. We do have a green in the source, so if I pick that up, it's just a movement card with 4 movement. It's quite a flexible card. But again, if I'm not using this, getting to the monastery and powering Charm would be, well, a blue crystal and a white die. I would not have enough for Stone Storm, unless I'm using this. But the Charm does give me crystal, because I'm not hiring with this. So I can get the blue crystal back. Going there and just burning it down is tempting. But then again, with the Charm currently, do I need to hire? Probably not. Maybe I want to fill the slot with the next units coming up once I have revealed the core tile at the beginning of the next night. At the beginning of the next day, I mean. Maybe I fill the slots with the units that come up with the next day once I have revealed the core tile. So I know the defenders then. I can keep it higher and then go on. If this is even a city. It's a coin toss if it is or not. So if I'm not hiring, I will only get influence 4 and a crystal. So I can get the crystal back. So I think that might settle it actually. That I spend a turn to move and pick up a card. And then spend a turn to reveal and burn it down. And then have even one more turn. And especially with the artifact that I'm picking up then. So is there a rush to take the keep right now? I don't think so actually. It takes resources to take it at the beginning of the next day, and I really need all my resources I can get for the city. But then again, I don't need to move there, I can just move on. If there's not a city, then actually it's much less interesting to take the keep. But if I burn down this now, I won't have many places to hire actually. Yeah, so it all boils down to what this actually is here. But I do think I want to hold back on this, use the white die here, use the blue here, so we have to move that the other way around. This will bring us to the monastery. This will almost give us a card, so you probably have to use the Tranquility here, because I don't think I need to heal the wound with this. It's not blocking up my hand, and I have a regeneration after all, and I have enough turns. So that's movement 4, that's influence 7, -1 is 6, which gives us enough influence to learn. So that would be 1 turn. Redraw, know what we actually get from the deck, then decide on how to go on. We'll probably burn it down. And I think I'm taking the Pure Magic because it's just too versatile to pass on, even though that's Siege Attack and a green crystal. But it depends on what cards we actually get back. Yeah, so I do like this. Let's just execute it. So we do play a blue crystal to power stamina for 4 movement, which brings us back to the monastery. In a perfect position to scout later on, but we don't need to hurry with this. And since we are here, we are using Charm with a white source die, the Arcane Disguise and the Sideways Tranquility for influence 7, -1 is 6. To pick up a card, and we do pick up the Pure Magic, even though it's costly, but we do have a green die in the source, and it's just 4 movement. So it's a movement card, but it can later on give us 7 attack, 7 block, even 7 influence, so we might even play it right now to even learn the Crushing Bolt as well. So we are picking that up with interaction. That means we have used this and die. Let's discard all these, and there's really no rush in doing anything else. We have 2 more turns. So we end the turn here, reroll the die, shows another green, and we are drawing the card we just got. And we now flip the Long Night. Let's mark that with a gold token. So we shuffle our discard pile, draw 3 random cards to form a new draw pile. And then we will actually draw 2 of them, and then there will only be 1 left. But if we pick up more cards and or burn it down, then we can also draw them for the last turn. Alright, so we take 3 cards, the rest goes here. At least it's not decomposed, that's good. 1 we won't draw, we don't know that yet. We could reverse engineer that, but let's not do that. So there's a flame wall, that's not that helpful. Maybe it might when burning it down. And a concentration, that's nice, okay. If nothing else, it's a mana. So the dummy will definitely then exhaust this deck, and we are down to 2 turns. So at that point, we should really think about how to make the most of our last 2 turns. I definitely need to move, so I'm not sure what the last card is, but from the cards here, we really have to play the Pure Magic for movement. Unless we want to play the Circle of Proficiency with any of the movement skills to just get movement 2 and reveal and just don't move at all. But I do think I want to know now if this is a city or not, and if not, we might even move on and reveal even more tiles, just get more information. Which does mean, well, we need a green mana anyway to get movement from Pure Magic. But we could, of course, also play Concentration, but it does need another mana. Because for Pure Magic, you always need to play at least once for the effect, no matter if it's boosted or not. So you would not need the blue, but we would need another mana. And since we do not have mana draw, and it's already a source die and only have white left, White is influence, so we could play that to run the Crushing Bolt, of course. We could even come up with 10 influence, no, 9 influence. We're using a green die here and a white crystal. So again, with -1, it's 9, which would be the Crushing Bolt and healing the wound, for example. But the question is, what do we do with the movement? So 4 movement would allow us to reveal this, but we can't really move away unless we do not want to burn down the monastery after all. But I do think I want to have the third artifact and know what it is and use it for the last turn. So this is why I'm thinking about powering it, because then we would get 7 movement or even more. That could allow us to move here as well after revealing and move back, right? That would already be 6 movements, so we only have 1 point left. So 1 more point would even allow us to reveal this, well, depending on what this terrain is, of course, and it won't be plains. So what am I even talking about? So probably we would need 2 green to actually come up with this movement of 9, which we can do with the Circle of Proficiency. So we could get a green from this, a green from the source, and we would actually have a blue left once we circle around to also power the Snowstorm in the monastery. But at that point we wouldn't have many options left, especially we need to decide what the other mana color is that we produce. So if it's blue or red, and I would probably try with blue with the curse to just get lucky. So at that point we should really know what we're up against and which enemies the curse Snowstorm combination can actually kill. And it's a mage tower unit. And I would have troubles with the ice mages and the ice golems because of their resistance. And I would have trouble with the ice mages and the ice golems because of their resistance. The sorcerers are always a pain because of their arcane immunity. And the magic familiars, of course, because they just need 7 to be defeated. One of the familiars is already out, that's good. But this is one of the better tokens because it's just 3 armor, so it's easy to snipe. Yeah, I think overall the play with the Circle of Proficiency with movement up front is worse because I don't have the mana left. Unless I'm using it just to power this for 7 movement, so green and a blue, which I can produce. So that combination would be 7 movement, 2 to reveal, it's 5 left, 2 to move back, that's 3 left. So I think that's just not cutting it. Even if I can move in for 3, which is not a given, I can't actually reveal another tile. So I even bought at that point, which means that I would have to use this instead for 2 green. That's the source. Actually, that's the point here, that we can use a source die. Well, we can use it anyway, because we need a green to move anyway. But if I produce 2, what do I do with the other mana? And I don't know what I will use it for, and there's no other use for it. So this is why it's so inefficient. Yeah, I think we have to go in first and then see what we do with the last turn. Yeah, I think I've stalled enough. I think I will just burn it down now, get my artifact, have all the options, figure it out what the optimal way is, and then have a last turn where I at least need to pay 2 movement, but it's really not a problem. If anything else, it's just 2 cards sideways. So Krang is burning down the monastery. That's a penalty of 3 reputation, which brings us to -3, and we do draw a token. So this will be really interesting what comes up. And it's fire mages, that's nice. So we don't even need to curse it, it's just range ice attack 5, we'll just kill it. We do need a blue, and I can't use it with this, because the other token will be wasted, so we have to produce a blue with the concentration, power the Snowstorm, and just kill it at range. So let's move them out here, and I think I will just do that. Unfortunately, this means the concentration is used, but it's still quite efficient. We get 5 fame for this, so 45, almost to our 4th slot. This is discarded, we can't do anything else. Well, we can, and we should. Maybe we could have even done this before entering, because we know we can't use green, so we use regeneration on a wound to get rid of it and reroll 1 source die, because this actually makes us see our last card from the Long Night, and it's a Ruthless Coercion. That's interesting because we could ready the familiars again. And since we have Arcane Disguise and our reputation is already in the dumpster, I think that might actually be a play for the next turn. But currently the mana source die is then used, so we reroll that. Comes up blue, that might be good. And we do get our reward after marking the monastery with our shield, and we do get another artifact. And the choice is between the Horn of Wrath, not that's something, and the Banner of Courage. So this allows us to attach it to a unit that we can then ready once around, or we can sacrifice it to ready all our units. For the Horn of Wrath and the City Assault, I could even spend the last turn moving to the keep and just take that. That might not even be the worst play, to be honest. Yeah, so there's no way I'm passing on the Horn, especially with regeneration, because I might get a wound. Yeah, I'm not taking the banner with such a pitiful army here. So that's that. I will draw that, and the dummy announces end of round. So this brings me to my last turn, and we do need to reveal, which means it's time for pure magic. And I do think I want more mana, so that's probably the MVP skill here. These skills are probably not that useful unless I'm reading the familiars, and I'm seriously thinking about that. There might even be a play where I can reveal move somewhere and use the horn to conquer something. So the Ruthless Coercion would be quite useful to ready the familiars to get 5 more movement. We are really milking them for movement. That was such a nice, unfortunately delayed decision to put a white crystal there. So this could give us the red, and this could give us the blue or the green, whatever we are not taking from the source. Doesn't matter at that point. So let's take the red already, because we have to decide on that for the lower option. And then let's just take, I don't know, a green, because we do want to move. And the question really is if we want to power it as well with this die. And I don't see a reason why we would not do that, because this doesn't need mana. And this we could power actually with the red if we are not going for this play here. There's no rush in readying the familiars unless we want to open with that. So we could ready them first and then decide later what we power. But I think it's pointless. Let's go for a lot of movement. That would be 12 movement. Let's see what 12 movement gives us. So we do use the Circle of Proficiency now to get 2 mana tokens, and then we decided on green and red. Since it's a 1 per round skill, we can only use it once, of course. And then we power the Pure Magic with the blue source die and use green for movement. That's 7 movement. And then we can use the other token later to ready the familiars for 5 more movement, or we can use the Flame Wall depending on what comes up. So we are at 7 movement now, and we use the first 2 to reveal our first tile. So it's 5 movement left to really get going, to really maybe explore more. And I think at that point I will actually move the rows, because we won't be able to place anything there anyway. And once I've placed this is really, besides this place, the only legal placement for the next core tile, and I can't place it here anyway. So once it's here, this is actually the next place to explore. So with 2 points we go here. The die comes up black, so we do a 180-degree rotation. Let's see what it is. Actually, before we reveal this, we have to decide on what the city level wants to be, because you might have noticed that I did not talk about it in the beginning, because I don't actually know. I wanted to try out this new format with the thinking parts cut out, and I wanted to make a more laid-back game, so to speak. So I did not decide on anything, and you can actually do that, because it's your game, yeah. And until you reveal the first city, there's no difference with the difficulty levels whatsoever. So you can go for a single city, for a megalopolis. You really could decide it on the spot, of course. If you really want to go for really high-end content, you probably have to play differently in the beginning, take more chances. That might be a reason. I don't think you can consistently beat the highest difficulty levels. They are beatable, but consistency is really something that's reserved to the lower difficulty levels. Where exactly the breaking point is, it's hard to say. Depends on skill and luck, of course. But if you are really unlucky, especially also with the token draw from the cities and what cities they are and what spells you see and so on, I don't think you can always win. So yeah, we have to decide on what we actually want to achieve here. It's already clear that it's not like the best flow of a game, because we are at the end of the second night and we haven't even seen a city yet. So we probably have to take one a day, which is not good if you have a lot of spells, and not an artifact that actually allows you to take that. But then again, we are not that weak, so we don't have to go for like the basic level of 5, for example. And I do think I want to probably go for Megalopolis still. So let's break out the city cards to have a quick glimpse of what the options are here. If you go for city level 11, we will have to deal with a lot of white tokens, so that actually makes it quite hard. And if you go for Megalopolis of lower levels, it will actually be easier, I think. Especially if some scaling abilities, like Tremor, for example, or Flame Wave, which we picked up both. So there's actually no reason to go for city level 11 if we can go for something that gives us more tokens. For example, this level 9 here for these 2 cities has just 1 white token, but a lot of non-white. For the white city, it's also true. There's a sweet spot where it's only 2. Only for the blue city, this is really not a good spot to be in. So I might be delusional here, but I think I want to go for 14. That's 2 times 7. And I think 7 is also quite a nice sweet spot. It's 8 tokens. There will be a few whites in between. But I feel like we should see how far you can get with a non-optimal game where you do pick up Tremor and Flame Wave and see if this spectacularly fails or if there's really a chance to do it. And I think I want to decide a second city. I think we should fix that at some point, not also make this like adaptive. You can do that as well. But I feel like some of you might also think this is cheating in a sense. Well, but what does cheating even mean in this context? But I feel like we should fix that now and not like make it too adaptive. So I'm thinking about 14, 18 to have 2 times 7, 2 times 9. You could even be more adaptive in the sense that you fix a level, but you can even choose, depending on the colors that come up, how you actually distribute the levels. I think that would, in a sense, still be fair game. It gives you a bit more control, and it's just a suggestion, so to speak, from the rulebook to like make this equal. But actually, what does equal even mean? If you go for an odd number, then you can, of course, if you go for 13, for example, you can have one f6, one f7, and I think you can decide whatever you want, which one is 6, which one is 7. And why not have it like in any combination? I think that's interesting. But let's just fix it here. We might not be able to do it, and probably we aren't. So, but again, maybe I'm delusional here, but let's go with 14, 18. That's really high, but let's try. What's the worst that can happen? We can just fail. So let's see if it's a city after all. And it's actually not. That's the regular orientation, and we rotated 180 degrees. So we do have an adjacent labyrinth. There's a summoning dragon, which I am not looking forward to. There's a mage tower, a mountain, a long wall, and a refugee camp where you can actually hire anything. That could be interesting. So, but it's not a tile I want to linger at. So we have 7 movement, -2, that's 5. So another 4 brings us here. So we have 1 movement point left. And now I think I want to play the Ruthless Coercion with the red token we got. So our reputation will go down, but this is not an interaction, so it's just influence 6. We would have influence 8, so we can ready them for 4, and we could actually ready another unit if we would have used it so far. Then activating them gives us 5 more movement. That's a total of 6. So we can spend 2 here and have 4 movement left. And before we reveal this, we should really think about what we do with the 6 movement. So 2 to reveal, 4 to move. But if there are adjacent enemies, then we cannot move here anymore. And we are at night currently, so this is only movement 3. So with another card sideways, we could even explore these 2 tiles from this spot. But then again, we do have the Horn of Wrath. So if we reveal something here, we could even move in and then do something with the horn. And this could bring it up 1 notch, and we can't power it anyway. So that's probably also just a movement at that point. But it can also be something else, like an attack or block, of course, if we can find something with the guarding golems. But we are not actually, we don't have that many resources. So yeah, I think I want to look at a tile first and then see if I can move in somewhere where I can actually do something, like a spawning ground, for example. Or if you just move on. And there's a chance that we can't move there, but we have to take that, I think. Yeah, so we are spending 2 of our remaining 6 movement points to reveal this. Comes up black again, so we again rotated 180 degrees. And this is a city, which is the regular orientation. So 180 degrees means that we are adjacent to the village. Besides the village, there's a glade and 1 rampaging orc. And staying true to what I did last time, that the manual says to put it on the right from the regular orientation. So the Megalopolis will be here, replacing the rampaging enemy. It's actually referencing this. We could also try next time to just roll that. That might also be a fun variant, because we are also rotating the tiles. So I think together with the random tile orientation there might be an argument to like have this in the original right direction. So in this case, replace this. That might have been fun. So I think there's several options on how to combine these variants. But I do want to play with random city colors, so let's roll 2 dice for the cities. And it does come up blue and green, so I will place the green city here and the blue city here to form a Megalopolis. And as a level 14, that means 2 times 7. We do draw a keep enemy, which we do not see yet, of course. Actually, we are drawing 2, then 2 dungeon, 2 mage tower, and 2 white. And these tokens will have their physical resistance be poisonous, and their magical attacks will be increased by 2 unless it's cold fire, and it's just 1. Alright, so we have 4 movement left as planned. The swamp is 5, so we can play the flame wall sideways to actually move to the village. It's unclear if we can hire them there next turn. It will also be interesting to know if we can use Ruthless Coercion again, because we still have 4 influence left. To ready them again, that would be... Actually, I have to look that up, because that would be a huge difference. Because we have that anyway, and we did not interact, yeah, so this is pointless. So the -5 is not relevant at that point. And with this combination is really nice, because it can ready up to 2 level 2 units. Yeah, so the companion is quite clear, and I agree with this, that you can only use this raiding effect when you play it, because it doesn't say like this turn or something like this, so it's not a permanent effect you get for the turn. So you have to ready on playing this, and then it's gone. So this also prevents you spending a unit and readying it again, or spending a unit for influence. That's explicitly mentioned in the compendium. So there's no play there, so which means that we do have 4 movement and maybe 1 more point. And maybe 1 more point means 5, and I think at that point I'm really interested in going here and placing this tile as well to see if it's another core tile or a Megalopolis. But I can't use my Horn of Wrath then, that's a bit sad. But I don't have a target for this. The Summoning Dragon is not a good target. If this would be oriented in any other way, then there might have been a play to kill a unit, but that's also not working. Maybe there's something adjacent that would be lucky, but I don't think I can just kill it with the horn anyway. We don't have to use it. It would have been nice. Let's see. But I think I will play this sideways from another movement point and just go on. Going to the swamp now is also interesting because I would be in position to just try and assault at the beginning of the next day. But I could only hire in the village then, but I could plunder. So this is as good as 2 keeps when it comes to this. And plundering for me is, and again, with Krang currently, reputation is completely irrelevant. This can also heal me after the first assault. Not very effectively, but it can be used to heal. So what's worth more? Starting in the village, seeing the defenders. Now, well, I will see the defenders anyway. No matter if I move here or there, I will see all the defending tokens. So the question is really, is there any worth in seeing another tile and doing something there first, or just getting into position? I would like to get 3 more fame to actually have the armor increase. That would be a huge difference. And I do need to hire, so maybe hiring, if I'm really unlucky with the hiring spots, then a refugee camp will be quite important. I think that settles it. It's a desert, but if I need to go there, I'd rather go there now and then spend 5 movement next turn. Yeah, I think I want to go on, so let's just do that. I don't think I can just start with the next turn right away and just get going with the city. Although I could just take the great start, but then again, with 2 units, that's not enough. So from the 4 remaining movement, I spent 4 to go to the desert, then play a flame wall sideways to get another movement point. That's 2 to reveal another core tile here. But first I actually seeing the defenders, so let's reveal them first. So there are thugs, heroes, which don't have much armor, so both tokens with tremor are quite easy to snipe with siege. Then there's a werewolf, which has the same problem, not much armor, easy to snipe. There's a gargoyle, which is physical resistant after all, and I don't have any elemental siege damage, at least not a day. Another easy to kill token with siege attack, and another one, okay. So these I would count lucky, but I do need siege damage for this. And I have only the force of nature to actually produce siege damage currently at day. For the city tokens, we have autumn mages, these are not good, and freezers. So they have paralyze, but then again, they are at least have a good armor value. So there's a lot of stuff, obviously, but if we get the tremor, this will bring these 2 tokens down to 2, these all to 3. And that's the key here. But without night rules, we can't use the flame wave to produce much attack. But we do have some attack values, but we definitely need to deal with the attacks if we can't kill them at siege. That's the problem. So let's see if we get the second megalopolis right here, or if it's another core tile and we need to explore here or here, for example. The rose comes up blue, so it's rotated once clockwise. And it's another megalopolis with the usual orientation being like this. And it's rotated once, which means that we cannot actually reach it. Or do we? Yes, I think the megalopolis actually put a dead space and we decided on going with the regular rules. So after rotating it once, we're actually adjacent to the second megalopolis right away. There's another monastery with the blood rage coming up and a Dracono mountain with a lava dragon. And since the orientation of the cities does matter, we have to roll which one actually goes where. So let's roll for the center spot. Whatever of these 2 colors comes up first. I hope I don't need to roll too much. So it finally came up red, so I should have done this differently, but it doesn't matter. So the red goes to the center and the white goes to the right spot, which is rotated once clockwise. So it's facing us. And I did say I want to go for 18 here, but it's getting more and more absurd, of course. It's 3 more keep, a total of 3 white, 2 dungeon and 2 mage tower. So instead of 8, it's now 10 tokens. It's 1 more white, but the rest of the distribution is quite the same. So it's just 1 more keep and 1 more white enemy. Well, just in quotes, of course. And I actually do see them right away. So I'm not sure it's relevant yet because I'm probably not attacking this city with 2 more tokens. So there's a Medusa and a Shadow. So Medusa is trivial if you have siege. The Shadow is not so much. Heroes, shock troops and thugs. Again, nothing too fancy if you have tremor and siege. Illusionists and hags. And the white tokens are, well, this is bad. So these are Arcane Immune Grim Legionnaires, mostly because they are not affected by anything, as is the Shadow, by the way. And they just have a lot of armor. Then also Freezers and Autumn Guardsmen. Also not good because of double fortification and all resistances, so these just need a lot of attack. So this really would only work out if the first city works out and we do have enough firepower for this. So I'm currently not worrying too much about this. Let's clean up this stack here. And actually all these tokens will have 1 more armor and the physical ones will be brutal, which also is not a good idea if you don't have much siege damage, if you just want to give your units or resistances and then bump them into units. Yeah. But actually, where does my army come from? So it's looking more and more grim. So I only have the horn left and there's nothing else to do with the horn, of course, which does mean we are at the end of the second night. All these tokens are taken care of. This goes back to the offer. This would be re-rolled, but I think we really made the most of the long night. I do think I want to keep the familiars, so this time I'm thinking about this, and I have so many crystals that I will just toss a white and leave them at this, because I actually like the 5 influence, because we can then really try to hire something. So we clean up the dummy deck and add a red card. It's not optimal, but it's far from the worst choice. We do add a green crystal for the restoration. So it's at 4 green now. And I do think we added a green. Actually, we did not. That's good. So we added red, white, another red, and a blue. So unfortunately no whites. Actually, we did add a white. Yeah, so we added 4 cards overall. 1 red, 1 white, another red, and a blue. So the white is good. The 2 reds are also quite good. The blue is not as good, but we didn't actually add a green, so I'm overall quite happy how this turned out. We are definitely keeping the expose, and we should probably keep the heroic tail just for the dummy to pick it up. Or if we need more influence, we can also pick it up. So I'm not using the control of the offers. Replacement advanced action is Blood of the Ancients. The replacement spell is Call to Arms. Now that's huge, but unfortunately I don't know where I would actually get that. Unless I'm conquering the blue city, then we can actually use that to acquire the spell. That could be a huge spell for us if we have the time. We ready the units. Let's finish shuffling the dummy deck. This will be quite important, depending, so it determines how long our round is, of course. Tactics are burned, the Long Night and a preparation, which means that we do have sparring power left that we can use to build up in the last night. Decision will be between going early and having 1 more turn in a dummy or drawing 2 cards, will depend on the starting hand, I think. From the monasteries, there are still 2 alive. 1 I've burned down, so we have 2 advanced actions in the offer. 1 is into the heat. At that point, not really useful, and especially contradicts a bit with the spell that gives all my units or resistance if I can't just assign anything to them. So at least for this play, it's pointless. If I would have picked up the crossbowman, for example, that would have been nice. And there's an ice bolt. Now, as for the unit offer, that's quite the most important part, I think. If I can fill these slots with something useful, especially siege them, it would be huge. And if I can hire them here or there. If I can hire them here, that's a bit bad because I then need a lot of movement to get back. Actually 10, unless I'm getting pathfinding. If I can get them here, I can just move there and then have the plunder play to just take the city. So it would be preferable. So maybe I should have banked on that. But if they are not hireable, especially the core units at the village, then I would set myself up for a dead end again. So let's see what the remaining silver unit is. And it's foresters, so not that good. And the 2 elite units are Autumn Guardians. Now that's something, but only hireable in the city unless I'm going here. And Fire Golems, which at least have range attack, but unfortunately not siege. And I also can't hire them only in a refugee camp. So if I want to pick any of them up, it was good that I actually moved there. The source, the initial one, comes up with 1 depleted die, being black and white and red. So what remains is to shuffle our deck, which is quite big. We do have the pure magic, that's big. That can be a source of just a lot of raw power, attack for example. The Horn of Wrath, of course, was a huge pickup. It's 10 siege damage, and with a good tremor that kills a lot of tokens. This unfortunately doesn't do much at day. This is good, this is really good. A lot of mana, for example. Again, more useful at night. Decompose, maybe we use that actually to build up a crystal stock. So maybe getting that early would be good. Charm would be good to get early to hire because we can't use the possess. That would be huge again. But again, only at night. This is really why this 3rd day is a bit problematic for these kinds of scenarios with city assaults. Because a lot of the spells really only work at night and there's no real workaround for that unless you get a lucky artifact draw. Then again, pouch of course, but at day, again, I don't see me breaking that. The tremor, which is the MVP, so we have to get lucky to draw that. And the mist form again at day. Well, actually, in this case, it would be huge to get back from the refugee camp to the village. So either this or pathfinding actually brings us back without having to pay 10 movement. So that's good. We need to keep that in mind. But we don't have blue or green mana, just to point it out. So we can't power either with the starting source. But it all depends on what my first draw is. I feel like I need the concentration with the Force of Nature and the Horn of Wrath to come up with 15 siege attack and combine that with tremor. I think the 3 fame that I'm lacking to get another armor value, that will be a huge deal because there will be tokens that come through even if I have this nice hand. And I actually have to get to this hand, so it might be that we have to stall a lot, but the plundering might help. Reputation is irrelevant, as I said. So the goal really has to be to prepare crystal-wise and to hire and get the right cards in hand. All right, so the opening hand is a crystallize. That's probably good. That's not good. That doesn't help much. This is good to bring us back after we hired or even to move us there in the first place. That's not helpful. That's something we like to see, to actually be able to hire. And this is also good because it allows us to prepare. All right, so it's tactic selection time. Do I want 1 more turn or do I want to have 2 more cards to maybe have a better opening turn? If I can come up with a blue mana, with the Tranquility, I can move to the refugee camp, which means that I need the pathfinding to get back or another movement cards. But I do think I have to get going, and I do definitely want to hire. With the Arcane Disguise, I do have influence 4 with a discount of 3, that's almost 8, so one more card sideways will give me the fire golems, for example. The Endless Gem Pouch I will probably just play as the Crystallize, and since I need white next turn, I will probably crystallize the red. But then I would need to roll blue, otherwise I cannot power the Mist Form. I could also use the Magic Familiars to move, which means I can use the Mist Form to move back. But then I would have to ready them to even use them in the battle, and I should use them to block something and then to soak up some damage. But without Ruthless Coercion, I don't know if I can do that. So there's no guarantee for any of these cards. It's a bit sad that the Fire Golems don't have ice resistance, but fire, because it means that there are no really good tokens to run into them. Most of them have either 3 or 5 attack, and especially the freezers that would have been nice don't work with them. I'm actually quite happy to not see any of the cards I need for the swords in the opening hand, because they really clog up your hand if you get them too early. So you really want to have them in the middle of the deck. I do have to keep in mind that the refugee camp actually makes the units more expensive. It's +1 if you cannot hire them in the village anyway, and if it's actually +3 if you can only hire them in a city. So picking up the Autumn Guardians would be 14 influence. I think that's a little bit out of my reach. The Fire Golems actually go up to 9. I have to keep that in mind. So 4 with a discount of 3, it's just 7. So it's 2 more I need. And I can't use this because I need the Arcane Disguise. If I use the Familiars to move there, I do actually want to play this later. And I can definitely do that, which does mean I can play these 2 cards sideways to come up with 6 influence, a discount of 3, that gives me the Fire Golems. And that just means I can play almost on my hand. I have the card to move back already in hand, and depending on the reroll and what I get here, I can move back. I think that's fine. I don't need a great start then. So let's just go with the early bird, execute this, pick up my 3rd unit, and just go on the way back. I like that a lot, because a lot of things are already taken care of. It does use the Familiars, so if I can ready them, it's another block 4 I can use. If not, that's too bad. It's actually quite bad, because I do need a lot of block to avoid the poison. So everything that's not dead will be poisonous, and actually these attacks are increased. I have to keep that in mind. So this is actually 5, and this is also at 5. Unfortunately, actually the Fire Mage is also at 8 then, yeah. And the rest is poisonous. But again, poison doesn't really matter too much. Of course, it clogs up my deck and makes the units far more difficult to heal. But if I manage to take the city, I will have 8 shields, and with the Arcane Disguise, that gives me a lot of options. For example, picking up the Heroic Tail, and yeah, so there will be a lot of options, but I have to crack this city. If I can't crack it, then it's over anyway, and I might still be delusional. We will see. Alright, so we take the early bird, because we do have a first plan for the first turn, so there's no need to waste a turn. It does mean Krang still goes first, and the opening move is to use the Familiars for movement 5, since they have a white crystal, and it's day, and we move through the desert to the refugee camp, because we can't really hire anything in the village. We then play a white source die with Charm to get an influence 4, play 2 cards sideways for an influence 6. We then use the Arcane Disguise to ignore our bad reputation, and with an influence 6 without a reputation penalty, with a discount of 3, we can buy something that costs up to 9, and the Fire Golems in the refugee camp actually cost 9 because their cost is increased by 1. Which does mean the Arcane Disguise is used, but we can flip it back with a green mana later if we want to. This is all used, the die is used, and I'm thinking about if this makes any difference. We can't crystallize actually if we use this, but then again, it's okay if we hold on to this as well. So we use our first 3 cards and pick up the Fire Golems. We then also use the Gem Pouch and roll 2 dice to see what we get. It's black and red, unfortunately, so that's 1 fame and just 1 crystal, which is red. But that's it for the first turn, so we don't have a blue mana yet. We have to see how this works out. And we reroll the white die. Comes up green, it might be good. Let's see. At least we have everything but blue now. And we draw up 4 cards. There's a Snowstorm, that's not that good. A Swiftness, at least a bit of movement. A Decompose, that's good. It's a huge break to get that. And a Concentration. At least that's blue mana as well. The dummy plays a red, and a white. That's a short turn, but unfortunately these are 3 of the good colors. But as we've seen last round, this doesn't mean much. You can always get lucky or unlucky. So that's the first turn done, and we are to the second turn. I feel I should try to hold on to the concentration to get siege damage going, but there's only 1 card that actually gives siege damage, and I feel I need that too. I just need all the siege damage I can get. I'm really lacking siege damage, I'm aware of that. And this would increase it to 5 from 3, that's a huge deal, but it can give us a mana, that's the problem. This is really the card that brings us back nicely to the village. So we should probably play that, which does mean we need a blue mana. And I feel like I should use Decompose. I could play this regularly to just get 2 crystals of one color, for example blue, but that would mean that I can't crystallize the source, so I would have to decompose the swiftness for 2 white. But I feel like I have too many things to do with blue, and if I just power it, I will get everything but the color I'm decomposing. So for example here, I would actually gain the green, the blue and the red. But again, I could not use crystallize this turn then. But decomposing this for everything but blue is really not helping me if I want to move back now. I could play the concentration, of course, for blue mana or to crystallize, but as I've already mentioned, I would really like to try to hold on to it. Once I reach the village, I can plunder every turn. At that point, it doesn't matter anymore. So this really helps me to go over my hand limit of 6 to 8, which should really help in the process of getting the right cards into hand. And I can definitely do the assault of 8 cards then. The selection of cards is a bit painful because I do need blue. So not using the die to get blue from crystallize would actually be a play, but then I can't actually use the source, not reroll anything, and it's quite inefficient. So I do want to keep the crystallize, to crystallize either one of those, but it means that I'm either getting white, which I already have, and I'm not sure I have that many effects to power. I would rather have blue and red, especially for the spells. I do need green for Tremor, so crystallizing green, for example, would be good, but then I can't get blue, and I need blue this turn. So if I power decompose, I have to hold on to crystallize for 1 more turn because I can't get an extra mana. But I probably need to do that. So if I keep that, if I think these 2 cards are that important, and the Snowstorm is good if I can spend the mana to kill stuff like the Gargoyle or the Ultimatus later. So I do think the swiftness is something that I might have to let go now. Range attack is not that useful for city assaults. And to actually have a blue to now play the Mist form, I don't need to play it now, but I think I really should play the cards that I know I won't need for the assault to get to my deck faster. So I should probably power the Decompose to get rid of the swiftness, get everything but white. There's a green, a blue and a red, and I think that's a good complement of crystals actually for Tremor, Concentrate, and blue and red definitely, but I do want to play the blue right away to not waste more time, I think. That would mean I'm playing 3 cards, get back to the village, and between the turns I can actually start plundering. It will reroll something, but I can't crystallize it now, but I think that's not important if I'm hiding at the village anyway. So I do think I want to try that. So we do power decompose with a source die to decompose the swiftness or throw it away. And we do get a crystal from each color which is not white. So we play 1 for Mist form and do get a red and a green. And I think getting red is nice and green for concentration as Tremor is always welcome. And we then play the Mist form with one of these crystals that we just got with the blue one to get movement 4. And the move cost of all terrain, including lakes, is 2. You can enter hills and mountains for the rest of the turn. But I just want to glide over the desert and the swamp back to the village. So we are now in position for the assault, and we are in a village that we can now start plundering. So this wastes the crystal, this will be re-rolled. And the question is really if we want to hold on to the snowstorm, but I think if I play the crystallize next turn, and we will not, from now on have a hand limit of 8, I should probably hold on to this for now. But I do need a complement of cards, which is Tremor, Force of Nature, the concentration we already have, and the Horn of Wrath. So we are lacking 3 cards, and we only hold on to 2, so we will see 4 per turn. I think that has to do. So let's just try that. Reroll the red, and it stays red. So we now draw our first 3 cards. Improvisation, Tremor, that's huge. So we already got one of the cards we definitely want. And a Circle of Proficiency, that's also something that I love to see. And we actually should think about if we just break that to get the hand space back, and then just take one of these skills, for example, one that gives us mana. But these are the 6 cards we get. So the dummy is playing blue, which is good, I think. Green is perfect. And red is quite welcome as well. So another blue, but that's it for its second turn. And in between turns, I definitely want to plunder. So I'm at X now and will probably stay there for a while. And I do draw 2 more cards, which is a mana draw. I probably want to have that for the assault. And a determination. It's not a bad card to have in the assault, but it's nothing I can probably sit on. But that's turn 3 then. What do we do? So we should probably start with crystallizing, and we should think about skills to take so we get rid of this artifact. I think it's fair to say that from the quite restrictive skill over that we have so far, we can definitely take this skill as well. We could at least, but I think this is just 2 mana. And if I flip this in battle, this will power me a Tremor, for example, and a Snowstorm, or power the Guardian Golems with a blue for an ice block of 4. That's quite welcome to get rid of one of the poisonous attacks. So we do need mana, and I can't hold on to this card, so I don't see myself using movement. Shapeshift at that point, if I take it now, it's just one card. That's not good enough, I think, as is the attack. I have to survive this first, so everything that helps me with powering stuff is more welcome. Yeah, and then I'm really running out of options fast, so this is probably what I want to take. As for the crystallize, I probably, from the source currently, I wouldn't like to have blue, but it's not an option unless I'm using mana draw, but I don't have a white yet as well. So mana draw is probably something I have to hold on for the assault as well, but it would be a fourth card I'm holding on to. So I will probably crystallize the green, because I already have 2 red, and green is really something that I need to stock up on, because I at least need 2 green, if I draw the Force of Nature, but I really want to. But I'm not sure what to do with these. These are quite flexible, of course, but they block my hand, so I have to let them go, I think. The mana draw really would cost a crystal, and then that would only replace one crystal with one else, and I could get another mana, that's true. If it's green, for example, I could flip Arcane Disguise again, so we might be able to pick up the Foresters to replace the Familiars if we can't ready them. But there will be a Ruthless Cursion coming up, I think, so I'm still hoping that we can refresh them. So I think I will just drop them, even though this is a huge block card. So what's the plan here? If we get the Horn and the Force of Nature, we will have 15 siege attack. We probably want to get rid of the Freezers, so with Tremor that's 5, so we have 10 left. Each of them takes 3 with Tremor, so it would be 9. It's all physical attacks, so these are out of the question, and these are double fortified, unfortunately, so these I can't really do. 2 more siege damage points would really be welcome, but Curse doesn't work in the range phase for fortified enemies, which they all are. So if we do kill them, we only have 10 left. That's 3 of these tokens. These are 12. And again, these are physical resistant, and these are double fortified. These have a huge attack, so probably want to take them out. But then again, these have all poisonous. These are poisonous anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. This is doubled if I'm not blocking them, but I think they're easy enough to block by just activating, for example, the Familiars or the Fire Golems, something like this. So probably killing them at range is a waste, which probably means that we kill those at range. That leaves a lot of attacks. But we do have the Fire Golems and the Guardian Golems to run stuff into, because they are physical resistant. That only leaves these 2 attacks and this, and I think that's manageable. To kill these, or these, we need all the elemental damage we can get. We do have a Flame Wave coming up, but a Snowstorm will help, so I think I will hold on to this. I think there's a chance. So let's just play these 2 cards, drop these. We do Crystallize, so we get a Crystallize out of our hands and get a pretty much needed green crystal. So we have a complement of 2 red, 2 green, 1 white, but I think white is not that an important of a color. It might be to kickstart the mana draw, but blue is really what we lack currently, which is also why this is nice to pick up. So we break the circlet and just permanently pick up this skill, which is 2 more mana, and it can produce blue. So we do have 2 blue, 2 red, 2 green, 1 white, if we want to. And this actually is quite flexible to give us other colors as well if we want to shift that. But we break the circlet, and we do still need the Force of Nature to get our most essential combo going from Tremor, 5 siege damage from Force of Nature, and the Horn of Wrath. So we need 2 more cards, Force of Nature and Horn of Wrath, which is the reason why we need to toss them so we can draw 4 other cards and really go through our deck. This means we are re-rolling the die, stays green, so I really would like to see blue at some point, or white to fix the source before the battle. But we do draw 4 cards now. Let's see if we are getting lucky here. There's a Flame Wall, that's nice, but it clogs up the hand. There's a Force of Nature, that's huge. So we are really only missing the Horn of Wrath. That's the most important card after all. There's a Ruthless Cursion that can ready the Familiars, that's welcome. And Rage. Actually, I'm already plundering, so I'm getting ahead of myself. So these 2 cards I only get by plundering. The Reputation just stays there. And we have to first see what the dummy does for his 3rd turn. Red, white, that's not good start. But another red, so it's 1 more card. And it's green, that's good. That's really good. So between the turns we plunder. And now we are definitely playing this, I think, to reroll this die here and ready the Familiars. So from these cards we definitely want to hold on to the Force of Nature concentration combination, the Tremor, even though it's day, it's still worthwhile. We do want damage to actually kill stuff or block. That's actually also huge, Fire Block 7. That does, for example, block the Freezers if we do not decide to kill them at range. But it's also just a huge block, so we could, for example, block an 5 attack of the heroes or of the Gargoyle, because it does hurt with poisonous. So I don't think we can skip that. The Rage we definitely want to toss. I do think the Snowstorm is welcome. If we are not knocked out, and the Horn of Wrath can definitely knock us out depending on what we roll. And unfortunately we can't regenerate within battle because it's a healing effect, which does leave the mana draw. That would be the 6th card to hold on. And we do need the Horn of Wrath. Without that, it's completely pointless to even try this assault. And there's 6 cards left. And we do actually need to move into the city. That's also something that we have to keep in mind. So I should probably toss one more card so that we can draw 3 and 3 at least. But it's a hard decision what to toss. I don't think I'm tossing the Flame Wall. It's just too good to also have a defensive capability. Because getting knocked out would probably not be good, because I then can't retaliate and kill more tokens before I have to do another assault. And getting these elemental damages in is also quite important. So maybe I'm just using mana draw to also pick up the green, ready Arcane Disguise, and pick up the Foresters. I don't have a slot, that's the problem. I'm missing 2 fame to have a slot to actually pick up the Forester. That would be the movement I need, and another 4 armor to sacrifice. So with Arcane Disguise, this would be 6 influence. If I'm readying them for 4, I have 2 left. I could then just spend them for 5, that's 7. And I could definitely pick up the Foresters and just replace the Familiars. It would alleviate me of the need for movement, and if I draw movement I have another block of 3. And the Familiars are just a block of 4, and there aren't any attacks of 4. So I think that's useless anyway. So maybe we use the mana draw now. We can then no longer fix the source. But we do have enough mana of all the colors, I think, because we did pick up this skill here. That might be a mistake, but I think I have to take this chance to actually get through the deck to get the perfect combination. Yeah, I think I'm just trying that. So I'm desperate at that point. I'm taking up green die from the source to flip the Arcane Disguise back, but then I flip it right away to ignore my reputation. And because I do want to do an interaction, and I take the other source die, the red one, for Ruthless Coercion, that gives me a reputation of 6. With 4, I'm readying them, although that's quite pointless, but it doesn't matter too much. If I ready them, I can use them right away for an influence 5. So I actually have 2 left and 5, that's 7, so it's net positive. I can hire Foresters, replacing the Familiars. It's a notch down in armor, but it gives me movement or block, so I can enter the city with them and then just wound them. And there's actually a better chance to heal them, so maybe that's a reason here. But I do have to get rid of cards anyway, and I'm dropping the Rage as well, so I do draw 3 cards with Plundering. That's the idea here. So we're replacing the Familiars with a downgraded level 1 unit, and we reroll both source dice. That can be good or it can be a disaster. So these are discarded, these are going back. Let's see what comes up, and I really want to hold on to all these spells here. So there is actually a gold and a blue. That's really nice. I draw 1 more card to my hand limit. That's a stamina. Not that useful unless I'm also drawing the card I need. Then I can actually enter the city with this and use the Fortress for blocking. Then I'm actually quite happy with this. But let's first see what the dummy is doing. White, green, that's nice. White, okay, so he's giving me time. Then I am plundering the village again, so 2 more cards. There's a Swiftness, and there's a Pure Magic. Now that's something I probably want to hold on to, because it's quite flexible. It costs a lot of mana, but it might be what makes us not getting knocked out. Okay, but nevertheless, if I keep that, I'm drawing 2 cards again, and I would have to toss them. And I do have 3 cards, so if I'm drawing 2, there's a 2 in 3 chance, obviously, to get a Horn of Wrath. And then we are ready to go. But let's see if this is actually a card that I should keep. Well, even with 1 mana, it's already 4 attack or 4 block. That can be huge. And with 7, well, 7 block doesn't do much. But do we have the mana for this? So let's maybe start distributing the mana. So we do want to power this and this. We probably want to power this spell here. We probably want to power this. Getting another block in might be useful to power this. Actually, this is also elemental damage that I missed, but maybe this is better for blocking. So we would have white, for example, but it's just influence. But we do have another mana here, and it can really be just anything but white, so that's quite flexible. Yeah, I think I'm leaving the Foresters open for movement because I really want to see the cards, so I do have to toss this. I don't see me playing anything currently, but it's worth keeping this, I think. Alright, so we do want to hold on to these 6 cards, which means we are not drawing anything regularly. And these we unfortunately have to let go, even though that would be 3 more attack, but it's just range attack and it's not efficient to play that. And we do have to force this for movement to make the assault. And we do really need a Horn of Wrath. There's 3 cards left. We draw 2 by plundering. I don't want to drop this to definitely draw that, because we do have enough mana. We started distributing this. So I think I want to chance it. I definitely have the time, but I might not have the cards to do a second assault. So that's the turn. We are not drawing anything. We see if the dummy gives us more time, but he does have 6 cards, so unless it's green, we are in the clear. White, red, blue, so that's nice. 2 more cards. Another blue, another green. So there was a green in there. And what's the last one? It's actually a blue one. Okay, so there was only one chance that we are not getting more turns. So that was already the 5th turn. So we are getting to our 6th turn. And in the dummy turn, we are plundering, of course. And of the 3 cards we have left, we draw 2. There's Pathfinding, and there's the Horn of Wrath, finally. So it's the second to last card in the deck, but it's so important. So there's only 1 card left, and it should be the Savage Harvesting we haven't seen yet. So we actually do have a movement card. It's nice because that means that we can actually use the Foresters to block. So finally this brings us to the moment of truth, to the first city assault at the end of the 3rd day. That's really the last time you can actually do that, unless you want to do 2 Megalopolis assaults in the last night, which is just insane. What I'm doing here currently is also insane, and I think I'm delusional to actually think I can do this scenario. Probably I can't, just to be completely honest with you. But if I can take this level 14 Megalopolis and maybe take a bite out of the next one, that's fine with me, with how the game was going. That would really prove the point that even if it's not optimal, you can still defeat something. And level 40 Megalopolis is, just to point it out as well, it's more than the combined usual recommended city levels of 5 and 8, so that's a total of 13. And you are taking them at the same time in a game which was not optimal. If this is possible, it really means that city levels of 5 and 8 are usually, you can't actually lose that if you know what you're doing. But I'm really happy how this turned out. Well, I went through the whole deck. The trick really was to play Krang with Arcane Disguise and have the village. I didn't plan for that, but it came up. It's nice. With plundering and plundering and plundering, you really have the hand limit that you would have had if you had 2 keeps. Yeah, so that would also have worked. Taking this, having a city here, there's also a hand limit of 8, so that's not really a difference. But there are other ways. But to actually be able to hire with Arcane Disguise, that's a huge deal, of course. But let's get to the assault. So this should be fun. Let's see what happens here. Let's move this up here to get a little bit of space. So we do see the city powers here. So we do have to keep in mind that the physical attacks are poisonous. This is not something you have to consider to see if you are knocked out or not, or if you can do it at all, because it's all just going to a discard pile or piles on the units, but it doesn't make a difference for the assault itself. It's just something for later. Poison really kills you later, not right away. And these 2 tokens, so the Fire Mages and the Auto Mages, actually 3 tokens, so the Freezers as well. These have 5 attack, these have 8, and this is increased to 5, so it's also something that we must consider. But I'm really happy that we are not facing the White City first. So with an additional armor, this would almost counteract the Tremor at day. So this will really be good at night, but currently it's not that good. But let's start to see what we can actually do here. Of course, we would start off with casting Tremor with, like, let's say a green crystal, as we've already distributed. And first of all, we need to move in, so we can take Pathfinding for this, so we don't have to spend the Foresters. So that moves us in, and we can get an armor reduction of 2 for all enemies, except for Arcane Immune. But the first city, again, I'm lucky with this, doesn't have Arcane Immunes, so the second one has 2 tokens. And then we would play the Concentration for the Force of Nature for a siege attack of 5, and break the Horn of Wrath for a siege attack of 10. So it's 5 plus up to 5. We might not actually need this, because I think it doesn't work out with the armor values. That's sad, but then again, it's 1 potential wound less, and I don't really want to get knocked out from the horn, or from the horn in combination with the enemy attacks that actually go through. So what can we do with 15 siege attack? That's 5, so we can just kill the freezers with the Force of Nature. That would just match up perfectly. It's reduced by 2. 5 physical kills them. And the horn could then take care of, unfortunately, not the tokens that are physical resistant. That would be highly inefficient. And also not the heroes, which are double fortified. So let's move them here. That really only leaves these tokens that all have 5 armor, and which is reduced to 3. That's 12 in total, but we are lacking 2 siege attack. And as said, these tokens are really easy to block, so I should probably not kill them. Which does mean that I'm probably killing the werewolf, which is hard to block, and it would have a poisonous attack of 7, the Savage Monks, which also, if I take this, would be 2 wounds and 2 to the discard pile. And we don't have anything that can just absorb 5 physical damage. And the Fire Mages, and their attack is actually increased to 8, so this is good to see that this goes as well. But that would be 4 of the 8 tokens dead right away, and I would have to roll. So I do not roll for the initial wound, because this is just for the regular effect, but instead roll for the extras. And since I only need 9, I would have 4 extras, so I would have up to 4 wounds. That's bad, of course, but that would be really unlucky. It's just a 1 in 3 chance per die. So I should expect something like 2 wounds, for example, 1 or 2 wounds. 3 if I'm really unlucky. But it leaves all these tokens here. What to do with them? I think it's quite clear that we bump these 3 attacks into, actually it doesn't work out because we really want to block that because it's if it's brutal, it's 6. So these are really 3, 5, 5, and 6. This is really unfortunate, of course, because it's brutal and poisonous, but it might be a reason to block this. It's at 5, yeah, so we must not forget this. 5 brutal would be 10. And with 3 armor, that's 4 wounds, so that's actually we can't let that through. It sounds a bit like I want to play this for block, but let's see. From the source, we probably take a blue die to at least power this as well. And we can still decide what we want to use this for. So we have all the options. We can take this blue from either of these two, which means the other option can be either, well, pretty much anything but white, which is nice because it's attack, block, well, movement we don't need. So it's really just red or blue at that point. So we can put it like this. And I really want to kill stuff, of course. So this is a reason also to think about how much do we actually want to block. I think the ultimates is fair to say that we really want to get rid of them because a cold fire attack of 5 that's poisonous and brutal we don't want to deal with again. And since they have the armor reduced by 2, that's just 6 that we need, or 5 and an inefficient 2. So I do think that pure magic for blocking is probably advised. And with the foresters, that's 10 block that inefficiently blocks the altar mages. So they would be taken care of. Let's mark that here that we use them, or we plan to use them. The attack 3 of the heroes we can definitely bump into the guardian golems. If we move this here, so maybe we don't need that much block, we'll see, then the range fire attack 4 can just kill the gargoyles later on. That at least that would kill them. Actually, they only have an armor of 2, so maybe you should group them with this for killing, because they really have 6 and 2, that's 8 again. So the armor reduction really just annihilated them basically. If we can kill them both, that's 8 that we need of an elemental attack. That would be the fire golems and one of these. So for example, the ranged ice attack 5, which does mean we don't need a flame wall for elemental damage, which would give us another block 7. We can use the curse still. We have to keep that in mind. And I do think reducing an attack might be advisable here because that is for the inefficient blocks. That's 2 block points basically that we get. Or we can curse the heroes such that we can actually bump them into the golems and the fire golem because it's just an attack of 4 at that point. Again, the restriction is only relevant in the range and siege attack phase. So if we curse them, they have an attack of 4 and 3 and it's just absorbed by the fire golems and the guardian golems without wounding them. We can't assign damage then later on. There's only the foresters left. But I think that's good because I really want to keep these units and not have to heal them. That's far too expensive. So this token would be taken care of. So we have these 3 to deal with. The block 3 here is actually far too efficient to not just block them. And we haven't used these units yet, but we are planning to use them with the snowstorm to kill the altar mages and the gargoyle. So this is about killing. So actually I don't need to put that there. So the only attacks that we haven't dealt with yet are these 2. And unfortunately we can't group them for blocking. That's a bit sad because they both give block 7. And here we need 10 because it's inefficient. And here we need just 5. But we haven't used the guardian golems yet. There's another block 2. But let's talk about killing for a moment again. These are all dead anyway. Those are killed by this combination, which really leaves only these 2. And they could be grouped. And with an attack of 9, we can actually kill them. If we can make this assault in one go, that would be highly preferable. So that would be 7 attack if we want, and 2 attack. That's 9. That would actually kill them. Actually, no, they are reduced. They are also affected by tremor. So that's only 3 and 2. That's 5 damage that we need. That could be a fire attack 5. That would kill them. Then we would have killed everything. And the only thing we need to deal with is this, and we haven't used the pure magic yet. And the guardian golems. But unfortunately, it's only a block of 9. So we are lacking 1 point of block to block them. We could run those into the foresters. That leaves 1 point of attack. That's a wound for me and 1 for the discard pile. But it's just 1 wound. I think it really depends on the Horn of Wrath roll if this is a problem or not. But not blocking them at 10, that's just bad. So do I want to use the curse on them? It's just so efficient to use the fire golems to block one of these. So I should really block that. It's just far too many wounds. And even if I reduce it by 1, it's 8. That's still 3 wounds, so it doesn't do that much. If I run these through the foresters, it's 10 damage minus 4, that's 6. That's actually 2 for me, that's nice. But then these would give me 2 wounds as well. Unless, well, I can still block stuff. So maybe that's the play here, to just have them wound the foresters and me. And the 4 armor really makes the difference here. Because this reduces the attack 10, so plus 1 due to the city, doubled, it's 10. By 4 is 6, that's 2 wounds for me. And I can get 3 from the Horn of Wrath and I will still be fine. And so I just have to block this. And it's just a block of 5 that I need, but unfortunately it's giving me 4 or 7. So I think I'm just blocking those with the pure magic. But if I'm not overlooking anything, I'm most likely not knocked out. This would be game over probably. But then we could solve this assault in one go and everything is dead. I think we will definitely level twice. That's just far too much fame lying here. So we can actually pick something up and use the city. So for example, the Heroic Tail, and we do have the mana for this. And if we can get another green, we could have a shot at the Autumn Guardians. That would be so huge. Just replace the Foresters, for example. So it also comes down to mana efficiency. If we could figure out a way to save on one of these green crystals, that would give us a clear way to play Heroic Tail with the Arcane Disguise. We will have 8 shields in the city, and we are actually defeating the heroes and the thugs, so that's plus and minus 1 reputation, and since we have found out that this is applied when you kill them, we can decide in which order, so I would definitely take the +1, so I'm actually no longer at X. So without Arcane Disguise, that's 3 positive, and with Heroic Tail, it's 9. Which does actually mean I just need 2 more points. And I do have a card coming up and but it's just 1 card. So I might be 1 influence short of doing this. If I can flip it back, then I can, of course, ignore the -5. Then it will be trivial. But it's interesting that I could even make it do without because of the 8 shields. But I don't see me having a spare card here. Or not using the pure magic, for example. And I do need these 2 green. I could use the gold, of course, instead of the blue. It's really unfortunate that these have all odd attack values. So these 4 here, for example, they are not that efficient. But let's see if we made any mistakes. So the Tremor stands, which brings them down to 5. This is killed. That's 2 + 3. That's 9. There's 1 spare point here that we can't use, but it means that we have 1 less chance to get a wound. It's probably for the better, to not risk being knocked out from the horn. But these are really just all -2. That's 3 × 3, it's 9. They are dead. So this we don't need to care of at all. Then we use the curse on the heroes to just ignore their attacks and use the foresters for block 3 that just blocks the thugs. So the brutal is irrelevant. That leaves these 2 tokens. We then use the pure magic with the mana from this. So blue does block. So we with the blue to power, blue to block, it's 7, and we can easily block this. It's even inefficient that we have too much block here. But we do need 5, not 4, which does leave this token, which we just let through, and we assign it first to the foresters, and so all the other increased attacks are irrelevant because we kill them at siege, but this is +1 because it's cold fire, double to 10, -4 is 6, armor 3 is 2 wounds. So we got 2 wounds, unless we are rolling 4 wounds here, we are not knocked out. And in the retaliation phase, actually that does mean that we actually not using this, right? Because we haven't talked about it at all, and we have not activated any of these 2. So with the snowstorm and the fire golem, we have an elemental attack of 9, and these 2 tokens have a combined armor of 8. So they are just dead. Because of Tremor, they are reduced. I think we want, if we want to kill those as well, they are at 2 and 3, that's 5. So fire attack will just kill them. Which does leave the guarding golems. They haven't done anything yet. That would be a way to get more block, for example. Because if we bring the pure magic down to just 4 block, we can increase this block to 4. That's 8 in total instead of 7. It could, for example, mean that we are not cursing them after all. But again, it's just far too efficient. I need the fire golems later, so I can't have them damaged. That would be stupid. And we would not be able to assign anything else to them. Yeah, I think the curse is well spent there. Reducing armor doesn't do much for me. I think killing all that stuff is not that hard currently. For the next city, it's a completely different story. Actually, what about this point here? We have these 2 tokens, and there's a point of damage that's spilled over. Because it's 9 damage, but they are just at 8. But if we group anything else, then we can't group it with more physical damage, because it would be inefficient. So that means we could just group it with this. That would bring the damage up to 14, and we only need 8 here. It leaves 6 damage open, but it kills them anyway, so it doesn't change anything. Killing these tokens at range is just so good. The monster don't matter that much, but others do because they have the attacks increased or have a really large attack that are even swift. So I don't think that the spilled over damage point does anything. I feel like there's like a slight thing more that we can get out of all this because the golems are not used yet. We can definitely keep 1 mana, and this can be the green one. Maybe that's the point here, that we flip that around, use the blue here for a snowstorm and use a blue here and use a green. So we don't even use that for this, but instead we do it like this. Yes, so we don't need the crystal here. And this is just block. If you paid blue, block 4. And then we can get block 2 here to block the gargoyles. That's the point. And we are saving a green crystal. And that's the play we need for Arcane Disguise with Heroic Tail to then hire the Autumn Guardians. At that point, it's really tough to both think about these kinds of really complex assaults, but also think about the future as well. If you really want to max out your results, you have to think about the next turns as well. And we do still have 2 turns after this one, so we can really think what we want to do with this. And we do need the right mana for this and the right cards. If we could save a card, it would even be better, because we will have only 2, and we have to play a card per turn. But I do think we have 2 cards, so we can make the most of these 2 turns that we have left. And getting a unit like this, that's huge, and it makes me think that we might even have a chance to at least take a chunk out of the next city. Taking this is far too ambitious, I think. But there might even be a play where we move into the monastery and pick up into the heat. That could be insanely huge for the last assault. Maybe we should think about that as well. And I do think saving a mana is really important here. But I can't save a card. I don't see how I would ever do that. Unless I'm letting more damage through, but I don't think that's a good idea. We already have to deal with 4 wounds. We can regenerate, of course, and we can probably do that with the next turns, but we will have some in the discard pile as well. We can pick up a spell if we stay here, because we have so many shields, and we can learn advanced actions as well. But the Call to Arms will be there instead start of next night, so we can learn it right away, and then use Call to Glory to hire some of the units. But then again, even maybe that's not necessary with a kind disguise and having 8 shields. That probably means we can hide them anyway. Alright, but I think we puzzled it out. We used the golems to reserve or to preserve the green crystal here. And I think at that point I'm really content how this went, and let's see if this holds up once we check it one last time. Alright, so we can take the city in one go. That's huge if I didn't miscalculate. So let's see what happens. And if I clear it up again, I have to reconstruct it later, so that's maybe not a good idea. I'm not sure how I marked this here, but let's go through. So pathfinding, of course, I think I can put it on discard pile. It's 2 movement, that we need that. Sometimes you forget that you actually need to assault a city. That's bad, of course. So Krang could move into the green or the blue. Actually, there is a rampaging enemy I'm seeing right now, so I could even pull that in, because the Tremor reduces the armor by 2. I think that means we have to go back to the drawing board, unfortunately. That might be overkill at that point, but it is another reputation. If we kill that in the right orientation, we go down to -3, so we can hide the Autumn Guardians without Arcane Disguise. And once we move to the monastery, we do need Arcane Disguise because we don't have the shield. So that's actually a huge difference if we can make that work. The question that arises is, if I now move to the green space, I can definitely pull them in. I think I can also pull them in if I move to the blue, and everything but the blue is really pointless because I do want to go to the monastery maybe. And you can use both city abilities from whatever space, so it's just considered one big city. I think that's also the reason why you can pull them in. I could look that up in the compendium. Yeah, I don't think there's actually anything written in the compendium to this. At least not with the word Megalopolis. Well, actually I found out that it's actually spelled Megapolis in the rules. I'm not sure where I get the name from. There's a movie for this, and I think the word meaning of Megalopolis is actually a giant city, a super city, so probably not the wrong word. But the compendium, I think, doesn't help that much. But I think we can pull it in. It's one huge city. I don't see why not. Others can join from whatever space, so I do think I want to move into blue. And let's do that because I already discarded the pathfinding. But the question really is, can I fit that in somewhere? It will be hit by the Tremor, so it will have 2 armor only. I killed these 2 with this. From ranged, I probably don't want to take another wound, and it would take 2 to even kill them. So I don't think that's a good idea. There is 1 damage left here, and the Guardian Golems can just kill them. That's the problem here, because it's 2 attack. But we would have to deal with the attacks as well. I think that's probably the main reason why pulling them in now is not a good idea, because they're just really annoying when it comes to their attacks. And if I don't kill them at range with siege, then it's just too much it's too much trouble. And it's a bit sad. I thought it might be a reason to go for the reputation, so I can play or get the Autumn Guardians without the Arcane Disguise, but maybe that's wanting too much. Yeah, so there's no way to fit them into the siege damage, because this is already 14. And if I'm not doing that, then the attacks are really annoying. So yeah, let's just leave them be. Let's try to execute the original plan. Yeah, so there's no way to fit them in without dealing with these attacks, and we can kill them at range because they still need 2 damage, and we would have 1 more if we chance 1 more wound, which we should really not do. So let's continue, and I moved Krang with pathfinding with 2 movement to the blue city. So I'm currently there. It doesn't matter too much for what I can do in the city, but it does matter for moving on, because I would have to move here first if I went to the green city. There might be a way to kill that after. Actually, there is, obviously, because we can just ignore the attacks. So if we go here, we could then just easily kill it. But it would mean one less interaction. And I probably want to do 2 interactions because I have so many shields that I really think I should use that. All right, so we are then casting Tremor. I think that's obvious. That gives all units armor -2. Cannot be reduced below 1, obviously. And at that point, we are casting the concentration so we're activating this skill here to give us a green token. I will mark them with gold. That's obviously not correct, but we have to keep in mind that this is from the skill. So any combination of either 2 blue, a green or a red, or blue, green, blue, red will be possible, but not white. So we flip that and we put a green here and a blue here. So maybe let's start cleaning up. So the tremor, and let's just put the crystal here. So the concentration with the green that we just produced from the skill will mean I have siege attack 5, and with the tremor that kills the freezers. I then break the Horn of Wrath to get siege attack 9. That's 3, 3, and 3. They're all reduced to 3 because of tremor, and then they would all be dead. And unfortunately at that point I have to roll for wounds, and if I do roll badly, if I get 4 wounds, then I can't do my plan. So I have at least one of these dice must not come up as red or black. I hope that's not too much to ask for, but at that point we reveal new information. We can't unroll this, so we can't unwind this. From this point onward I can move on differently. Yeah, but what are the chances? Famous last words, probably. So I do think I locked that in at that point and roll 4 dice because we increased it by 4 to 9. Let's see how many wounds we get. They come up gold, blue, red, and black. I think that's fair enough. It's 2 wounds, but I think that's within the 2 expected limits. It should be like closer to 1, but 2, I think it's fair game. 3 would have been bad, but still possible. 4 is the only thing that would really have screwed me, so let's pick up 2 wounds. This of course also means that we do not have the horn available for the last city. That's really bad, but if you can't take the first, then you should really not spend too much thought about the second. Alright, so that's locked in so far. We can't even change that anymore. These are the pile of defeated enemies, and that's just a crystal that I want to have if I want to reconstruct something. But then again, it's locked in. So let's remove that. This is also locked in then, and this is also locked in, so we can also remove that. Alright, so we are left with the other 4 tokens and are now in the block and assign damage phase. We do curse the heroes. The fortified and even double fortified restriction doesn't apply because it's not a range or siege attack phase. We reduce the attack of 5 to 4 and bump it into the fire golems, and the attack of 3 goes into the guardian golems. The attack is poisonous, but it doesn't matter because they are not taking wounds. So this means this is assigned. So the token is dealt with damage-wise. We do activate the foresters. So let's mark that by fully activating it. For block 3, that blocks the thugs, and the brutal is irrelevant at that point. So they are taken care of. We do use a blue source die to get block 4 and activate the guardian golems for another block 2. That's block 6, which blocks the gargoyle. Again, the poisonous is irrelevant at that point. And for the altar mages, which do have their attack increased by 1 because they are cold fire, and brutal brings it up to 10. We do assign 1 wound to the foresters. They don't have assassinate. The 4 armor brings the attack down to 6. And since they are poisonous, they get a second wound, but it's just a level 1 unit. If you wanted to heal it, that's just 2 points. And the 6 attack that are going through, I have to soak up because we already assigned damage to all units. And since I have 3 armor, that's 2 wounds to hand. That brings me up to 4. My unmodified hand limit is 6, so I can take 5 wounds, and only the 6 will knock me out. But I unfortunately also take 2 wounds to the discard pile because it's poisonous. But this leaves me with enough resources to now retaliate. So this token is also taken care of. We now take the physical resistant ones and we use a crystal for range fire attack 4. The range is irrelevant, but it's fire attack 4. And the generated token from Brevela's skill for ranged ice attack of 5. They are only physical resistant, so that's 9 attack. They have a combined 12. With tremor, it's 2 by 2 removed, so they are down to 8, which kills them with 1 damage even spilling over. So this means the snowstorm is played. The curse is also already taken care of. We have used all our units. The pure magic is also already played. It was for blocking, which now means that I can use a crystal on Flame Vault for a fire attack of 5. And since these 2 tokens are not fire resistant, and tremor reduced them to 2 and 3, so that's 5. They are just killed. And I hope I can decide on the order. I think I can. I'm grouping them, but it should be my decision, I think. So I'm going down 1 first, and I'm going up 1 reputation after that. So I'm at -5, which also kills these, and which means we do not have to retreat. We take the first city at the end of the 3rd day. Our hand consists of 4 wounds. We can think about if we want to regenerate, but I don't think there's a reason to hurry. The only reason to regenerate now would be if we use source dice later in another turns to regenerate 3 wounds in total. If we are not using source dice, but crystals, I think we can stall for 1 turn because I don't think we will regenerate 3 wounds, and 2 we can regenerate later. I think I will leave it at that, which does mean we are totaling up the fame. So the thugs are just 2 fame, but it does mean I level. I will now have my force armor at another command slot. We then get 5, and 5 is 10. 5, 7, and 8 is 20, which means we are leveling again. And finally another 8, which brings me to 86, and I'm leveling yet again. So I do also have my hand size limit increase and the final command slot. So let's reroll the source die. Comes up golden, so it's really a golden age of mana currently at day. And I do get to pick a skill and an advanced action card from the level up here. And I do have 8 shields on the cities, so 4 on each. So let's place them there to make it quite obvious that we have this huge bonus. Actually, just realizing that I'm the city leader now, so I have a hand limit increase of 2, so that I'm at 9 cards. And I can just assault the other megalopolis from this one. Even from the monastery, I would still be adjacent. So I will have a huge hand limit for the final assault next night. That's so cool. But let's see what the skills are. And if I'm going to pick up Heroic Tale, and I think I will, because I need the influence now to really catch up on hiring. I have 2 slots to fill and maybe a unit to heal. Then I can even take one of Brevela's skills. But we did not forget one because we already picked one up. So we could take Shapeshift, but unfortunately it's no use for influence or the movement. But let's see what our skills are. And the first skill choice is the Puppet Master ability, where if you defeat tokens, you can actually keep them and then later spend them to get half of their attack value to attack something or half of the armor value to block something. This will retain any elements for both, for the attack and the block, and if it's an odd number it will be rounded up. So that's quite nice, but unfortunately it's a bit too late for this, because I don't see really where we would pick up something like this. I'm not planning to defeat any dragons or so. There's almost no point in leveling again, and there is a bit much fame left to actually level yet again. And the other option is the Shamanic Ritual, which does just give me any mana. That's just so cool, including black. That might be huge for the final assault. And if I spend an action, so if this is my main action, I can just flip it back every round. So yeah, if I'm not doing any interaction or battling anything, then I can actually refresh that. That might actually be huge for the last round. So I don't think Puppet Master will cut it currently. And I do need a lot of like mana. If I want to have any chance with the last city, I need a Flame Wall for the scaling spell. I need the Tremor, so the Earthquake for the scaling spell. I need a Possess to prevent a unit from attacking and killing another unit with this. So I maybe also need the Whale, unless I'm using just the Autumn Guardians to give everything or resistances. But then again, I would also ignore 1 wound and all the effects if I'm powering this. So that's already 4 black mana. Where is this all coming from? Probably from mana draw. I can get 2 from this. Maybe 1 from here, and there's already 3, and if I break the Gem Pouch, which I did not break yet, so it's the only artifact I still have, I can actually come up with 4 black mana, so this is huge. And as already said, the Shapeshift I think doesn't cut it, and movement skill I don't need currently, and Puppet Master is also not good enough, so I will take the mana, which is also quite welcome for the last 2 turns I have now, which brings us to this skill, and I don't really need to think about that hard. It's Heroic Tale, it's 6 influence, it gives me reputation, it gives me fame if I hire. I just have to pick that up now. With all these shields and the things I can do in the city, that's far too huge to pass on. And if I want to, I can even pick up other advanced actions for 6 influence, so depending on what comes up, I might even pick that up just by using the green city. It does mean the dummy will not get a white card, but a blue instead. That's not good, but it could be worse, and I should really pick what I need most. So I'm picking Heroic Tale. The replacement is actually Peaceful Moment, which is another influence card that could be huge, actually. But then again, the Heroic Tale will only work with the reputation if I'm hiring something, so I would have to hire first, and there's only Autumn Guardians left. And I might not be able to pick them up. Well, I can with the Arcane Disguise, definitely, if I want to use that right away. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. So that was the level up, or the 3 level ups. And it's I rerolled already, so I'm redrawing now, and I would draw to 9 cards. So with the 4 wounds in hand, I definitely draw the rest of my cards, which is the Savage Harvesting and the Heroic Tale I just picked up. And I need to play a card per turn, so if I'm not picking up anything with Heroic Tale right now, I have to play the Savage Harvesting in the next turn. The dummy will play 1 more card. This is exactly the reason why I get 2 turns now. So this one, and then he announces end of round, and then that will be the last turn. Alright, so let's make the most out of this. Healing something of this would be really nice, but I don't have that much. Actually, the regeneration might be interesting to draw a card I am learning right away. If I'm now learning Peaceful Moment, I can regenerate and draw it, which means I can play that in the same turn I'm already using Arcane Disguise once, and I do have a lot of white mana if I want to. So we'll definitely start with Heroic Tale, I think. Let's use a source die for the moment. There's a gold one, That's 6 influence. I would have to ready the Arcane Disguise, or I don't have to. Let's see what happens if I don't. But if I activate it, then probably now, because if I manage to hire the Olden Guardians, then I will have more reputation. So if I don't use it twice, which would consume a lot of mana, then it's better to ignore the penalty now. That would mean I'm just at 6 plus 8. That's 14. Autumn Guardians cost 11. So I'm 3 influence left, which could mean that I'm using or learning Peaceful Moment. Actually, there is a play where I pick that up next turn, regenerate, pick it up, play it, and just heal the other wounds. But I can't use it for interaction, because to heal I would have to use it as an action, not in interaction. So actually my bonus does not apply, but this also means that my penalty will not apply. So just powering this card is just 3 wounds. It heals 3 wounds. So if I'm regenerating, I'm getting rid of all these wounds. That's huge. I think I really have to do that. But I do have to think about Into the Heat, because it does increase all my units, whatever I do with them, by 2 or 3 if I power it. I don't have any unit that deals siege damage, and that's really the most important part, I guess, for the next assault. Because if I'm not killing them at range, if I'm using the Tremor or the Earthquake to reduce and the Flame Wave to kill, I have to deal with all these attacks. But dealing with these attacks usually means assigning them to units if they have all resistances, but then again, if I'm having 5 slots, it's only 5 attacks that I can assign. And if I increase the values of these units and they can all block, I can actually just block 5 units. And then I can still assign, and that's a huge difference. So what I'm getting at is that maybe using all these units to block and then assigning to these units is the way to deal with the attack, and then Earthquake and Flame Wave will just kill everything. Well, not everything. It's not as easy as that. We have to be careful or mindful about fire resistance. So there's 2 tokens already that are fire resistant, but that's actually that. So all the others are not. So we can group them, and Flame Wave can take a big chunk out of them. And they will be in the White City, so it's a net -3 with Earthquake. So many of these tokens are at 2, and the Flame Wave gives 2 damage per token. So this really means all the tokens that are not fire resistant and have 5 or less armor are just dead. But I do have to take care of the attack. So that's the problem. And does Into the Heat actually help me with that? That's the main point here. Because if I have 5 units that can block and soak damage, I think I'm better off with this. If I just increase that, I would have better block values, but it doesn't help me because I can just block 5 tokens. You can't group them for blocking. And increasing not the block value, but anything else would mean that I need actually range or siege attack and a way to expose them. So we could learn the mass expose and then use range attack. We already started with this, but it's just 1 unit. And I'm just about to pick up the Autumn Guardians, just defense. So I think I want to go for a strategy where we try to make the Tremor and the Flame Wave work. And so I need units with good block values and good armor. And those fit this description, and then we have 1 open slot if we heal this, or 2 if we just replace it. And I think starting in the Megalopolis with 8 shields probably means that we are just hiring something better. So you're probably not healing this. So long story short, I think Into the Heat is a super nice card, but moving to the monastery would mean playing 1 card, not having the shields, using Arcane Disguise, and another card which would exactly learn it. So that's true. So we could do that, but I'm out of position and I'm not healing these wounds, so I don't think that's the right play. So we are letting that go, which means that with the Heroic Tail, I should probably hire now. If we are using Arcane Disguise, we would be at 14. As said, it's 3 more than we actually need. Without Arcane Disguise, we would be at net +1 with Heroic Tail and a -5, and the 8 shields brings it up to 9. That would actually mean that if I ready that but don't use it as with the flipping effect, I can hire them. And I can then flip this next turn to ignore the -3 that we still have. So with the shields, I can just pick up the Peaceful Moment, but I can't heal then. Okay, so I would have to pick that up now. Yeah, that's the problem. If I want to heal, that's an action, so I need it now. And I'm not sure I can make that work. In the monastery, I can actually heal, so this makes it more complicated. Okay, so a more complicated version would be to use the Heroic Tail. Let's try without Arcane Disguise first, so that's net 1. With the shield, it's 9. Pick up the Peaceful Moment, that's 3 left. Then use Regeneration to pull it. Yeah, so I think the main point is that the monastery heals us for 2 influence per wound, which does the Peaceful Moment, but the monastery is a regular interaction, but then I don't have the shields anyway. So the problem is I cannot combine the Peaceful Moment with the influence from the city. Getting rid of these wounds would really be welcome, because otherwise we will have them scattered in the deck and they will come up in the last night whenever, and I then have to always use Regeneration, which costs mana, So I'm not sure this is a good idea. But how do I use 2 turns to hire these, pick this up and play this as an action? The only chance would be to pick them up at the same time, which does mean Arcane Disguise to get rid of this. Then we are at 14, but it's just 1 point, unfortunately. So it's 15. Hiring them means that we have 4 points left, and it's not enough for the Peaceful Moment. If I just hire them now, I will get a reputation that leaves me at -3 and a fame, which doesn't do much, of course. And next turn I could pick up the Peaceful Moment and draw it right away with Regeneration. Maybe the Blood of the Ancient is the solution here, because the Blood of the Ancient will allow me to play the Peaceful Moment, or to get to the Peaceful Moment without an interaction. So next turn, if I just now hire, I can next turn, I would have to pick up the Blood of the Ancient, so it doesn't change anything. I would have to pick that up now, or use an interaction to pick that up. Because I can then use the Peaceful Moment just with the Blood of the Ancients, and my thinking was that this circumvents that I need to spend an interaction to get the Peaceful Mode or to use it, but I would need an interaction, of course, to pick up the Blood of the Ancients. And if I can pick that up, I can just pick up the Peaceful Mode right away. So what about spells? There is a Call to Glory, and I do have a black mana. So it's a white spell. I would need, which could mean that I'm picking up Expose after all. There's so many options. At that point, I went for a long overdue walk to clear out my head and get some of the stupid ideas out of it. For example, I noticed that we have day, which is unusual for me taking the first city, but it is day, so Call to Glory is not even possible, so that we have black mana in the source doesn't matter at all. We are not picking up this spell. Not now. It's the least one or the last one to rotate out, so if you really want that, we can pick it up next night. So with this out of the equation, we should really focus on if we need the Alten Guardians or not, and that really depends on the tokens we are facing. The problem with the white and red city combination with the Megalopolis here is that the physical attacks are brutal. So if I plan to use Earthquake and then Flame Wave to just defeat the enemies with the scaling Flame Wave, I do need to deal with all the physical attacks. So that's the problem here. And the elemental attacks are actually the ones that are not even a big problem then. Because if I get all my units or resistances, which I can do with the Guardians or with the Whale spell, I have high enough armor that I can just bump them into them because the attacks are not actually improved. The problem is that from all these attacks, we don't know what the summoners will do, but the rest of them are really physical. So I do need to block, so blocking is really king here. And running these attacks into my units, if they are brutal, which for example would for this token mean it's 22 attack, that's not going to work. So I do really need block. The Guardians do have a lot of block, that's 8. And so currently all my units that I do have also have block, and I hope to hire something that has block too. So it will be 5 units that can block stuff, and that should really help a lot. But again, everything else will be brutal and doubled, so we can wound all our units, of course, to reduce this, but that's not going to be a good strategy. So that probably means that something like the Expose spell will be good after all, and getting rid of something like this, especially due to Arcane immunity at range, might be really needed. If I do have the Possess spell, it will not work against this. That would be huge, that would be insane. And all the other attacks are really, well, that's actually the largest one, but we do probably kill that at range. So the prime candidates are, of course, the heroes to kill at range. With siege damage, for example, they will have an armor of 2 if we get the Earthquake off. So 2 siege damage will just kill them. They will just have 1, so that's 3 siege damage. So really all these small tokens we hopefully can kill at range, which drastically cuts down on physical attack, of course. With any luck, this is elemental. But it does leave some rather large attacks still. But we are getting to a point where this is actually manageable, and since this is also possible to just kill at range, maybe you're not using this block and just try to kill it at range. But we do have to come up with 10 attack, because nothing works against them. Also, they are the Alten Guardians, which have all resistances, which will suck. So picking up the Expose just for them would actually already make a lot of sense. They are not Arcane immune, so they will have an armor of 4, just 4. So if I cast Expose, they will lose their resistances. It will be a range attack of 2, so 2 more range attack will just kill them. So hopefully we can do that. And then we are getting into a range where this is actually becomes quite manageable. So these are 7 siege damage, but we do need to come up with this 7 here. If we leave out 1 token, it will be 5, and concentrated Force of Nature will be 5 siege damage, but we lost all the rest of the siege damage with the Horn of Wrath. So siege damage has to be a priority. And this brings us back to, is it actually worth it to hire the Alten Guardians? But I do think it is, because they will all be physical resistance to units, so even if it's doubled, they at least can absorb twice their armor in damage. And absorbing up to 14 damage. For example, if I run this into them, if they are physically resistant, that's 22 minus 14. There's 7 damage coming through, but it's taken care of. We will have a quite bloody army after this, but I do think it's worthwhile. And getting more resistances actually helps also with this, because we currently do not have a cold fire resistant unit, and we do not have an ice resistant unit. So we do need all resistances just to also not have to deal with these 2 tokens here. So I do think it's worthwhile, but I think it's also worthwhile to actually look at what we have here and if this is going to cut it. So with a lot of siege damage and a fair amount of range damage, we might be able to do something. I'm not saying we can actually win this, but we are not out of the game yet. And again, Into the Heat would prevent us assigning damage to units, and I think that would just kill us. Because we cannot kill everything here at range, and what do we then do with the attacks if we can't even use the units for this? Alright, so the Call to Arms or Call to Glory version is out of the question. Expose is back on the menu. Getting the Autumn Guardians with 2 open slots in a wounded unit, I think we have to do that. As for the wounds, that's also something I was thinking about when stepping away from the game. We do have the regeneration, so every turn we can get or replace a wound with a card, that's important, so we get faster through our deck and can just filter them out. But we do need a lot of mana. But we just picked up the Shamanistic Ritual, which is a mana per turn if we do nothing else. So if we are idling, grooming our deck, we will have a mana per turn extra to the source. And actually this is any mana we want, so we can power whatever we want, and we can just take a regular source tile to regenerate. And since we are at the least fame, the mana color doesn't matter, so I think I will not go for any healing, at least not currently, and I will try to filter down these wounds when they come up, but just by Shamanistic Ritual regeneration. I'm not sure if this will work, but it's a strategy at least. And if we at one point have too many wounds in hand, we can still pick up the Peaceful Moment, because again, it's the last card that cycles out, as if the Call to Arms. So if we need that, we will still be in the Green City, we can just pick that up. And if we have 3 wounds, for example, we can just make a nice healing turn. But there's no rush to do that now. We should really take it slower. What I do think about is the Blood of the Ancients, because this actually allows us, well, it gives us an extra wound, but with the Arcane Disguise not flipped, I will even have, if I play the Peaceful Moment, 8 influence, that's 4 wounds that I can heal. So picking up the Blood of the Ancients can actually allow me to just use the powered effect of Peaceful Moment without actually picking it up. But it can also do a lot of other stuff. So whatever comes up in the advanced action offer, I can actually use this with Blood of the Ancients. So I think I'd rather pick this over Peaceful Moment. But by now we already have 3 priorities again, so picking up the Autumn Guardians, picking up a spell, maybe picking up an advanced action. But I do definitely want to pick up the Autumn Guardians, and since Heroic Tale gives us a reputation, which cuts down on the minus points here, I think I really want to do that. And we already calculated several times that if I activate Arcane Disguise, I will have 6 if I power this, plus 8, which is 14, which is 3 too much. So the fame point is actually not that important. So if I'm not powering this, I'm saving on the mana, and I'm saving also the card here, because I need that to play another turn if I'm not picking up an advanced action. This would just give me 3 and 8 is 11. That's exactly what I need for the Autumn Guardians, but I do need to flip this. So I could use the gold mana just to flip Arcane Disguise, and then just interact with a bonus of plus 8 by the shields, ignore the minus 5, pick up the Autumn Guardians and go to minus 3. And I will have another turn where then are at a net plus 5, which just means with 1 card sideways I can pick up, for example, the Blood of the Ancients. Or I can try and get a spell if I flip this back, because then I will just be at 8, and it's not a problem. But it will cost 2 mana then. And every turn I'm not having spare mana, I will not regenerate. But I do think picking them up and improving my reputation is the way to go here, because this also helps me at the beginning of the next night. And we do have this mana here, but we will not be able to flip it back if we interact again. So that's just 1 mana basically. So I think I will go with picking up the Autumn Guardians with 1 mana for Arcane Disguise, a regular Heroic Tale, improving my reputation, not getting a card. Then next turn, or the last turn after the end of round is announced, I do have 1 more card, so I probably have to play that sideways, for example, and then I can decide what to do. Either take an advanced action and use the mana to heal, or flip this back again to pick up a spell, but then I also need a mana from the source. Actually, we should probably decide on this now, because regeneration can only be used once per turn. So if you want to use this to regenerate, we can do that now. And next turn, if we are not flipping this and just picking up an advanced action, we won't need a source die again, so we can regenerate a second time. If we instead want to pick up the spell, we need a mana for this and for the spell, so that's much more mana. And I think I already said that I am interested in Expose. if for nothing else than to kill the Autumn Guardians. So if we are not regenerating at all, I think with this mana and the next source, we can pick up the spell. And I think at that point I want to get going, so it's decided, let's execute this. The Autumn Guardians are quite essential for my strategy, so I do want to pick them up, and I don't think I can pick up anything else in this turn because we need 11 influence. With a regular interaction, we would be at -5 plus 8, so it's +3. So we could get to 6 or 9. That's even if we powered too short. So I do use a source die, gold one, to flip Arcane Disguise. So with a green mana, you can flip that back. And then flipping it to ignore my reputation. So the -5 is gone, so we are at 8. And 3 is actually enough to pick up the Autumn Guardians. And powering this for 3 more doesn't do anything for us. And the nice thing is that I do not need to power the Heroic Tale because the only difference would be that I also get fame, but I do get a reputation for each unit you recruited this turn anyway if I'm not powering this. So I'm getting a reputation, I'm at -3. This will reroll this die, this is flipped back, this is discarded, but we do have this very nice unit now. We do have a card for the next turn, so we can play another turn. So we are rerolling this, it stays golden. The dummy announces the end of round, and now we are really interested in picking up this spell, which means again that we are using a source die to flip this back and use Arcane Disguise again, because we are still at -3, so we are at +5, and we need 2 more influence, which we do not get from anywhere else. Actually, we can get this by not ignoring this. We can just, well, it doesn't matter if we flip it or not. It's the last turn anyway. So we can either get 2 or we can ignore the penalty. Then we are at 8, we only need 7. So I'm actually leaving this unflipped because it's cooler, but we do need the source die for this. And to pick up the spell, we need to pay mana of its color, so we are using this Shamanistic Ritual to pick up Expose. This will help greatly with the Autumn Guardians, because I have all resistances and we really want to kill them at range. They also have a 5 attack, that would be doubled because they are brutal. Every physical attack is brutal, and 10 attack is nothing I just want to take. So yeah, if we can kill them at range, and we do have to kill them, this would greatly help, and we don't even need black mana for this. And it is range attack that helps fulfilling its own goal. So we pick that up. It doesn't matter where it goes actually. And you have to play this card technically, but again it's just 1 influence, so it doesn't help. I do need to spend this mana here, so I cannot regenerate unless I'm paying a crystal. But I'm not seeing that. I think I want to try a regeneration strategy. I do have 6 wounds, so that might be hard. But let's see what we can do. If we get a good Tranquility off, for example, that would be 2 wounds already. But it's really it then. I can't get more influence to also pick up an advanced action. The Blood of the Ancients would have been nice, but I think I will just leave it there. Doesn't need to remove this for the last round. But it's really it. So that's the last turn. We don't have familiars to take care of, so we can't forget about that. We do have 2 slots to still fill because these would take also 2 healing. And I think I'm lacking a bit of healing here. Alright, so let's do the bookkeeping. We ready our mana skill here. Again, our Shamanistic Ritual is also readied. And Arcane Disguise we didn't need to flip. This would be rerolled. We ready the units. The Foresters are actually quite nice because they do have block 3 and an armor of 4. That's good. Every block is appreciated. We do finish the 3rd day, so all tactics are burned. And we can take from the Dusk or Sparring Power. And I think I will probably go with this, just to even increase our hand size beyond 9. We can probably play like a hand of 13, which probably means that we will go for an all-out assault and try to kill everything, because probably having another assault is not that useful, but we will see. We should have refreshed the spell offer when we picked up the Expose. So there's a time bending. Now that's interesting, because that would mean that we can actually do 2 all-out assaults, but I'm not sure this pans out with the mana. But now the dummy will actually pick up a white crystal for Whirlwind, so that's removed. And I think I'm leaving Call to Glory if we are having trouble recruiting, because in the cities we're at we can only recruit city enemies. But we would really appreciate Autumn Mages that would give us 2 black mana, for example, or make all our attacks siege attacks. And I have to look up if that works with Flame Wave actually, but if it's not restricted to the attack phase, then I think we can actually do that. That would be insane. Yeah, but we have to leave it because we might want to learn it and cast it. And this refreshes to a Fireball. Nice, but we already have the Snowstorm, so yeah. The dummy picks up a blue card, unfortunately. So he has 2 crystals from that color. And I do leave the Blood of the Ancients. Actually, no, there's probably no use for that, because if I pick that up, I can just pick up anything else. I'd rather have the variety. So the advanced action offer refreshes with In Need. That's huge if you want to heal. And Magic Talent, it's also huge because it means that I can actually cast a spell from the offer without picking it up. So I think I'd rather pay the 6 influence to pick that up and then just cast the spell. We unfortunately have to let go of this, but I don't think this is the card for this game. It's an MVP in one of the last games, but not in this one, I think. So we refresh the 2 advanced actions from the monasteries, and it's a Firebolt and Training. These wounds we have to unfortunately shuffle into our deck, where we already have the 2 poisonous wounds, so we are at 6 wounds now. Let's see if this pans out or not. We do shuffle the dummy deck, so he has his starting 16 cards, and we added 5 cards to the deck, 2 blue 2 red, 1 white. White and red are 1 crystal. This is 2 crystals. Green is at 4. So I think that's quite a nice constructed deck. Should be in our favor. Let's shuffle this. Let's move the cities because we need the space for the units. And I hope we are getting good ones. So Krang is still in the blue city. Let's move the advanced actions down a bit. And the last silver unit is Herbalists. That might actually be interesting. We can hire them in the monastery because we can heal with them. And with the Ruthless Coercion, we can actually ready them again quite easily because they're level 1. But more importantly, what are the core units? So 1 are green heroes. Okay, they can also heal quite well. But besides that, they have like not a good armor, but they do have a block of 5. That would be appreciated. And we can use them in the sword if this is unflipped. But what's the other unit? It's Freezers. So it can prevent an attack, or it's just a very solid block as well. And we did have some tokens with an attack of 5, so these blocks of 5 are really, really appreciated. It's not alter mages, unfortunately, and we don't have a city where we can reveal more units, so this is what has to do. The ×2 is a bit bad, but with Arcane Disguise, I think I'm at neutral again, so I can just pick them up. We flip to the night side, and the first source is red, blue, and black, which I really like, because that means that we do have a black die that we can just pull without the need for mana draw. And black mana will really be an issue here, so we need the Gem Pouch probably to break that and also get a black one. That's 2. This can get us a third one. So I think we can hopefully cast a lot of spells. But let's have a quick final look at our deck. We do have the Expose that we just picked up for the Autumn Guardians. We do have the Rick Tail. If we see that early, we can maybe make this hiring a little bit easier. The Flame Wall is the real MVP here because this attack or block gets increased by 2 for each enemy token you are facing. This doesn't say anything about the range attack phase. At least I don't think so. But it actually has the attack symbol here. I probably have to read it up if I can. Well, we don't have the Ultimate anyway, so the point is moot. But it's really interesting if you could turn it into siege attack. That would just be insane. But I don't think that works, and we can't do it anyway. The Decompose, if you see that early, I will not hesitate to use that. At that point, it's quite irrelevant if we kick stuff out of the deck. If we have that in the opening hand, for example, that's just 3 crystals. And that's very welcome to power everything that we want to power. This is really a wild card. We might actually play that for influence maybe. If we pull it later, then it will also be a nice block, like 4, 7, or with concentration even 9. This would be appreciated for me to ignore a wound and an effect, so I can maybe absorb something that does 4 damage and paralyzes, for example. This could be huge just to have more siege attack. I think I needed 8 siege attacks, so this would just do it if nothing of the things I wanted to kill is actually ice resistant. This we need for the black mana. This could be interesting if we pick up the Herbalist or something like that, but I think I'd rather pick up the 2 city units and don't have to move at all. This is all not that interesting. These are actually prime candidates for purging out of the deck. That would be huge if we draw it with wounds. Force of Nature with the concentration would be good. So where's the concentration here? It's actually right there. So this would be good to have more siege attack, but then again, the Snowstorm will probably do if we have enough black mana. And this would also be nice with the Possess because it cancels 1 attack and can probably kill some tokens due to the Tremor. So this is really MVP. We need that definitely. So all tokens that are fortified, armor -4, even though there are 2 that are arcane immune, pathfinding is completely worth it at that point. So let's give that a really good shuffle. But I think with the deck we prepared, we probably go for Sparring Power just to have this glorious battle. Because every turn we delay, we will have 1 more card. And this can mean that we won't know, but this can mean that we have like essential cards like Tremor in the Sparring Power set. Which does mean if we have cards left in the deck we won't know. That's the downside of using Sparring Power. But I do think we have to risk that. We don't have preparation, so yeah, we probably have to just exhaust the deck if we really want to make sure. Which then just gives us 1 attack, but if we level, and we do level, we will have another card. So if the dummy gives us 1 more turn after that, we can even try again with just 1 card. I'm not sure if this is useful for anything, but let's see. So this might be the most important shuffle of the game. So I might overdo it a bit, but that's really important. And again, a final cut. All right, so we do start with a hand limit of 9 because we are city leader and we are in the blue city. So let's see what our opening hand of 9 cards looks like. There's the Charm right away, which we do want to play as Possess, so I'm not sure I like this too much. Well, it's good to have. Heroic Tail is really nice. That's good in the opening hand. Ruthless Coercion is Influence, so that might be good. Let's see. Force of Nature is siege damage. Decompose in the opening hand, that's huge. So it's all the stuff we want to play anyway and get rid of. This is nothing to write home about. We probably have to drop that or decompose it. There's the Flame Wall, so one of our scaling spells. So if you also pick up the Tremor, then at least we have our combo in hand. Improvisation, Not sure about that. So we are currently at 8. And there's a mana draw. I would like to keep that to produce black mana, so we have even more of that. But that would already block 4 cards in our hand. We could actually think about moving to the village to make the plundering play after we hired and the reputation is irrelevant. Because then we will have a hand limit of 11. But it's moving to the March ones. Well, maybe if we pick up Pathfinding, that's actually an option. Because it worked quite well, and with Krang, at least it's an option. But there's a huge deck, and I hope Tremor is not the last card in the deck. So that's the opening hand. Alright, so the question still is what tactic we take, but I think it's most likely Sparring Power, but let's make a quick calculation. So that's 5 cards, 10, 15, 20, 21 cards. So if we keep on drawing just 4, we will need 4 turns just to exhaust this. Actually no, because we will put 1 under Sparring Power, so this actually accelerates it. So we are drawing 4, but we probably want to keep some at some point in time. So 1 card per turn under Sparring Power. So let's say 4 or 5 turns. That's 4 or 5 cards under Sparring Power. That leaves 16. So we really have to play through the deck fast. So if you're not moving to the village, that might be a problem. But actually this does help with getting through the deck, and it's the equivalent of at least 1 turn. So I think it would be stupid to go with From the Dusk. So let's give the dummy From the Dusk. So we do pick Sparring Power, so that we can build up a huge hand, maybe 4 or 5 turns of preparation if the dummy allows this, to really have a hand limit of like 13, 14 cards. And this actually allows us to be faster through our deck, because every turn we will play, so to speak, another card from the deck that we put under here. Maybe let's put that here to remind us, and not here because I tend to forget this, but that means that the dummy goes first. So Brevler is finally going ahead of Krang again, and we are really at the mercy of the dummy, so let's see what happens. He's playing red, white and red, so all good colors unfortunately, so that's 1 more card, and this is a blue card. So we did hit one of the good colors, and as long as we are not hitting green, it's probably okay, because the dummy has a deck of 21 cards. If he's playing 4, that will be at least 5-6 turns, and it should be all we need. So at the beginning of our first turn, we put 1 card under Sparring Power, and let's see what else we can do. The Ruthless Coercion can only ready units up to level 2, so if we are hiring the heroes to use them for influence, this won't work, even though they give us reputation. So how much influence can we actually gather? We didn't draw any wounds, that's nice, but it also means that we can't just start regenerating. I do probably want to play the Decompose as well, which means that we do have these 2 influence cards that we could play together if we want to. And we're probably decomposing a Rage, that would give us everything but red. And if we want to play the Improvisation, we would have to drop something else. And maybe holding on to the Possess is not a good play. Maybe we should consider playing this now to either get the crystal or the discount and to get it out of our hand. Because we do have so many spells that we want to power. The Tremor, the Flame Wave, the Whale, but I'm not sure about that. But definitely the Snowstorm, because it's 8 siege damage and we need that. Let's actually look again at the tokens. Which one we wanted to kill at range. The heroes, the Medusa, but with Earthquake, they are just 3. That's another 2, that's 5. That's another 2, that's 7. I think that was the plan. This we can just run into a unit. This we can run into a unit. These are just expensive to kill. Not sure if it's worthwhile. And this only works with Expose. But if it's Exposed, then we can also kill it, well, with range. We don't need Siege then. And this could actually, because this is just 1 armor, and the Snowstorm is ice, so we can just kill that, and I think that brings it up to 8. So definitely the Snowstorm, so that's 3 spells already that we want to power, and I'm sure that if Possess with another black mana is in the cards, and the regular effect is not a combat effect, so maybe we have to play that now, or at least earlier. So we could do this in 2 turns with the hiring, but if we ignore this now to get the heroes, then the -3 is gone. And we would then need 17 influence to hire them both. We start up with 8, so that's 9 more. If we do not power this, that's 5. So if we power this instead, it's already 9. To use the heroes in battle, we would have to flip that back, but I hope that's possible. I do want to power the Decompose. I probably want to get rid of this card now, so it's 2 cards that we play then, so we should really do that. And we do have a red source die, that's fitting, and there's nothing blue we want to currently power, so the reroll is welcome. If we do this in 2 goes, unfortunately, the reputation will not help me, even if, well, actually it does, because we are net positive. So if we do this in 2 goes, it should be trivial to hire them, because we start at +5. So playing just this will give us the heroes, if we flip this, and playing just this will give us the freezers. So maybe a first turn could be to play this without mana, to just pick up the freezers without Arcane Disguise. Actually, if we are not using Arcane Disguise, we do just get a +2. So we are just at -1 at that point, so we start with 7. So the Ruthless Coercion would actually give us the freezers. Actually, yeah, well, we can't hire the heroes then, yes. And the Reputation bonus would bring us to -2, which means that if we do not flip it again, because this will save us a mana, the heroes will double it to -4 again, but this brings it down to -2. We have 6 with the shields. So again, one other of these cards will just do it. I'm quickly checking the tokens to see how many are actually fire resistant so that we cannot kill them with Flame Wave. And actually, if we do not kill them at range and we bump them into a unit, because they are one of the few tokens that have a elemental attack, the Flame Wave will actually not be able to kill that, because we cannot group this with the Flame Wave group. And this, well, we picked up the expose for this, so this should not be a problem. But it might be a reason to just kill this at range after all. Depends a bit on how much range attack and how much siege attack we can actually get. I'm a bit thinking about what card actually to decompose, because this would give us every crystal besides red. That would be green, blue and white. Green and blue is really welcome for concentration, force of nature, well, any of these, tremor, and also the ability of the Autumn Guardians. But if I use this, I can't actually use the block, so maybe the whale spell would be good to cast, so I have them available for an attack of 5 or a block of 8. But I'm not sure about the white. So if we decompose Heroic Tail instead, we would get a blue instead of a white. And we do need blue for the whale, for the snowstorm, but we do have 2 blue here, so maybe that's not a big deal. We should really concentrate on playing cards fast to not waste time to go through the deck. So if we take 2 turns for this, that would be less optimal. So if we do decompose this for a white crystal, maybe I do use the white crystal right away to cast Charm as well as decompose. That's just a net of 2. Well, actually it does give us a crystal if we don't use the discount. But we should really think about if we can make it work to pick them up in one go. Flipping this just for 1 influence is probably a better idea. Well, actually, if we pick up the heroes, it counts double. So that would be a reason to flip that. So if we want to hire them both, we have to flip that, then we add 0. So it's actually more than 1 point of influence that we are getting, because currently it would be double to -6, and we only get 2, so it's a difference of 4. But then we would be neutral, but we would have to flip that back to actually activate them within the battle. We then start with 8 by shields. That would be 11. That would be 13. And if we can power that, that would be 17. And that's coincidental exactly what we need. So we should probably just do that. And then we discount 1 more card. We are holding on to 3 cards only. And we did not use the discount. So we can get a crystal instead. And I do like that. So we could pick up the red crystal after all. And this kind of turns a white crystal into a blue one, if you like. I think I like that. Let's execute that. Especially since I am not using more than 1 turn for interaction, means I can use more turns to just rest as my action to use this mana to regenerate. So we start off by using Decompose with the red source die. So let's put that to the discard pile. And we are tossing probably the improvisation, not the rage. Actually, we won't keep either of those because they are just not important enough currently. We do need raw firepower. So I was thinking about 5 for 2 cards and 4 for 1 card. We definitely need this, yeah. So I don't think, well, this is flexibility, of course, but we can't hold on to either of those. So it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of the rage. This gives us a blue, a white, and a green. This we probably discard at the end of turn. I think instead of using a crystal, I will just use this because there is a chance I can regenerate that just by using this as an action. So I'm flipping this to get a white token to cast Charm. We do flip the Arcane Disguise, and we need to flip that back at some point in time if we want to activate the heroes. This means that our reputation is irrelevant, it's ignored, so the heroes do not double it. And we add neutral. We start with 8, that's 12, that's 14, that's 17. So 17 influence gives us for 8 the freezers, and for the remaining 9 the green heroes. This does mean that our foresters we have to let go and we don't need to heal them. Since we have 6 wounds ourselves, that's probably a good idea. Alright, so we played all but the Flame Wave, the Mana Draw, and the Force of Nature. And these are probably cards that we want to hold on to, because it's black mana, it's one of the essential scaling spells, and it's siege damage. And that's our first turn, so we reroll the red die. Comes up as green. That might be nice if we draw in Tranquility, or we can just use it to turn that back. And we do draw up to 9 cards, so 6 cards. There's the Tremor right away, that's lucky. That's so good. So we have our main combo, Pathfinding. That might be a play with the Village. The Village can also heal us for influence, so we have to keep this in mind. There might be a play with a Need, depending on how many wounds we draw. There's the first wound. There's another Rage that we probably want to toss. There's a Swiftness. I'm not sure we can hold on to that, but it's range attack. So we are at 8 cards, and this is the 9, so that's another wound. This ends our first turn, and the dummy goes before us with his second turn. First card is white, unfortunately, then a blue, and finally a green. That's really, really bad. 4 more cards. That's a green, a white, a blue, and another green. So at least that should be most of the green cards. I don't think we added one to the deck. So there's only 1 left. But he played so many cards. It's 7 cards. Alright, so at the beginning of our turn, we put the second card under Sparring Power. Let's put that over here. And we are now second turn. And I do think I want to accelerate by moving to the village, which does mean that the final assault will take movement of 4 unless I'm moving back to the city after having milked the village a lot, We fortunately do not need to power this if we do not hold on to the swiftness, but we do not have another swiftness. We already thrown that out of the deck, so we won't have any ranged attack left, which does pretty much mean that the only ranged attack we have is probably the fire golems, and the rest will be siege. So if the concentration is 5, if the snowstorm that's 13, that's quite a lot. Some is physical, some is ice. I hope this does the trick. So I do think we move now. That's movement 4, but the movement cost of all terrain is reduced by 1, so the swamp will actually be movement 4. And I do think, seeing that the dummy played so many cards, that I want to go here to do the plundering play. You should then regenerate 1 card, and we can ready our shamanistic ritual if we do not interact. Since we do not need to power this and we're tossing this, there's really no use or no other use for mana than regeneration, which is actually quite good. I do think I will keep the blue currently because we do have 2 green crystals already, but we do have a blue and we can get 2 blue here. I don't think it matters too much, but a blue die could also power the stamina if we end up having to attack the city from the village, so we need 4 movement. Yeah, so I think we'll move to the village, regenerate, use this as an action, and probably just flip that back so we can use the heroes in the battle. And we will see 1 more card that we can actually either keep or just toss right away, and we should do that as the first action. Yeah, let's do that. So the first thing we do is regenerate, because we do drop another card and that could change what we do. And I do use the green for this. So we are regenerating 1 wound. That's once per turn, and we are redrawing a card because we have the least fame. And it's actually Savage Harvesting. That's huge. That really is huge, because this means that we can now use these for movement. So this is movement 4. Terrain cost is reduced by 1, so we can move wherever we like. So it's an equivalent of 5 movement. And Krang moves out of the blue city to the village, but we still are in the supply line, of course. But we can now discard a card to get a crystal. So we are discarding the rage for a red crystal. So we finally have a full complement of crystals. We discard all this, and as our action of the turn, we refresh this, and then we pop it again for a mana to refresh the Arcane Disguise and put it to the heroes just to mark that we need these 2 influence to be able to use them. And at that point we can actually try to hold on to the swiftness, because it is a range attack, and there are tokens that can be killed at range. I might regret that. Let's see. We do have currently 6 cards in hand. 1 is a wound that we can regenerate next turn. If we draw the Tranquility with 2 wounds, that would be so nice. And we have a hand limit of 9, but we do start to plunder, so we have a hand limit of 11. We have 6 cards in hand, so we would draw 5. I think that's enough. We are holding on to the swiftness, at least for a turn. So we re-roll the green. Also comes up black, so at that point the mana draw does not need the mana to be powered if we want to just take 2 black die from the source. So I love that, actually. Because we can get 2, but then you have to power it. And without this, we can just use 2 source dice, and we are much more flexible. So at the end of turn, we are drawing up to 9. We're currently at 6. So there's pure magic, interesting. There's a stamina, that's a bit unfortunate. And a crystallize, that's welcome. So let's see what the dummy is doing. That was our second turn. I'm leaving 2 cards here because I want to plunder. This is white, that's unfortunate. Red, that's also unfortunate. But we hit another red, that's good. So 1 more card, which is a blue. In dummy's turn, we do plunder, which tanks our reputation. So we have -5 again. But we do draw the Endless Gem Pouch, that's huge. That's another black mana and a lot of other mana. And a wound. Okay, so now we're in our 3rd turn. But as usual, at the beginning of the turn, we do put a card under Sparring Power. That's our 3rd card then, for the 3rd turn. And again, the problem is that we do not need what these cards are, but I think we have the most essential cards already. At least the Flame Event, the Tremor, or the Earthquake. But a Snowstorm really would be, well, actually quite essential, because it's 8 siege damage, and we do need siege damage desperately. Okay, so what do we do in the 3rd turn? So we should probably use the Crystallize, since we do not nearly have a full complement of crystals. That could be used with this to get a crystal of any color. It's really unfortunate we have the movement right now, because we do not want to move. Do we make an influence play? But at -5, that would mean we have to flip this again, so that costs us a mana later, and this costs us a mana too. And at that point, even if we get to 6 influence, which we can't unless we also power this, which is yet another mana, to only heal these 2 wounds, that's inefficient. So we'd rather use the mana to regenerate, to swap out a card right away. That probably means, as an action of the turn, we ready this and use these 2 mana to get a crystal and swap out another card. But then the question is, do we hold on to any of these cards? The dummy has 6 cards, which again means unless we are hitting the last green one, we are in the clear that we have 4 turns, but we could have only 3, and we are only in 1 of the 3 turns, so we can only put 1 under Sparring Power, maybe 2, 1 or 2. So we do have to draw 4 cards. Actually, that's not that much. I do think we remain here 1 turn and hold on to 1 of the movement cards, and probably just a card that moves us without having to power it. So we use this to crystallize, and this is our action of the turn together with the regeneration. and this is probably something we just have to toss. We could of course also just rest, but regeneration actually makes us faster through our deck, so I think regeneration is the way to go here. So we do spend our action to ready Shamanistic Ritual, and then flip it again, together with regeneration, to get rid of one wound. The idea being that we are getting faster through our deck when we throw them out and just draw a card right away. And it's another wound, okay. That is to be expected because we have healed only 2. There are 2, so there are 2 more in the deck. And there are not that many cards left. They might actually be there, that's a bit sad. We do crystallize, and I do think maybe I want another blue because we do have the whale spell, the snowstorm spell. We have the freezers, that might be better than blocking. And we do have the guardian golems. I think white we have actually enough, but we can't produce white here. So that we have to keep in mind that we are quite flexible with this, but not white. But we should have this ready at the end, so, but that might be needed for a black mana. But we do have the pouch that gives us a mana of any color. I think the mana is actually not a problem. So we should probably just pick up either blue or red. Red we need for the flame wave, maybe for this, but I'm not sure there's another spell for this. So I'm picking up the blue without thinking about too much. That's the crystallize. And we do hold on to 1 movement card that we can actually get back. And since this needs to be powered, this doesn't. I mean, do not need more than 4 movement. But this could be a card that's giving us quite a lot of power. But I'm not sure what movement cards we actually have left. And it would be quite bad to, at the end, have to pay 2 cards sideways to actually move to the assault. But we do have this stamina, and so we could power that. And that's just 4. But we can do this with this. But this would be much more flexible. The swiftness lets us move. But I do think I want to stay here a turn to do the plundering again, because we are already at 7 cards and we do still have wounds. So if we don't get rid of them now, but we already played the action here, so we can't. Where's the tranquility? Maybe it's there with 2 wounds. That would be so sad. I think we have enough mana. Let's maybe hold on to pure magic because it's much more flexible. So we toss this, but it does mean we have 7 cards and 2, so we only draw by plundering. That's 2 cards, 1 for sparring power. We probably have to stay here then, but then we will go through our deck. So we reroll the die, stays blue. We are not drawing anything. And let's see if the dummy hits the green card. So red, red, blue. That's 2 more, white and blue. So that's the green. Okay, so he only has the green left, which means that we now have 3 turns to try and attempt this city. Between the turns we are plundering, so we are at X now. That's 2 more cards. One is the expose spell, that's nice. And the other is the mist form, the Veil of Mist. Alright, so that's 11 cards. We have played 4 turns so far. No, the dummy has played 4 turns so far. We have only played 3, which brings us to our next turn. And we do have this turn, then the dummy exhausts his deck. Another turn, then he announces end of round. So 3 more turns. We, at the beginning of our 4th turn, of course, put a card under Sparring Power. So that's 4 cards now. So there's only 2 left. And if we want to get access to these cards, we can just draw them by regenerating. That's so huge. That's huge. So we can replace them with these 2 cards, so we don't need to draw anymore, which means we are done here, and we just move back into position. And now I feel quite stupid that I did not hold on to the stamina, because this would not need mana. But then again, maybe with the pure magic we can shuffle things around and maybe play other cards sideways, and this 7 will actually save us. So maybe that's actually a good thing. If there are wounds in tranquility, and then there's 1 card already that we can't use for the assault anyway. So yeah, let's just move with the swiftness probably. I'm not really fond of tossing ranged attack. I did not consider the space bending play, or the time bending rather. Or we could just pick up the fireball after all. That would mean that we have another siege attack 8. I think it would be stupid not to pick that up. The time bending is, to be completely honest, I think that's too complicated for me currently. Because that's another 2 mana, it's another black mana to get back a lot of the stuff I play, but not the crystals, not the skills, so just the cards. And I'm not sure this is actually worthwhile. I don't have much experience with this, but how do we actually use that stuff if you're out of mana and crystals and skills anyway? So I don't think I want to do that, but picking up the firewall would actually be huge. But it does need a lot of mana, that's the problem, because we need to flip this back. So once we flip this, we can just pick that up with the mana, but then we need to flip it back. That's 2 mana, and this probably means that we cannot regenerate. But we are playing the swiftness then to move back to the blue city, to be in position. And I'm actually tempted to just play this, because with all the crystals that we have and the pouch, I do hope we have enough mana. But this would be exactly the green that we need to flip that back, and the red to learn that spell, so we could still regenerate. And I think we should regenerate in that turn as well. I hope I'm not regretting that. So 3 turns, 1 to move here, flip this, pay a red, which we don't have, to pick up the spell. And we should really do that. If you can cast Firestorm and Snowstorm with Tremor, maybe the Flame Wave is not actually necessary then. Because if you kill too much in range, the Flame Wave won't do that much after all. So move, flip, learn this. We need a red. Probably we just take this one here, because if we use a crystal that defeats the purpose, that's also one less red mana we have. And at that point we get another mana, which we need to flip that back. So actually this will just give us the fireball without any mana. We can use this to regenerate and use the next turn's action to ready this and regenerate with the sauce. Then we have our full deck. Actually, we don't need to regenerate twice because we can use one more sparring power turn. Let's do it. So we play the swiftness for movement 2 to get back into position. So Krang moves back to the blue city. We do flip the arcane disguise, so we are at 8 influence again, which means we can pick up a spell. At that point we are flipping this to get a red token to pick up the fireball, and the other token is a green one, which means that we can flip this back, so we can actually use the heroes in the battle. We then use blue with regeneration to get rid of 1 wound and draw the fireball. And that's it for the turn. So we reroll the die, comes up white. We do have so many cards in hand that we definitely do not draw. So that's 10, I think. The dummy exhausts his deck. So we have 2 turns now. At the beginning of our turn, we put 1 more card on our sparring power. Then we use the white die to regenerate, to throw away this wound. Draw the last card of our deck, which is blocked, that's good. And we do use the action of the turn to ready the shamanistic ritual, which really means that we can just reroll the die and then we are ready to go. Comes up blue. Dummy announces the end of round, and at that point I will get rid of his deck here. And we are at the end of the game, the end of the third night. We have almost like, no, well, actually not the better part of our deck because there's a lot in the discard pile, but we have a lot of cards in hand. And we now pop sparring power, which is 5 more cards. So we have a huge amount of cards. So let's put a discard pile here that does not take up any space. Also this we won't have. Regeneration we might use. Actually, there's no point in using this. So we have only these 2 skills and this one for the heroes. Let's see what we get. There's a snowstorm. Nice. The concentration, that's also nice, very essential. Tranquility at that point is not that necessary, maybe after the battle. Then a wound, okay, and another wound. So it's actually a tranquility and 2 wounds. So these are the least important cards. Let's put them here. But this could move us into the city if we play it sideways with anything else. So let's organize this a bit. All right, so what do we have? We do have the fireball and the snowstorm. That would be a siege attack of 16. We do have the expose or mass expose. We have the tremor and we do have the flame wall. So that would be a combo that we would like to do. But to be honest, let's see how far we get with just using earthquake with firestorm and blizzard, because that's 16 siege attack with all tokens have the armor reduced by 3 due to the white city giving them +1. Maybe we do make some space here to remind us that the red city gives all the tokens that have physical attacks brutal and that all tokens actually have +1 armor. So we do also have yet another spell, which would be good to cast to be able to use the guardians for attack or block. And these are our wild cards that could come in handy, but I do feel we need more space here. So this is our complement of spells, 6 spells in total. We do have the concentration, which I would like to use probably also for siege damage. So let's put that under the siege pile here. That would bring up the siege damage to 21. We do have the gem pouch that we probably want to break, but these are our mana cards. So we are pulling 2. And if we break this, we get a token of each basic color and a black at night. So that's a huge amount of mana, and we have 3 black tokens already. This is also another black, so that would be 4 black tokens. So we can cast 4 of these spells in their powered form. And we do have a bit of block if we need it, and the pure magic as a wild card. And we do still need to move in. So either we move in with the tranquility and the determination, for example, and use the pure magic, or we just power the pure magic for movement. Even though it's inefficient, costs some mana, but I hope mana is not a problem. But looking at all this, maybe mana is a problem. So let's get to it. We definitely want to cast the earthquake. So that would be a green and a black. I think we also want to cast snowstorm and blizzard. So there's 2 more blacks, a blue and a red. So far we haven't even touched our crystals, that's good. There's really not much to do with this except casting expose, and I probably do not want to use mass expose just to cut down on the mana usage. So let's see how much enemies are actually left after this. And we also have the ranged fire attack. So let's see if we need the whale or the flame wave after all. We do still have a wildcard mana here, but these are then used. Let's maybe make that the other way around, because all the stuff we used is on the left. Pouch and mana draw is definitely used up. So we do have this left. Again, I probably want to use these 5 siege damage. That's just too tempting. Let's pick a green crystal for this. And these are then things that we have at our discretion. And we didn't cast these spells yet either. So maybe we do block with this after all. All right, so let's pick up the tokens and make a bit room here. So we also have the curse, of course. That might come in handy to reduce an attack, but actually works on an arcane immune. And we should probably make some room here for the tokens. All right, so the plan was to have the Autumn Guardians use their fortification and resistances. So with the earthquake and the White City, they had -3, they had 4, and it's already range attack 2, so range attack 2 will kill them. These tokens, if unblocked, I had 6, -3 is 3, so they are also able to be killed with range attack, so maybe this is something that we want to group. But it would then need a combined range attack of 7, so that's 5 more. That could mean that we just use one of them as range, let's see. So what about these siege attacks? We have 8, 8, and 5, so probably the Blizzard we want to use on this because the fire won't work. Actually, we can also put that here. We could bump this into a unit if we give it elemental resistance, but maybe we don't even need that. So the freezers we could kill with a range attack of 4 because it's reduced by 3. But unfortunately, the token that has only 1 life. Actually, the Medusa has just 1. That's perfect. Okay, so the concentrated force of nature with physical siege damage can kill this for 1 and this for 4. These 2 tokens would be taken care of. And this is just 1 point. That's another 2, that's 3. Another 2, that's 5. The snowstorm with the siege attack 8 can kill the shadow, which is a cane immune. So if you're not blocking that, that could be an option actually to block that. But this snowstorm will just kill it with siege attack 8. It's not reduced. There's a lot of investment for 1 token, but then again we are running out of tokens quite fast, so maybe there's nothing left to actually kill. Problem is really these Grim Legionnaires that are also a cane immune, so we really need 10 damage for them. So one play would be to actually use the expose on the Grim Legionnaires, no, on the Alton Guardians. So target enemy loses all fortifications and resistance is combat, so we don't need to attack that. It's just that this is completely exposed and it loses the resistances. At that point we can use the freezers to not have them attack, and since I do not have any more resistances, the armor will be reduced a further 3. So 3 and 3 from Tremor will make this a 1. So 1 damage will just kill it. That could be, for example, be the Tranquility, which would mean that we can use the range attack to actually kill stuff at range. And probably want to kill this to not deal with the 11 attack. That could mean that we are using the 2 range attack and the 4 here. That's 6. And we do need another 4. Maybe this is just too expensive and you do want to block that. So 2 and 8 will actually kill it. It's a waste of siege damage. Actually, that's a good point. It is a waste. But where does my range attack come from? I think I have only this and this. That's only 6 points. So at that point, it doesn't matter that they are never fortified. So we could use the curse on the never fortified units, but it doesn't matter because it's not in the range attack phase, to reduce the attack to 4 and bump them into the fire golems because they have a physical resistant armor of 4. And then the heroes we could bump into the golems, at least the attack of 3, but we really want to kill them. Actually, we do have more heroes, so we can actually bump them into these 2 units because they, no, the attacks are brutal. I always forget that, so we really need to block if you're not killing them at range. So we should really concentrate killing them at range. The can immunity is really bad here. I don't think I need the Veil of Mist. So Determination could block the shock troops. Maybe try that, because then the brutal is irrelevant. So at that point we still need to deal with this, unless we kill it with this. That's quite inefficient, but we are exposing this, killing this. This is just 1 damage that we need to come up with. And it can't be ranged, because this is for the block phase only. But all our siege damage would already be gone. The Guardians could just block the Shadow with the block 8. It's inefficient, but it blocks them. So they are down to 4. So 5 damage will kill them. Flame Wave would give me 5 plus 4 already. That's already 9. And these are at 1. These are at 4. That's 5, as I said. These are actually reduced by 3. Oh, they have been blocked. So they are actually at 1 as well. That's actually quite good. I didn't even realize that if I block them, they get easier. So these are actually just 1. These are at 4, that's 6. So the fire attack will just kill them. So you probably want to play that after all. But we would have to come up with black mana, which we do have if we want to. So we could make it a flame wave here, because it really means that we have 9 attack. This will just kill stuff. So at that point, I think it's clear that we will win, unless I'm missing something really huge. We haven't played the pure magic yet, and we haven't played the tranquility, but it's actually good to heal. So maybe we plan this to get rid of the wounds. It's just score, but it's style as well. And it really leaves the heroes. So here we are currently at 5. So the heroes are actually just dead if I just group them here. I'm not sure I stopped putting tokens here at some point. But with Earthquake, this is really just 7. So they are just dead. Did we win? I think we win. So at that point we have to move in. Movement is unfortunately green. We didn't even use the heroes yet. Maybe I shouldn't have flipped that back. That would be a green mana. So we are planning to use these, Actually, we need the blue for this. And we have used Source Dice already, so we do need this. That prevents the attack and gets rid of 3 more armor. I think that's worth it. Because again, these are brutal if we let physical attacks through. We don't actually use the curse yet. We can't reduce these any further, and these are arcane immune. Blocking these is just too good. This just works out far too well as well. That's expensive, but the attack is gone. Oh, do we kill the shadow yet? Yeah, we do with the flame wall. But we probably do not need to make this a flame wave. That's fire attack 5. We only need 1, 1, and 4. That's 6. But we can't reduce them any further. That's the problem. So we need 1 more attack. But it's just the golems, for example. Let's not make it more complicated than it actually is. Which does mean that we have this mana here to power this for movement. We didn't use that yet, so that wasn't important after all. Maybe use this to move then, just to have this for fun for the last turn. And I don't see why we would use the curse currently. So we would have the tranquility left with a crystal. Actually, we might reroll into something. So actually we do have a green mana here, which I was searching, looking for moving with this. But I would be fine with having this for influence with white, and then to just buy some more stuff in these cities, because I can buy an artifact or units. That's for style. All right, so we would open with movement, then with earthquake, breaking this, pulling 2 dice. So that's all played. These are reduced to 7 armor. Siege fire will kill them because none of them is fire resistant. Then snowstorm and expose, exposing this unit, but with range attack 2 and siege attack 8, they don't have any resistances. That's 10, they are just dead. So that's all played. This is 5, it's 1 and 4, kills this. We block them, the armor gets reduced to 3. I'm not actually sure how this interacts with tremor. Usually the armor reduction hits, well actually I think it reduces both armor. So this will be 1 and this will be 3. And once we block them, it's only a reduction of 2, but it's welcome. These are exposed, so we can now use the freezers to prevent their attack. They have 4 armor, further reduced by 3, because they're no longer ice resistant. That's also just 1 point. The guardsmen have block 8, inefficient, blocks the shadow, it goes down to 4. So we need 6 damage. We have fire attack 5, plus the guardian golems, just another attack of 2. So this is all that, and we are done. We are keeping the heroes, keeping the fire golems actually. But I do like the plan, let's execute it. Let's go through it one more final time. I did have games where I had to revise the plan several times because I overlooked something, so we should really take our time to check this again. Alright, final city assault on the level 18 Megalopolis. White and red, tokens have +1 armor, and all physical attacks are brutal. I hope this doesn't matter at all, because we are killing everything or blocking it, so nothing actually attacks. We do flip this to get a blue mana, because for some reason everything else is already accounted for, to do the assault. So Krang moves from the blue into the white city, and we are already at X, so that doesn't matter. So this is taken care of. So at that point I start discarding stuff, and this is also used. We then cast the Tremor. We do cast the mana draw to get 2 dice, so we can't use the last one. And we are breaking this, but I'm leaving it like here. Actually, we did not refresh the offer, but yeah, so we are breaking this. So we get 1 token of every color, it's already here, and a black one. So I'm leaving the Tremor here because this is still active. And now we are in the siege and range attack phase. We do use the red and the black token from the pouch to cast a Firestorm. Oh, actually we are taking wounds. I have to take this into account. So 1 wound from Firestorm. But we have a siege fire attack of 8. These monks are at +1, that's 6, -4, that's 2. So 2, 2, 2, that's 6. And these are at 1, that's 7. So ranged or siege fire attack of 8 kills them. None of them is fire resistant. So these are all on the killed stack. And we have played the fireball. Let's put the mana we used here. We then cast expose. Target enemy loses all fortifications and resistances. So this token that really has only the fortification resistance going for it loses this all, but only this token. And we do get a range attack of 2 now in the range phase. So we do cast the blizzard with a blue token, probably also from the pouch, and a black die. So we take another wound from the blizzard, but it's siege ice attack 8, and with the range attack 2, that's a total of 10. They are not resistant, but they are arcane immune, so the armor is not reduced. But we add this token to the kill stack. We are then using the concentration with the force of nature again, with a green token, probably also from the pouch at that point. So that's all the mana that we generate from the pouch. So the pouch is gone now. But it is a siege attack of 5 physical. This has only 1 armor. This is only 4 armor, so that's 5 armor. None are physical resistant, so these are dead. So they are added to the kill stack. These 2 cards are discarded, which leaves only these 3 tokens. These are exposed. So we are now using the freezes with a blue crystal at that point to have target enemy does not attack, and they are no longer ice resistant, so we can do that. And it gets an armor -3 to a minimum of 1. So due to Earthquake. Since we cast this before the expose, they were still fortified. So they are losing 4 armor, they had 3. Then they lose the fortification and the resistances, and now they're losing another 3. So this is at 1. So this is at 1 armor without any resistances. We do use another blue crystal for determination for a block 5, which blocks the shock troops. The Earthquake reduced their armor to 1 and 3. And since it's now blocked, they're at 1, 2. Again, no resistances. That means we have plated determination. We activate the Autumn Guardians for a block of 8. That's inefficient. So it's half to 4, but that's enough to block the cold fire attack of the Shadow. The Shadow is now blocked. They are arcane immune, so the armor was not reduced by anything. But it's now down to 4, which means that we have 6 armor here, and none of these have any resistances. At that point, we could actually kill them almost just with this, and we don't actually need to cast the Flame Wave. I don't think we need the units for anything else. I don't think we want to kill a dragon for style. We just stay in the city and use the heroes for influence. So I want to keep the heroes, but I'm actually saving that mana here and just playing this sideways. I activate the golems for 2 attack, the fire golems for 3 attack, and this sideways for an attack of 1, that's 6 attack. And it's quite satisfying to just assign that, like these 5 to this, and then just have the sideways Flame Wave kill the Autumn Guardians. But it doesn't matter, they are all dead, they are all added to the kill stack. And we didn't need to power that, that's the important part. And at that point we are through the combat. We do have a huge kill stack. We do unfortunately have 2 wounds still, but a tranquility, which means that we can heal, but there's no rush actually. We do have the pure magic for next turn. And we have 2 more wounds that we picked up from the 2 spells, from the Firestorm and the Snowstorm. But we definitely level, so we can look at a need. Actually, let's get rid of the pouch at that point and refresh the spell offer where we put up, we took the Firestorm. There's a burning shield, exploding shield. I just wanted to see if there's anything that warrants taking magic talent, but I don't think there is at that point. We could actually use magic talent to cast Call to Arms, but we need a white card for that, so that doesn't work out. Because we then could use the Herbalist, that's the play. Okay, but that's what we have in hand here, and we have enough hand limit to not worry about that, but we could think about regeneration still. Let's go through this stack again and filter out the stuff we put there. So this was flipped. We did not use this. We could still use the regeneration, but this is also already flipped. So let's move that back. Actually, again, I'm not sure if we have another turn because the end of round was already announced. So I should probably not play another turn. That's a good point. So I just activate the heroes now, I think. So after the battle, I'm activating the heroes with a green token for heal 4 and just heal all our wounds. So we didn't need this after all. This was a misplay to ready this before we even planned the combat. And I didn't actually move into the city yet. So I'm playing these 2 cards sideways, I think. I think I did not move. Where would that... Actually, I did. I did use the whale. Okay, so I did pay the mana in anticipation that I could actually use this the next turn. So that's probably a misplay as well. Let's get back to Mist form. We haven't revealed any information yet. We did need a token for that, or even a crystal, I think. So we don't need that, so we can keep that. That's actually 1 more fame point. And we can just move into the city with any of these 2 cards sideways. But I think we are then done with the game anyway, so it doesn't matter. We don't need to regenerate anything. This is used. We won't have a final interaction. So let's just process the stack. So we did end up with 3 and 7 is 10, 2 and 8 is 10, 5 and 5 is 10, 4 for 4 is 12, and 8 is 20. So that's 50 fame. And we did kill heroes and thugs, so maybe we could make it work, but at that point I don't care, so let's just stay there. But that's 50 fame. We are at 86, so the 20 brings us to 106, and the 30 to 136. We have a board of 120, so we had 16. And we did pass the final level. So this time we did screw up again. So the 4th Breveler skill, there's 3 only, would have been this. And the final 2 Krang skills, of course, are the Master of Chaos and Battle Hardened. I'm not that fond of this. This is just far too fiddly for my taste. Never played that. This can be interesting to prevent wounds, but again, not that fond of it. So at that point, it doesn't matter. Let's take the Master of Chaos, put it here. We pick up another advanced action card. Let's just score. And since the end of the round was declared, I'm not playing another turn. I'm really baffled how this turned out. I was really thinking that this game would be a post-mortem. Then I thought, okay, maybe we can like accelerate the movement, where after the 3rd round or so, we had revealed 3 tiles, so 4 more to even reach the core. So we focused on movement, but could pick up some interesting stuff on the way, especially getting the artifacts here with the dungeon and the monastery. So that's 2 artifacts. Then we could reveal this nice Megalopolis chain. So we didn't need much movement. And especially getting rid of all these cards over the course of the game. We started with a promise, then 2 movement cards, another movement card, and finally a rage. So Decompose really gave us a lot of crystals. I think most of the time even 3, maybe once 2, I don't know, but I think most of the time 3. That's like 14 crystals. So I was bashing the choice, since we are Krang and we have Savage Harvesting, but I don't think Savage Harvesting is actually anywhere near that good, because you have to move and you are just discarding the cards, but it just doesn't feel good. So maybe Decompose was the right choice after all. And with the Gem Pouch, we did have even more crystals. So this produced us like 6 crystals or so, 3 times 2 at least. And in the end, it was 5 tokens. So that's a lot of mana. And we burned through a lot of mana, but mana is really what powers all this, what makes it possible to play like this. We didn't actually clean this up. So there was a lot of mana used here. And we would have to reroll these dice, of course, but the game ends. So yeah, we didn't even get the first city in the vicinity of the keep. So I thought, okay, then it's even further away. But then we had this village, and this really enabled us to get in the 3rd day the perfect hand by increasing our hand limit to 8, because at that point we only had 6 hand limit. And with plundering all the time, going to the X reputation, we could get the perfect hand to make a city assault going, which is more than I even assumed. I said several times maybe I'm delusional, and I'm not sure what you thought when I was going for Megalopolis of level 14. So even higher than, well, actually last time I think I played 12 and 14. But again, it's at the ceiling of what I played ever. So with a game like this, why even go for this? But then we could make the assault work, and not even this, we could even take the city in the first go, because we did not have to retreat and go at it again, because I think we were out of resource anyway. And just with 1 or 2 cards, then we had 2 more turns so that we can actually milk the shields that we have 50 cities. And that's huge. You do need to take the first city and really reap the benefits of what you can do in these cities, because they all have nice offers. We could get a spell with this. And I think we picked up Mass Expose, which played a role in the second assault. So being able to take the first city in one go was really huge, because then at the end of the 3rd day, we did have this sacked, and we were in a good position to continue. We did not have to move, so we could prepare the final night with sparring power that dummy let us take. So we could have had preparation, but I think it pales in comparison if you get 4 more cards and you can just go through your deck. We did go to the village again with Pathfinding, I think, and Savage Harvesting to do the strategy again, to go 2 above our hand limit, basically, to search the deck quicker. So we got all the spells. We did get good spells in the beginning. That much was clear, so this was not the bad part about this run. The problem is really, what does the spells do for you if you have Tremor and Flame Wave and all that nice stuff? If at the end of the game you are not leveled enough, you don't have enough armor, enough hand limit, you don't have enough cards, you don't have them all, you do need the black mana. There are games where you're really struggling with black mana, but I rolled 2 in the final round just like this, so I did not have to play the mana draw to get 2. But then again, I had 2 crystals left, so mana draw would have given me 2 mana no matter what. And we could actually use another die from the source if we used the mana draw to turn 1 die black, so we haven't actually used the mana die, which means that the crystal we use for this is actually well spent. So maybe that's not that lucky, but again, with picking up the Shamanistic Ritual, I think that was also a huge pickup. The Regeneration we did not use for several rounds, but in the end it was really MVP, because it doesn't actually only heal you, it also replaces the card, and that's huge. Because that means that if you put wounds in your deck, and you do have the mana, that's the important part of course, then you can actually just replace them with another card, and this means that the wounds are not actually slowing you down. And if you're not taking any other action and have this nice skill, because this is any mana whatsoever what you like, and the ability to flip this back that was introduced with Krang, I think, that's just a huge skill and a huge combination. So maybe picking up the Regeneration after all was a good choice. I was in the beginning regretting not taking this, but I had good reasons for this, because it's really a monoculture, because you're paying a mana, let's say green, you're getting a green crystal and you get another green. So in the beginning deck where you only have 4 cards of each color, and if you have played 2 of each color already, that doesn't sound like that good. The 3rd mana goes to waste if you can't use it in the exact next turn, so you just get a crystal that's maybe nice for later, but I did have enough crystal skills anyway. I have Savage Harvesting, I had Decompose, I had a Gem Pouch. Maybe not at that point, but I think overall it might have even been the right choice. So in the postmortem I was already planning, in my head basically, I was really pointing out the decision to take the Gem Pouch over the Druidic Staff, because I almost deadlocked myself if I did not have noticed that I can actually play red mana. But in the next turn, or in the next round, I was deadlocked again because I was on the wrong side of the mountain and the lake. So I almost took preparation to walk over the lake again. And would it have worked? Well, we would have revealed one of these tiles first, probably this one. And it does have one space that could have landed here. With this orientation, not really. But yeah, it doesn't matter. It was just a chance that I wasn't willing to take. So I was looping around like this. But it ended up quite well with the placement of the countryside tile. So I could place the first core tile here. Or I can actually place it here. So I had actually 2 spaces. So there was a lot of planning involved there. I definitely thought a lot in this game. It was really taking quite long. But I do think that there were an extreme amount of pivotal positions where if you play the wrong thing or take the wrong skill, you're really screwing yourself. Taking Arcane Disguise, for example, was just a hunch, and I was already moving away from the monastery, so I took it after being already out of position, but then I've drawn another one, which sets me back, but gives me an artifact, and all the artifacts were quite important. I think without the Horn of Wrath, the first assault would not have worked, because I just didn't have the siege damage. Going from 5 siege damage to potential 15, this makes all the difference in the world. And taking a city of this magnitude a day, I have never done before. And then with the village, this was really MVP, because after milking this village to groom the hand and taking this city, we can then flip that to actually hire the Autumn Guardians. We did use the trick that we kill the heroes first and then the thugs, so we did not end up at X, so we could interact anyway, and we might have even hired them without this. I don't remember. Actually, we probably flipped that. I don't know. But really, taking this was really essential. I'm not sure what the other option would have been, but everything else I think pales in comparison. So this was not that important, but this was a huge pickup with the artifact because that's so much mana. Yeah, I think it just turned out well, and we could take the first city, but even then I never thought that we can take the level 18 Megalopolis with 10 tokens, with 2 arcane immunities. We didn't have an army to speak of, so we were at that point already only picking up the Autumn Guardians, and we did have foresters that were gravely wounded. So it came down to luck what we draw. There are core units that you can't even hire in a city, so that's a problem then. So we would have to pick up Call to Glory probably, and these are not actually the best units to even pick up. So probably Automatus would be much better, and also Defana Masters of course would be much better because they have so much power, removing fortification, so you don't need to pick up explosive, you can just get Defana Masters. Also Sorcerers might be better, but I think they are an example that you can actually hire in a city. Yeah, you can only hire them in a mage tower or a monastery, but these would of course replace the expose also. Yeah, but at that point I still didn't think that we had a big chance. But we looked at the tokens, again, knowledge is key in Mage Knight, and could figure out what to do with them. I did not end up playing the whale and nor the flame wave, so the whole point of this strategy to get units and absorb the attacks and then use the flame wave to retaliate, well, it wasn't necessary in the end because we picked up Firestorm and Snowstorm, but I'm fine with that of course. And we did manage in the last turn to take the city. I would have never imagined that. I really thought this was going in a direction where it's not a postmortem, because I can at least take a level 14 city and maybe take a chunk out of this other city. That's good enough to not make it a postmortem. That's really good enough. But winning this, I hope I didn't do any mistakes. I really hope that. I did screw up sometimes with revealing information too fast, for example, with the familiars, but I do think it was clear at that point that I'm so far behind that I need the movement, and I had a white crystal, so I don't think I would have taken anything else. Why would I use them for attack if I'm sitting here and this is already taken? Well, why would I take attack or block at that point, or healing if I don't have any wounds and have regeneration, which I never used so far? So I don't think it's a big deal. So the things I noticed so far, I don't think they invalidated the run, at least not for me. But as usual, please tell me about any mistakes you notice. And for those who are interested, I will calculate the score now. Let's see how far we get with the score. As usual, we start with the standard achievement scoring. We did manage to get 7 spells. That's 14 fame. And we do have 6 advanced actions. That's 1 fame per advanced action. That's a total of 20. So we are at 36. As usual, we broke all the artifacts. So we broke the Horn of Wrath, we broke the Gem Pouch, and we broke the Amulet to get the skill. And we did not get more than 3 artifacts, so there's none left. We do have 2 crystal pairs, so at least that's 2 fame. The leader, we managed to not wound any of our units. That's huge. That's 6, 10, 15. That should bring us to 53. The Conqueror, so monastery-wise, we did burn 1 down. That's 2. Keeps, we took 1 here, but we did not end up taking this one. That's another 2. Mage Towers, we did take 2 in the beginning, but left these 2. So there are 4 Mage Towers on the map, and we did take 2 of them. That's 4 more. As for adventuring, we did play a dungeon, and we did also play ruins that we never marked with a shield, it appears. We did also do the second dungeon, so this gave us a spell. This is why we only had 3 artifacts. So 1, 2, 3 from the ruins. But it's 3 adventuring sites, and we didn't do anything else. That's 6 fame, so we had 67. For the greatest beating, we managed to heal all our wounds with the clutch green hero play. We didn't need them for the final assault. It was so funny. It was a bit sad that I paid this green mana here to then activate them in the assault, but we didn't need to. We just healed with them afterwards. But we are not getting any minus points. And as usual, we do get our 35 points, 10 per city and 15 if all were conquered. So that's 102. We did not have an unplayed round. We didn't have cards remaining dummy deck, and the end of round was announced. So no more points for me, which does mean that our score is 222. Which is actually not that good. So I'm really not sure what's up with the score, because we did kill like 18 tokens for the cities. So that's a lot of fame. There's a huge pile of enemies here. And we do have a lot of spells, lots of sites. So maybe I missed something for the score. Did I miscalculate somewhere? I have to check when I do the video. But again, it's just score. I did not get that much fame while preparing. So I was not even leveled before I attempted the second city. And I got like 50 fame from this. I think I was somewhere in the 80s here, and 50 means 136, so 120, that's 16. Yeah, so it brought me up to here. Yeah, I mean, these levels here, they really take a lot of fame, obviously. And if I was here, at least even getting through the rest of the board takes up a lot of fame. And it's just in quotes 50 fame for the tokens, 35 for the cities. Then this is really on par. Maybe sometimes I have more artifacts or more sites, but less spells. That's a wash. But I don't really see currently where the 30 points are that you might even have in addition to these. But let's leave it at that. This turned out far better than expected. I did not expect to win this. I was really considering a post-mortem. Then I was considering that maybe I can take a chunk out of the first city, so it's worthwhile to watch even if I fail. Then I thought, okay, taking the first city, that's really huge. It's definitely not a post-mortem at that point, because I achieved something of value. A level 14 Megalopolis. Attempting the second city, just having one attempt and then maybe killing a lot of tokens, but then failing would have been fine. But actually doing this with a unit unspent, healing all the wounds, I'm so happy with this. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope I can make a short version of this. Let's see how short this actually is. But that would be new, so I'm uploading the video twice then. So the long one will probably be like 4 hours or whatever. But a short one I hope is maybe an hour, roughly. Maybe a bit longer, maybe a bit shorter. But it would make a huge difference for those that are not interested in all the thoughts. So if this works out, I will be quite happy. Let me know what you think about these two formats. Thank you so much for listening and watching. Thank you for pointing out errors if you do. And see you in the next game.